The House Committee on Appropriations Subcommittees on Articles 1, 4, and 5 will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Gonzalez.
Present.
Vice Chair Spiller.
Here.
Representative Allison.
Here.
Representative Diala.
Here.
Representative Johnson.
A quorum is present. Good morning, members. We are excited to start this Monday with a full agenda. Today we'll hear testimony from the LBB, the State Auditor's Office, the Sunset Advisory Commission, and Article 5 agencies relating to public safety. Public testimony, as you all know, will be taken at the end of invited testimony. And for those of you who are new to this, prior to testifying, it is required that you fill out a witness affirmation form at the electronic kiosk that is outside of the hearing room. For those of you testifying before the committee, please remember that you must state your name and your organization. Any members wanting to share anything before we get started? Thank you. So we'll get started. The chair calls Darren Albrecht, analyst for the Legislative Budget Board. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning. My name is Darren Albrecht with the Legislative Budget Board, and I'm going to be laying out the summary of recommendations for the Department of Public Safety. So recommendations include $3 billion in all funds for the 24-25 biennium. This is an increase of $160.6 million or 5.7% from the prior biennium. If you turn with me to page 2. Items A through D I will discuss in the next section, but there are a couple other funding changes I want to point out. Item E is a $138 million general revenue and CRF fund method of finance swap. Item F is an increase of $117.4 million. This is for salary staff adjustments. This does include Schedule C commissioned officers. And item G is a reduction of $118 million for vehicles that were shifted to the supplemental bill. If you turn with me to page 4. Item 1, driver's license services. Recommendations provide $461.6 million in all funds and approximately 3,000 FTEs for the driver's license division. Figure 1 here shows the historical funding for the driver's license division for the past few biennia. If you see in FY 20 and 21, the 86th legislature provided an additional $208 million in general revenue and 760 FTEs due to significant challenges in providing efficient and timely service to customers. Since receiving that appropriation, the agency has seen an improvement in wait times at the driver's license offices with the use of a new mobile reservation technology systems and expanding the services that they offer online. The agency also runs a customer service center. This is a call center for all license and identification questions. Email traffic and call traffic has exponentially increased, and current staffing levels are insufficient to answer the volume of calls and emails they do receive. According to the agency, this call center they assisted 63,000 per year. It's approximately 13.7% of the calls they received. Turn with me to page 5. Recommendations do not include the agency request for $221.2 million and 1,063 FTEs. This is to help increase staff at the Customer Service Center, to provide additional positions across the state to serve all appointment types within 60 days, open 10 new driver's license offices, and continue agency efforts to comply with the Federal Real ID Act. Item number 2. Last session, HB 2 provided $22 million in ESF funds to provide bullet-resistant windshields and windows for Texas Highway Patrol vehicles. According to the agency, as of February this year, about 1,000 of the eligible 3,300 vehicles have been outfitted, and the agency anticipates outfitting the remaining fleet by the end of fiscal year 23. Recommendations do not include the agency's request for $12.8 million to purchase and install an additional approximately 1,400 windshields for all of the replacement vehicles in the 24-25 biennium. Item number 3, recommendations include $17.6 million in all funds for 3 recruit schools with an estimated 100 new troopers per class, or 300 for the biennium. This does include $1.5 million to provide training academy graduates a one-time recruitment payment not to exceed $5,000. Recommendations do not include the agency's request for $5.3 million for a 4th recruit school to bring the total estimated number of troopers to 400, or the amount the agency reports are sufficient to maintain current force. If you turn with me to page 6, item 4. Recommendations provide $162.4 million for the crime laboratory services. This is an increase of $14.4 million. Item A, the agency's crime laboratory has seen an increase in the number of blood toxicology samples submitted for drug testing related to arrests, which has created a backlog of approximately 10,000 samples as of December of 2022. If we look at figure 3, the backlog as of 2022 accounted for approximately 88.9% of total inventory. Recommendations do include $15.6 million and 41 additional FTEs to help reduce this backlog, and $6.8 million for the expansion and reconfiguration of the crime laboratory. Item 4B, the 86th legislature appropriated $52 million to increase lab capacity and prioritize the testing of sexual assault kits. And as of December of 2022, the agency reports 0 backlog sexual assault kits. That's down from a high of approximately 5,300 from fiscal year 2017. Return with me to page 7. Item 5, this is informational, but speaks to the fiscal impact of House Bill 1927, which removed the handgun license requirement for individuals 21 years of age or older, not otherwise permitted. The bill did not abolish the license to carry system program, however, so individuals may still voluntarily request a handgun license through the agency. Since the requirement was lifted, the number of licenses had decreased along with the corresponding revenue collections, and the agency anticipates this downward trend to continue. Recommendations do not include the agency request for $22.5 million for the development and implementation of a new license to carry and agency licensing platform. Turn with me to page 8, item 6. The agency receives appropriations from 2 general revenue dedicated accounts that receive revenue from the Consolidated Criminal Court Cost Fee. That court cost fee revenue collection has experienced a multi-biennial downward trend due to multiple factors, including the reduction of misdemeanor offenses, and the pandemic kind of accelerated that reduction in revenue. This has resulted in revenues falling short of what's appropriated in the bill pattern. So the agency is requesting estimated appropriation authority over both accounts, which will allow them access to funds in the, that are collected over what's reported in the BRE. The agency would then not have to come back to the body to ask for funding in those accounts in the future, and no fund balances would accumulate in those accounts. Turning to page 9, item 7, recommendations include $1.2 billion in general revenue for Operation Lone Star. This includes $693.1 appropriated to the agency prior to the 87th. It includes appropriations from Senate Bill 1 and the House Bill 2 and House Bill 9, the supplementals from last session. It also includes an increase of $151.4 million to biennialize the 52-week surge cost that was appropriated in House Bill 9, and $75.5 million for salary adjustments. Turn with me to page 10. 3A just gives you an overview of the federal funds for the agency. Turn with me to page 11. Rider highlights. Just want to point out one new rider. This is a Training Academy recruitment payment. This just puts brackets around the $1.5 million that was added for the Academy graduate one-time recruitment payment. If you turn with me to page 13, items not included in recommendations. The agency has 10 exceptional items totaling $1.3 billion and 1,697 FTE positions and 8 rider requests. And that concludes my presentation for DPS. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Darren. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Colonel Stephen McCraw, Director for the Texas Department of Public Safety. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Madam Chair and representatives. Steve McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. After the LBB's testimony, they always do a great job. And I'm compelled to start with and change things a little bit to say thank you. I mean, there's not a legislative body in this nation at any time that recognized the threat to its officers and took actions. And when we had lost a trooper's life, by a bullet wound or to the head through a windshield, and we lost another trooper seriously injured, and another one was seriously injured. The state legislature found funds to do something that no police department's been able to do, and that's bullet-resistant glass. And we're putting those in positions right now. There's troopers are safer today because of your initiative your insight and willingness to dedicate those types of funds. So thank you. I also want to thank you. I don't normally start with driver's license, but I will. Back in 2017, the wait times was 1.5 hours. Now, that really wasn't the wait time. That was the wait time after you got into the office. So you had to wait until you get into the office before you wait an hour and a half. And as you know, the only way people have an ability to assess state government is the services it provide. And you can quickly lose trust and confidence in state government if you don't provide, a quality service that's certainly efficient and effective. And there's nothing more exacerbating than to have to wait for lines to come across a rude and surly bureaucrat. And recognizing that, the state legislature took some decisive action, certainly in 2017, and it's funding. And we spent the majority of those funds towards personnel and staffing counters, because at the end of the day, wait time matters and customer satisfaction matters. You set up a process in place. The University of Texas does a routine survey of customer satisfaction. That's important. That's what the private industry does. That's what we should do as well. And I can report today where that time was 1.5 hours. Today, everything is, the majority of the time is now, for the state wait time is well under 30 minutes. So that's across the board. Now the wait in terms of getting a reservation, okay, is a challenge in some areas. We recognize that. But that's nothing that we can't address, and as a state that continues to grow, because this was really essentially one of the largest unfunded federal mandates that exists across the nation, and that's the 2005 Real ID Act. That's a federal act, and it really essentially from skills to knowledge and driving skills to identification and lawful presence verification. That's what it moved. And on top of that, especially Texas, we adopted a single issuance state. We don't have variety. You don't get to pick and choose. Everybody has to be Real ID compliant. It has put a substantial burden on the state, and state legislators stepped up to the plate, again, provided additional resources, and of course, the state continues to grow, and we want to make sure that we provide quality service. The most recent survey, I know back in 2017, the survey results said that 47%, over half of those surveyed responded that the service and driver's license was poor or very poor. And today, I can report that 88% are now reporting that driver's license service is either good or very good. So we appreciate that. We did provide you a pamphlet, a quick 20-page brochure, if you will, in terms of what the Department of Public Safety is requesting in exceptional items. We recognize that, public safety and homeland security threats to Texas continue to grow in severity, complexity, certainly scope and impact on our communities across the board. And as an agency that is responsible for public safety, and public safety being the protection of people from harm, at all times, in all places, in that regard. We don't know what is always having to change in terms of priority of priorities. And the department is requesting, an item on page 6. You'll see one of the items that we're requesting, if I may mention at least 2 items, and one is additional law enforcement personnel. And that would be 181 troopers, 43 special agents, 26 Texas Rangers, and 39 intelligence analysts, because the intelligence or fact-based or science-based or data-driven operations is vital to what we do as an organization. And there's an expectation that we have an accurate understanding of the threat picture as we go along, as we get additional requirements and threats change. We need to adapt to that. And at the same time, I noted the population continues to grow, so demands on services continues to grow within the department. And I want to mention a little our current staffing level. We're 550 troopers down right now from vacancies. We attrit, because there's a natural attrition of 150 troopers a year. And if we don't do enough recruit schools, one of the reasons we're asking for additional recruit schools, it doesn't take long to fall behind. And as you know, nationally, in our profession, it's difficult to recruit at this point in time. But we're very aggressive about it, doing national recruitment. We've benefited from the military in terms of recruiting there, also other law enforcement agencies across the country, because, Texas is a great place to live, as you know. No better place. And our mission is, you don't get a better mission, protect and serve Texas. So we've been fortunate, and we're confident that we have the ability to be able to fill those positions going forward while still requesting these additional positions, which is a challenge. We're geared up for it if the legislature deems that it's appropriate to have those additional resources. Our concern, and one of the threats that we deal with, is an unsecured international border with Mexico. And as we've seen a global mass migration event occurred, back in 2021. We saw it certainly experienced it in about March of 2021. We've seen numbers like we've never seen before. And the problem with that is that it takes Border Patrol off the line and allows Mexican cartels, 6 of them operate in Texas, to dominate and certainly to exploit between the ports of entry because Border Patrol is offline. And to that end, the state legislature and the governor, directed, the National Guard and Texas Department of Public Safety. I want to mention our game wardens as well. All hands on deck to do what we can to be able to detect and interdict transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry. And it's been a priority of priorities. And to that end, we've moved resources from around the state to be able to keep intensified patrol operations around the clock, whether it's on the air, on the water, on the ground, do it 24/7. And so we're deploying troopers from other parts of the state, and you've probably heard from some of your sheriffs and local police departments that, hey, they want to keep their troopers in their area, and we certainly would like to do that, and this would be a down payment towards that end. And of course, we look toward the day that the border is secure, and there is really no need for a state to take a proactive steps like it is right now, whenever that occurs. We're also mindful that we're asking for these additional resources, and you provide additional resources in the previous session as well. But I can tell you from a baseline right now, because of the size and scope of the state, the severity and complexity of the threats, the cross-jurisdictional throughout the community across the state, is that Texas right now we need 5,200 troopers to be able to do the job. And right now, the department has 3,762 FTEs, fully funded FTEs. We need 727, right now we have 727 special agents. We need 910 special agents, especially with the threats to life that we're having to address at the point in time.
Can you repeat those numbers? Not to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat those numbers again?
Yes, ma'am.
100 troopers to do the job.
Yes, so we're requesting less, obviously. We need 181 troopers we're asking for, and we're asking for this particular session. And we're also asked for, but besides the 181 troopers, we've asked for 43 special agents and 26 Texas Rangers and 39 intelligence analysts. But the real numbers in terms of what we really need as an agency is 5,200 troopers. Okay. So the overall staffing numbers right now, we're at 4,658, and we really need to be at 6,360, including moving the Texas Rangers from where we're at 169 to 250 Texas Rangers, and special agents from where we're at right now to 910 special agents. So those are what we need to base the current threat environment across the state of Texas. And of course, the challenge is how do you project, 2 bienniums from now? We really don't know what's going to happen, and it's that thing. We know that you expect that we be proactive in terms of addressing those things. And one thing to be proactive is putting, resources in particular areas, regardless of what the threat is, and do it on a timely basis. And that's one thing that we've been very good at, is to be able to do that, because it's so vital that we be able to support our local partners and local law enforcement, because they don't have discretionary resources. They have what they have. As you know, El Paso PD has what they have. And, Pete Pasillos right now, if they need additional resources to address, say Venezuelan gangs that have moved across, they don't have additional police officers they can draw on. There's an expectation that we're there to help in that regard. And because of the resources you provide over the years, we're able to do that. And we just need to do it, obviously, across the state. The other I wanted to highlight item real quickly is that, I can say it this way. In 1977, believe it or not, I went to recruit school, and that was many years ago. And the building I went to the recruit school was the same building we use today. And that academy, okay, at that time was outdated and needed repairs. And in the 90s, it wasn't just outdated, it was obsolete. And of course, over the last 15 years, it's become a liability. And many times we've had to shut it down. The fire marshal shut it down on 2 occasions for a long period. We had to refabricate and do a number of different things. It has not kept up, obviously. And the problem with that is that we're spending time and money and effort on hotel rooms and costs that we wouldn't have otherwise. And we have a place in Montgomery County that the state legislature purchased, okay, and we have today, is where we have our driving track and where we have our firearms range. And it's a dormitory. If we only had a dorm there, a place for troopers, trainees to sleep and eat and train, we've been in a unique position. We wouldn't be commuting every day back and forth by buses for over an hour and a half drive at many times along I-35, as you can imagine, into Williamson County. And it would be more efficient and effective. And it would be provide us a more latitude in terms of supporting our local partners in training opportunities, which we aren't able to do right now because many of them come to Austin, have to find hotels, things like that, where if we had a dorm space off-site in that regard, it would certainly help our local partners and certainly would help the Department of Public Safety save money in the long term. That's $380 million request is what we have for that. And the last, there's a couple of many more requests out of that 31 items, but one thing I did want to mention is that, especially since we had a little wind in West Texas, and I know, Madam Chair, you know a little bit about that. You've seen some wind in West Texas. And we talked about radio communications and our tower infrastructure. Well, one of our towers in Pecos went down last night for the wind. It was knocked over. And it was on the slate. It was one of the requests that we have for replacement. It's gotten to that point that our infrastructure is so antiquated in some areas that we're suffering that. Now, we're able to work around that by leveraging local communication systems, but that's how we're having to be able to communicate right now with each other, is using local systems that are in effect out there right now until we can get something to be able to replace that in that regard. So those are some of the challenges that obviously, and we do have a request certainly for, we talk about regional headquarters. One time San Antonio was not a regional headquarters, it was a district office of Texas, but importantly, similarly, El Paso was just a district office and not the regional headquarters, and was in Odessa or Midland was where the regional headquarters was, and El Paso was a substation. And this is not an El Paso bias. I'm not doing this because where the chair is from or where I'm from, but we back in 2009, we redesignated that to make sure that we understood in terms of the scope of the threats that we're dealing with that El Paso needed to be a regional headquarters. So we converted a district office and some other buildings to be able to act as a regional headquarters. We've never had a regional headquarters there. And of course, one of the requests would be a one-time request would be the money for the establishing a regional headquarters and which would expand both the laboratory services in that area, but also driver's license services as well. Madam Chair, I conclude my testimony with that and welcome questions.
Thank you, Colonel, and thank you for stating that it's not an El Paso thing, but a statewide thing. I really appreciate that in the larger conversations about your appropriations asked. But members, do you have any questions? Vice Chair Spiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director McGraw, back on when the LBB's recommendation has to do with $162.4 million on crime lab performance, and we're talking about that area, and one area in particular had to do with toxicology testing.
Yes, sir.
Indicated there was a backlog, I think, of primarily blood tests, primarily relating to DWIs as of December this past year.
Yes, sir.
I was just curious if you know why do you think we're seeing more of those backlogs and testing? Because throughout my district, I deal with a lot of counties, and they report that it takes a while to get these results, whether it be blood tests for alcohol or whether it be any type of blood test. Prosecutors are waiting, defense folks are waiting.
Well, and also in drugs as well, right. Which and certainly marijuana being one of those, because it's the standards and having to be able to now not just say it's marijuana, but what level, the percentage of what marijuana is to be able to meet the statute. So yes, we're backed up in that area. The priorities was rape kit, be able to address that backlog, which was unacceptable. And as you know, the more of those get done, the more likely we're able to prevent future ones, because we'll identify, current subjects in that regard. So we're very pleased, and thanks to the legislature, we've eliminated that backlog, and we're helping the locals with their backlog. And we'd like to use the similar type of principles and processes that we put in place. We brought in Toyota to be able to look at our business process re-engineering within the laboratory division to see if we can achieve some efficiencies, and we did learn some things. I'm going to be able to do the same thing for toxicology, and that's why there's some of the requests is additional scientists in this particular proposal.
Okay. And also, as my question, it also appears over the last couple of years, 3 years, 4 years, that more and more DWI arrests, that instead of relying on a breath test or the officer offering a breath test, they go straight to a blood test. And I'm just wondering, is that making more burden on the system? And if in fact there is a directive or a decision, a conscious decision to go more toward that, if it has to do with prosecutorial effectiveness or whatever it may be, in one direction rather than the other. And I'm concerned that may be causing a backlog with some of the other caseload and the cases that we have.
Well, as you well stated, is that the district attorney is very important to us in terms of what they declare what they want to do in that regard. In certain jurisdictions, they prefer a blood test versus a breathalyzer test or intoxilizer. Naturally, a breath test, eliminates the toxicology part. So we take the lab out of it, other than maybe perhaps testifying and certifying after the fact. But it's certainly a more efficient way for us. And certainly back in the 70s, when I used to work for a living, it was a lot easier when you testified, along those lines. There was no such thing as a blood test, so there was no backlog in that regard. It's either you took the breath test or you did not in that regard, except for crashes, and injuries in that regard. So there's no question it has made a difference, and you're seeing more along that. Plus compulsory, mandatory. If someone has refused to, but the fact circumstances are compelling, we can go to a judge and get a search warrant for blood. So we're driving that as well, particularly in serious injury crashes.
Right. And I can see how you would have certainly more of those because if you have a breath or blood test refusal, then they can go get a warrant. And so by definition, you're getting more blood tests. I guess it would be difficult to force a breath test. But as far as a blood test,
yeah,
certainly that would put more of those in the system. And I do know, it appears that a lot of the smaller volumes of marijuana may be testing what it's not rather than what it is, excluding other things, that may be putting a load on the system as well. And if so,
yes,
all these things, do you think that the money appropriated or requested here would be sufficient to address some of those concerns?
I think the current load, and as you know, this is a free service to our local partners, and they get a vote in terms of the demand. And of course, if in some cases they may, that they're using outsourcing it right now, and they may go back to us. That's the one caveat I want to have in there, is that recognizing that if things go up or a department had to close its own lab for some reason, that there's an expectation that we step in and take and fill that void. So I want to be careful about saying that if we just have these resources, it's forensic science nirvana. It's not. We're always challenged by space, and as you know, it takes a while to get a scientist up to speed to where they even testify. And it's very important that we get the science right, and we have got to be true to it. And regardless, we've got to get it right if it takes as long as it needs to be, because they're so important, and there's so much riding on the testimony of our scientists. We just can't afford to compromise any step at all along the way.
All right, and let me change directions here on the Board of Security funding that's recommended. Do you feel that's, I don't know if anything is ever completely sufficient, but you think that that's sufficient for us to do the job that we can as a state in lieu of the federal government doing what it should be doing?
Well, no state has ever done more. I think there's a question about that. I mean, that's not just with words, but with deeds and cash and hard-earned tax dollars. So substantial money is being put towards it. I think we've got a balance right now. Certainly it's border physics, infrastructure, technology, doctrine, which we don't control, and certainly bodies we do control, and certainly have with the National Guard, Texas Department of Public Safety troopers on the ground. So I think that's, right where we're at. And we're hopeful, always hopeful, because doctrine does matter. And when, as we talked before, if there's a global mass migration environment going on right now, well, Border Patrol is overloaded, and the less that comes, the better off it is. So we're hoping that at some point that we'll see federal policies that deter rather than attract. I think that's the important part. And then our calculus shifts at that point in time. And we need to be able to be nimble if that happens. And we're ready if it does and hopeful. And I can tell you 2.5 years ago, I had troopers ask me, hey, Director, when do we get to go back to the border? And they're up in Hereford, so what do you expect, And they were anxious because they understood the importance of the mission. But the point was, there was a time where there was no need. Okay, you'd funded us positions, we'd put them in the border so we didn't have to draw from other parts of the state. And unfortunately, we're at the point where we've used all the positions you gave us, and now we're having to draw from other parts of the state. And to the extent that we're trying to do it in a voluntary basis, we try to do it, but at the end of the day, the job's got to get done. So,
All right. Thank you very much.
hopefully that's helpful.
You bet.
Thank you, Vice Chair Spiller. Any other representatives? I have lots of questions. Colonel, let's start with the staffing conversation. So you told the committee that you need about 6,100 total to do all the things you need to do. How do you calculate the number of staffing needs that you need for the state?
Well, we've looked at a number of different models. There are like the Northwestern Police Allocation Model, and you looked at and how you calculate autonomous patrol areas based upon the size of the area and the scope in terms of the activity. Also the threat. We do a comprehensive threat assessment as it relates to the crime in Homeland Security, specifically how many Mexican cartels are operating in Texas. Fentanyl, we didn't talk about fentanyl, the impact it is having on the state and on our schools and communities along those lines. The gangs, primarily 18 gangs are operating with or supporting the Mexican cartels on both sides of the gangs. It includes transnational gangs like MS-13, MS-18. But, certainly the traditional gangs that have been known as prison gangs, but certainly local gangs like Barrio Azteca there in El Paso. Tango Blast, West Tango Blast, we're seeing more of. Houston Tango Blast, but we're seeing a lot of diversity in what you've seen more and more a collaboration, not just with the cartels, but among gangs along those lines. And therein lies the challenge in terms of how do we keep up with that. And concurrently with that, we've had this uptick of threats to life. And I mean, on individuals, on groups, certainly at schools, at establishments. And you have to take every threat to life seriously. And that's a process. You just can't have it sitting in the inbox. You got to have an analyst in terms of look at it, process it. Then it has to get to a special agent, and that special agent has to do something, even if it's interviewing and tracking down and finding, a person that has made a threat and having a discussion, because you just never know. It's always after the fact that you realize, well, there was something there, but we didn't do anything with it. So we've got an obligation, regardless of whether it's a lone loser that's been radicalized for whatever purpose and whatever cause, or the individual that attacked Walmart, that based on the replacement theory, and is clear, hatred, racial hatred and bias or ethnic bias. So there's those threats, combined, and of course back to the basic duty of the Department of Public Safety, and that's patrol, conducting high visibility patrols throughout the state, and be able to maintain that coverage 24/7. Right now, I can tell you, and I know I've received many complaints that we aren't staffing the highways as there's an expectation. It's because we don't have enough bodies to go around, plain and simple. So you can drive from here to. I'd like to think that you'd see at least 10 troopers between here and Dallas or in El Paso. You probably just get tired of looking at them because they're headed when you head on Interstate 10. But sadly, we're off the roads quite a bit. Trying to help our local partners and doing a number of different particular functions. So we calculate all of those particular things into that, if you will, what right looks like. And based upon the threats that we receive, based upon the assignments that we receive in terms of local operations, statewide operations, those are the numbers that we've come up with.
But it seems, looking at the data, that the agency is losing staff at what I would consider as an alarming rate.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you look at this data trends, are you doing any exit interviews? And when you do those exit interviews, what are you predominantly hearing for a reason to leave the agency?
Well, the number one reason is retirement. We get these bubbles where people went to work at a certain time, and because we didn't have schools for a period of time, and then we have large academies or a series of large academies, we get that bubble, and in particular, we'll see that bubble when there's been an increase in pay for Schedule C. Because after 3 years is their high 3, and so we can almost project that when we're going to see attrition. But I can tell you this: what is consistent across the board, 150 retirements or departures, because we fire people when needed. 150 a year is in terms is an expectation. So 300 a biennium. So it doesn't take long. So if we don't fund or we underfund some recruit schools. Just a biennium. If we're 3 down, that's immediately we're in the hole. As much as is close to 300 at times. So that's the challenge. Also, we're also a victim of our own requests, meaning that when the legislature gives us positions, as you did last session. That's more positions that we need to fill on top of the positions that we had. So that's why we got to keep moving forward, and I'm confident that we can do so, even in this recruitment environment that's been very difficult for every law enforcement agency in the nation. I'm confident we can do it, but I can tell you, you're absolutely right, Madam Chair, to be worried about in terms of recruitment and retainment across our profession. It's a bleak time. Unfortunately, for recruitment, whether I talk to any other colonel across the country or chief of police or, Chief Chacon here or Chief Pasillas out in El Paso or Chief Fenner in Houston, we're all seeing the same problem, and that's a decreased amount of applicants for our profession.
I guess my question is we funded last session was it 4 recruit schools?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we funded those, were they fully at capacity?
Well,
let me go back.
Yeah.
Because I think there's an intersection happening
Yeah.
here from a budget perspective.
Mm-hmm.
We funded the schools, and we also gave a pay raise. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So, considering all those things we did, were we able to put the schools at capacity?
Well, you helped us get the schools at the capacity with that. If we start, ideally, I'd like to see them at 150 each. Start at 150.
And that's what you communicated to us.
That's exactly where we'd like to start.
And where did they start at last?
Last we've had anywhere from 120. I think this last one we had at 106. And then the abbreviated school that we do for commissioned officers, because we're always mindful that there's some officers don't want to. They're already TCOL certified, so it's not necessary to put them all the way through TCOL. And so we have an abbreviated school, and that's a lower number. And I think as low as in the 70s that we started with. So so it's a low number to start with. And of course, we didn't know how many we'll be able to get. So we're going to continue to do the large classes as large as we can, without regard to TCOL certification going forward after this last school.
So what I'm hearing
Yeah.
is that the agency is struggling to fill all its positions and even fill its recruit schools as appropriated.
Mm-hmm.
And do you feel that Operation Lone Star is contributing to your trooper recruitment and retention efforts?
I don't believe it's the case. I think that the nature of the job, a trooper's job is different, as you know. They're expected. There's no collective bargaining. When we give them a call at 11 o'clock at night and said, get your go bag, and we want you 10 counties away, and we'll brief you when you get there. There's an expectation they do that. Secondary employment doesn't get involved. All of those things, there's an expectation you have to move, and you have to move quickly. So I don't believe that border deployments has decreased our applicants. Now, there's certainly reasons not to become a trooper. If you don't want to leave the city that you're in, we promise that one thing we do promise every recruit, we will not transfer from outside the state of Texas. Now, that said, if you're from Houston, you don't really want to leave the Houston area, and that may be a problem. If the legislature's given us positions for the border, we're going to use those positions on the border and eventually hope to get you back to where you want to be. So, Madam Chair, has it been difficult? Yes, it's been difficult for, I think, every law enforcement agency in the nation right now. Am I confident that we can address the particular delta here? I absolutely. We did it before. 3 sessions ago, we were able to do it when you funded the recruit schools, and we had it, and we were able to fill it, and we took care of the at that time, over 400 vacancies and an additional 500 positions that were given over two sessions. One The first one was 250, which is 2015, and then 2017, another 250 for border. So there's no question we can do it. Is the environment more difficult? Yes.
I have more questions on Operation Lone Star, but before I get there, I do want to ask some other questions.
Sure.
So you did not talk about this in your testimony, but it has become evident that there was a social engineering attack to the agency. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you describe what that social engineering attack was?
Well, it was an ongoing, right now it's an ongoing criminal investigation. We've briefed members already, and certainly the leadership teams in that regard. Is that unfortunately, I think the public is aware and you're aware, there's been so many breaches over the last decade that over the dark web and other locations, there's identifying information on people. So, whether it's me or whether it's you, there's certain information that's out there that is available. And in some cases, if you're using, depending on who you're using, Experian, or whether you're using a particular, target, it doesn't matter what company it is. If they've lost data, then people, bad actors, have information on you. And right now, we're working a criminal investigation that's targeting an organization, an Asian organized crime group that's been involved in purchasing that type of information and then in obtaining for the purpose of getting identity documents to support those that are here illegally, predominantly Chinese nationals that are here. So we do have an investigation. We haven't discussed the details yet because as we have been making arrests in that regard in public, but there's no question, although our database hadn't been breached, nevertheless, they've been able to get their hands on replacement driver's license cards. And why that's so important, okay? Because with a replacement driver's license card, if you can get some other identifying documents, you can take that to a different state, okay, and walk in, especially Texas that has a single issuance state like Texas, and be able to walk in and be able to get, because right now the national system does not allow, for vetting to determine if a person has two driver's licenses in the same state. That'll change within the year, but right now you can go in and you can get with your picture on it. Right now they're using lookalikes, okay, in the hopes that hey, this close enough that'll pass for a driver's license examiner in a different state, and take that in there and provide it to them and say, hey, this is as a document that's got an identity document, and then you can get other supporting documents from that. And that's why that driver's license is so important today, especially as more states go online with the Real ID Act. And of course, although the federal government has postponed the full implementation of the Real ID Act, we're still expecting that to occur in 2024 or 2025. And as we get closer to that date, there's going to be more. And particularly while we're seeing it in the Chinese community, is that they're paying anywhere from $30,000 to $70,000 to be smuggled into the United States. Now, when they're here, they're in effect, many of them are indentured slaves, is what they are. They're working for them. And in fact, in one of our searches, well, I can brief you offline in terms about one of the searches, what we found. But so bottom line is yes, and we got to always be mindful and always protect, the crown jewels of personal identification information, which is the driver's license, and thwart anybody trying to get one through establishing a Texas.gov account and coming into the back door to be able to pay for a replacement driver's license.
Colonel, I really appreciate your testimony. I really want you to concisely talk about what happened with this breach. So
Sure.
What I heard, because there was lots there,
Okay.
what I heard was that there was a breach, that the breach included that Texan's identity was distributed in a way of a duplicate license. Is that accurate?
Yes, replacement license, that's correct.
So I'll just use myself.
Okay,
I did not get a duplicate. Somebody else got my duplicate license.
correct.
How many Texans did this happen to?
The best we can do, well, we don't know the exact number right now, but over at least 3,000, okay, potentially could have had their identity taken at his replacement driver's license. And how this worked, how this organization, well, this is how they did the scheme was, is they take the information that we talked about earlier, that they got from different places, pieces of information. Then they establish a Texas.gov account, which is the way you pay for a driver's license, and you pay for state services. So they established it, then they use a credit card, okay, to go in through texas.gov and answer some identity questions from the information that they have, meaning the identity questions could be something like you may have shared with a credit card company or something like that was lost, like your mother's maiden name, your first vehicle that you ever had, your favorite sport, an address that you lived 2 years ago at. And be able to do that, use those questions to be able to get into and purchase a replacement driver's license. They would on Asian sounding names, and from that they get a replacement driver's license sent to an address, okay, of their choosing. Because again, whether it's military or for students, they're allowed to be able to do that and send it to that location. And of course, when we found out about it, we've worked with DIR to close that particular loop, obviously, and conducted a criminal investigation. The investigation continues, and it spans at least 4 states right now. And other states are also victim as well.
So you said approximately 3,000. So you don't even know how many Texans.
I can give you the exact number if you'd like. In fact, do we have the exact number?
3,000 is a good number for
You're-
Why don't you come up, Jeff, please? Colonel Williams, he's
And Colonel Williams, you'll have to register. You ready? Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jeff Williams, Lieutenant Colonel in Texas DPS. We have identified approximately 3,000. I don't have the exact number today, and the reason I don't have the exact number today is that as we continue the investigation, we're still identifying people. So there's, if I were to put my finger on it today, it may change today. So I don't want to. We're around 3,000.
I'm glad you're still investigating it. When was the first time you realized that the agency had distributed a duplicate account to a non-owner of that account?
Yeah, so we began conversations just before Christmas with DIR about this.
And since December, you've identified approximately 3,000 Texans who have basically had their duplicate account that could put at risk a lot of different things. Is this accurate?
That's correct.
And since December, this has been happening, and have you notified those 3,000 Texans?
We have not. Our plan is to, this week.
So hold on.
We-
So
we-
it could be my driver's
Yeah.
license, and somebody
Yeah.
could be going around as Mary Gonzalez right now for 2 months, and nobody's been notified. No, I have not been notified.
That's correct. We've opted to conduct a thorough criminal investigation to find out, one, the facts, circumstances, number one. And over the last 2 weeks, we've been able to do, and to not just identify, but arrest those involved in this organized criminal activity. And that's been vital to it. At the same point, okay, we've been prepared and briefed leadership and others in terms of how we're going forward in terms of notifying each and every one. And not only just notifying, but actually investigate any type of crime committed using their name any time at any place, which is something that normally doesn't happen, something the Department of Public Safety is committed to doing. And we're working with our local partners and federal partners to do so. So, although it's an active investigation, I felt that you asked the questions, and I think it's important that I answer them as candidly as I can. I don't think I've compromised any search warrants or anything else at this point. No, I think we're at that point where it needs to be public.
What is your plan to notify these Texans that their identity has really been duplicated
Yeah. Letters are going out this week.
this week?
Yes.
And I'm less familiar with federal regulations as I'm a state legislator, but are there federal regulations or federal penalties for addressing when there's identity theft? And I think there is the Federal Identity Theft Enforcement and Protection Act. Have you looked at that?
Right now, we're working with HSI, okay, because of this particular underlying violation. Certainly is identity theft, but it's identity theft to be able to protect someone here that's here illegally. So they're the agency that we've been working with. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So what does DPS plan to do to address obviously we have a vulnerability, and it's a severe, I would argue, a severe vulnerability. What is your plan to address it? And are any of your requests that are appropriations requests geared towards addressing this vulnerability?
So I'll start with the vulnerabilities. When we initially discovered the vulnerability, and I want to
Explain the charge.
Yeah, I want to explain the term that was used earlier about a breach. There was not a traditional breach in the sense of the word that someone like keyboard hacked their way into the system. There was a vulnerability that was discovered by these actors. They then exploited that vulnerability. So I want to make sure that there's not an understanding
I
that there was
understand what you're saying.
like
That
a true
it wasn't
cyber
like somebody
breach.
like
That did not-
hacked our system.
That's correct.
They
I did-
manipulated our existing system, but partially because we didn't have the safeguards that were strong enough to not allow that to happen.
That's correct. They exploited those vulnerabilities. And so among those vulnerabilities were these questions that people can answer that are called ideology questions. In essence, did you ever own a 2018 Dodge pickup, or did you ever live on this street? Information that, as the director mentioned, that would be available on the dark web after one of these many hacks that people have heard about through Target and Walmart and Experian and these other companies who have lost people's data, and or they obtain that data through social engineering. So there are polls on websites, for example, that says, what is your favorite sport team? And people answer these questions routinely. And if you get enough of those answers together, you can answer the questions that were required to establish a Texas.gov account. So instead of the audit number that is provided on a driver license, they used that passageway to come into the system. They established a Texas.gov account, and then they use a credit card to pay for the actual card that was asked for. When they paid for the card, the credit card number that was provided, the transaction went through, and then it was later discovered what we call a chargeback. So in essence, you get your credit card in the bill, you look at it, you say, hey, I didn't create a Texas.gov account. Why are they charging me for this? You then dispute the charge with your credit card. The credit card company then goes back to the vendor for DIR, and that's kind of how the sequence of events occurred. Once we became aware of that, we turned off the ideology question feature. No longer is that available today. A person cannot go on and do that. Additionally, we requested that DIR and their vendor make some changes to the credit card transaction process, one of which would be to include the billing zip code and the CVV, or the three-digit code on the back of the card at the time of transaction. That feature was not turned on when this was all happening. It is now. So we've eliminated some of those vulnerabilities by doing those things.
What about the cyber request?
The cyber request, yes. So there's a cyber request in the exceptional items in there, as well as there's some driver license funding requests for state-to-state verification. The director mentioned that one of the things that the country lacks is if you get a Connecticut driver license and in Texas have a driver license, there's no talking to each other. That's one of the funding requests as well. We'll start doing that at the end of this year, around November. And so those two pieces are directly related to this issue.
And so according to federal regulations, it is required that within 60 days, folks are notified of whatever type of breach that their identity has been compromised. And if not, there is a federal fine. Is the agency considering that there might be federal fines put on the agency for not disclosing to the people who were affected?
No, not at all. I think we're being very diligent with the investigation. I think it's important that, and I don't know all the specific language of that statute, but I will say that our criminal investigation that we've been working on in order to find these people and arrest them has been the priority. I recognize that there's a requirement to notify people, and we want to do that more than anyone. Believe me, we've got a lot of people internally who have been kind of working on the process to solve this problem. I think we've got some solutions in place that'll do that. And certainly, we're going to handle each one of those with individual care that's required given what occurred to them. But the criminal investigation has taken the priority at this point.
Colonel, you have mentioned a couple of times that these duplicate licenses were used, or you feel, or you think that they're being used to support undocumented migrants here who are here. But the people whose identity was taken are Texans, correct?
Correct. They had a Texas driver's license, and they may not be, they may have had an Asian name, but it may not be Chinese.
So, but they are Texans.
Yes.
So I think that's first and foremost.
And they're here Texans here lawfully.
I'm sorry, Colonel Whistle.
Yes.
And I think it's important to note that, gosh, when you interrupted me, I lost my.
I apologize.
But these folks are Texans. And these folks, in some ways, because of their ethnic background were targeted.
Correct.
Is the agency considering this a hate crime or a racially motivated crime, something to consider? Because we keep on saying that these are Asian American, Asian Texans. So are we categorizing it as so? Because I think it does bring another level of complexity. And I don't want to minimize the severity of what our Texans are experiencing because of another issue when it comes to migration, immigration.
Right, and it's not intended to muddy any of the issues. Bottom line is that a Chinese organized crime group, okay, based in New York, working in a number of different states, is responsible for this, and those subjects are responsible for it. And the reason why they're looking for similar lookalikes, okay, is because, as we talked about, to get what the final part is the identity that can be able to operate throughout the United States, be able to travel, be able to move. And to do that, you need a real ID compliant driver's license. And what they're doing in their scheme is to get the replacement driver's license. And once they got the replacement driver's license and one driver's license, they can send that individual that was now assuming that identity into a different state, and they can get it in their own picture, their actual picture, and then also get an audit number on that card, a unique audit number. So that's the scheme that they've been involved in and what we've been investigating since we found out about this.
I'm just concerned that thousands of Texans' identity has been violated, and I understand that there's lots of reasons why this happened, but nonetheless, the agency is responsible. The number one.
Hey, we're not happy at all. I can tell you that one bit. That there should have had control should have been in place, and this should have never happened. Period.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I was still talking. The number one thing we have as a government agency, as government folks, is trust. And when we lose that trust by not thinking through, then it's difficult to rebuild that trust with the people. And so I just hope that in your process now moving forward, that we are supporting the thousands of Texans through helping them figure out what the next steps are for their identity. And I would love to see what the agency's plan is for those individuals. And I guess I have one final question on this. I have more questions on Operation Lone Star, but the chair wants to recognize Representative Jarvis Johnson. Thank you, Representative. When it comes to this, when do you feel your investigation is going to be complete so we know exactly how many Texans' information was compromised?
Well, there's two parts. It's never going to be complete until we ensure that, one, all victims have been identified, and two, that all subjects and any instances where they've been victimized in the sense someone's used their identity either for fraud or identity, that we've fully investigated it. And one of the reasons, one of the ways that we're going to be able to do that is through reporting back from the 3,000 right now that we've identified, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, well, we would request that the agency communicate with the whole subcommittee regarding this breach and what we're doing to move forward. I think at this point, it's a team effort to make sure that the thousands of Texans who were impacted do get the supports that they need to make sure that their lives aren't negatively affected in any way.
Yeah, we'll investigate any and all complaints from all 3,000 or more victims of this particular breach.
Thank you. Representative Ayala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here and the work that you do.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make sure I got one thing from your testimony clear, and that is what these folks do that are trying to get these IDs, they're really trying to find the weak link in the states to get one good ID, because then they can take that ID and get other IDs in other states. Is that what I was hearing?
Yes, sir. And
we don't want to be that weak link.
Correct.
And they've been going around doing this to a lot of other states, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's just the first thing. The second part is no one wants to say, these things happen. They shouldn't happen, but they did happen.
Yes, sir.
And what we do with something like this that has happened, what we do next is how we grade our paper. So that said, I would like to hear, as Jim said, that how this becomes rectified in the future.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. apologize for my tardiness, Director.
Yes, sir.
As I was coming in, Austin traffic. The last couple of weeks, I traveled back and forth between Houston and here, and I've been stopped 3 times. I don't have state plates, but I've been stopped 3 times. Not for speeding, not for reckless driving or anything like that. I've been stopped for some very mundane things, like the Texas on my license plate was covered by a license plate cover. I didn't yield to 25 miles an hour as I was driving down, and there was an emergency vehicle on the side. Some very subjective things, and the reason why I'm asking you this is, what's the policy with stops? Is there something that we are looking for? I don't want to tell the criminals out there, but I think it's important as I look at how citizens of this state need to be and should be treated, because as I look at what our revenue may be from particular stops, that because somebody gets stopped for the license plate being, just the Texas part was covered, what was said to me. You know, kind of what's our policy in regards to that?
Yes, sir.
And the second part of that is, as we look at some of the things that are taking place down at the border, a lot of residents are down there. Is there a profile that we're looking at? Is there some profiling going on? I do drive a black SUV. The tint is legal, it's not illegal, but you know, it's just a black SUV. So what are we looking for here? Because I'm concerned, obviously, when we talk about Operation Lone Star down, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of profiling going on down there. So I'm just trying to get a good handle on what are we looking for?
Well, I drive a black SUV as well, so that's that probable cause. And bottom line is, you shouldn't be stopped unless there's probable cause. There's got to be a reason, okay, articulable reason. And one of the things that we've done, and thanks to the state legislature funding you've been provided, is why we have dash cams, in-car cameras, and also body recorders. And we have a process in the department that we go back and capture the pre-event stop on camera, so we can see what the probable cause was. So in the light of an officer saying that there was and there's not, well, it's very clear. We've got video evidence. Yeah, wait a minute, okay, that you say X, but it's not X, it's Y. So it should be there, probable cause. You always have to have a reason to stop someone, period. And of course, the infractions, you know, are based on state law, not on municipal law, not on local law. It's based on state law, plain and simple. You can't do it anything else. Now, certainly probable cause can be other situations, and I use an example, okay, we're talking about the Rio Grande Valley. If you see a pickup truck with a tarp over it and movement in the back of the truck up and down, you know, that may be a truck, okay, a pickup truck that's used to smuggle people in. So you've got at least a reasonable indication of a stop at that point in time, a justification for it that's articulable, and one that's seen on video that we can describe later on as justification for the initial stop. So, and at all times, in every stop, you should be treated with great courtesy and respect. So now I'm in a position now, based on your testimony and your questions to me, to go back and look at every one of the stops that you've had and look at it, and I'll come back to you in terms of, you know, any things or any anomalies, and certainly be able to discuss each one of those stops with you.
I'm not here to say that anyone was rude or anything like that. Everyone was, every time I got stopped, you know, because obviously I can show ID or identify who I am, but as a, you know, Johnny Q citizen on the way, you know, to and from work or whatever the case may be, I was just a little concerned because it was unusual that for the last, you know, 3 weeks, every week it's my license plate, or it's some very subjective. And
yes,
again, you know, you can see my license number, but they said that just the Texas part. And when you look at my license plate, it's just the T at the top is probably covered. So, you know, certainly very concerned in regards to Were you looking or hoping that I had a? And again, I get it. What's our revenue when we look at tickets? How much do we?
We don't get any revenue from tickets. It goes to the county or the jurisdiction. So the Department of Public Safety doesn't get any revenue.
No revenue.
Citation.
It
No,
just
sir.
goes to that local, whatever that.
No, sir. And we've got no quota system. We got no, other than that, a trooper's got to be on the highway and be busy, okay, and be involved in public safety. And sometimes changing a flat tire is the most important thing you can do from a public safety standpoint these days.
Well, when you look at these type of situations that happen, oftentimes there are officers that may have an overreaching of the law.
Yes, sir.
And there have been many lawsuits and complaints that have been filed against individuals like that. What is this a part of your budget that that you have to defend, or does this go to the Attorney General's office in the event that there is a case against DPS?
Well, we have an Inspector General reports directly to the Public Safety Commission. So any instance where there's been allegations of misconduct by a department officer, either it's a criminal investigation or an internal investigation, but certainly the Inspector General is involved in that. So we welcome all of those complaints from the public. And one of the things we put in place, to your point, long ago, based upon recommendations, during the testimony during Sandra Bland, one of the recommendations from the Archbishop was, what if we had a number that we can call on the citation or the warning? And why don't we put the Inspector General's number on that, which we have. We have included that, so they can call. There's immediately in there. Another one is in terms of looking for outliers. If we have a particular trooper that's stopping a large or a disparate number of individuals from a particular race or ethnicity, can we see that in numbers, and can we cause an internal review as a result of that? Well, the answer is yeah. We have a process in place. And I mentioned before, one of the things that I think is notable, and I recommend to all departments, is to be able to go back and capture the pre-event, stop, so we can see, well, you said the license plate was dirty or covered up in here. Well, is it really? Or you said that they'd failed to drive in a single lane, or failed to control speed, or were speeding at that regard. Well, let's have video evidence to be able to demonstrate that. And that's one of the things that certainly we benefit from with these technology upgrades.
I don't speed. I can't speak for anybody else on this.
Yes, sir. I've heard that, sir.
I think that one down at the end, he may speed a lot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Coming from Harris County, but I don't.
Yes, sir.
So, but it was never speeding that I was ever pulled over for.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I was saying. So it's very subjective, and that's why I was very concerned about the subjectivity of the stops. And again, I'm just trying to get a better understanding, so that someone who is not a state rep, kind of knows what these situations and scenarios are. I mean, at the end of the day, I certainly want you to do your job.
Yes, sir.
And do it effectively. But certainly don't want you to go, turning over sticks and rocks and, bricks to look for something when, we have so many things that are in our midst that we certainly can put our attention on.
Yes, sir.
There are criminals right here that we need to be focused on and getting off the streets.
Yes, sir.
Not citizens just going to and from work. When you look at going back to Operation Lone Star, going back down towards the border, there's been a lot of conversation about patrolling private property, and because there have been a lot of crossings on those particular properties. Is there a cost sharing that goes along with that? Because as you are going on to private property, or is it the responsibility of the owner itself, or is it the responsibility of DPS to be on private property looking for migrants that are crossing? We
do operate brush teams in areas where ranchers have said that their property has been overrun. Their fences have been overrun, and they have clear fencing that demonstrates that it meets the elements of the offense of criminal trespass. And certainly, we will look for cartel activity anywhere along the Texas-Mexico border. And certainly, they do exploit farms and ranch lands, not at the support of the ranchers or farmers. They're victims, if you will, and certainly not enablers in that regard. And they're concerned, and any rancher or farmer or that live in that, or anybody in that community that lives in those particular areas, They're concerned about the large increase, and certainly the fence cutting, the bailouts that destroy fences, property vandalism, those types of things. Yeah, they're concerned about it, and certainly, everyone in Texas has a right, as you know well, to live free from harm and free from fear from harm, and certainly the department's been proactive of working with the local communities in those areas to be able to respond and to be able to provide some deterrence. And I think that's when before we weren't focused on criminal trespassing in those areas. We didn't have the bandwidth to be able to do it, but now there's some initiatives have been put in place by the locals, local law enforcement, to be able to allow for that, including processing centers, if you will.
So again, when we're looking at the cost that is associated with patrolling private property, is there some type of additional? I mean, in some of the neighborhoods they go and hire constables. Mm-hmm. They hire the constables to patrol their community outside of the regular sheriffs and everything else. They actually hire them. Is there a cost that is
no, sir,
with that?
No, we don't charge for any of our patrol services or investigative services.
And is there are there suggestions on the type of barriers that should be built by the particular owners of the property that are down there? I mean, in Houston or any other, when we're on the freeway, and I'm by no stretch of imagination want to compare noise to trespassing, but you understand when you're living on a particular loud highway, you may want to put sound barrier walls. If you're living on a golf course, and if I'm playing on it, you may want to have stronger windows because inevitably I will hit into your house. So is there a recommendation that we are making to these particular landowners? Because as we're looking at building more and more border wall, I mean, obviously people will migrate their way to the area of least resistance. Are there suggestions that we have made to owners that said you probably need to do A, B, C, and D? Because if you do this to protect your property, then it's obviously less patrol that we may need to do if the investment was made.
We've made, one recommendations we've been made is that where infrastructure would benefit based upon reports from local citizens in terms of the area, or our knowledge in terms of what the cartels are doing in terms of smuggling at that point in time. Meaning at one time the Rio Grande Valley was the center of gravity for smuggling for the entire nation. And that's where it was happening. The Gulf Cartel had predominantly dominated. What we're seeing right now, though, that's been moved, further west, and we're seeing that initially Val Verde County, but now really Eagle Pass and Maverick County is where the cartels are exploiting, and all the way west in terms of the Chihuahua and Juarez and through El Paso Gateway in that regard. So it changes. So where you need infrastructure or where you need, where we need to put brush teams or move resources has been based upon the law of large numbers, where the biggest problem was at any given time, recognizing there's not enough resources to do everything at once.
So again, are we not requesting or requiring of the border property owners to do certain things to
No, sir. We don't require private citizens to do anything.
Do you request
that they do something? We do request that they provide access to National Guard, for example, or access to be able to put concertina wire or cyclone fences, depending upon what the threat is an option for a landowner that's been a victim of criminal trespass.
Okay. All right. And again, I'm just trying to figure out what are we doing to help these landowners? How have we given? Here are some suggestions on the type of fencing that you should be putting up. Again, doesn't have to be equivalent to what we as a state or as a country is building, but certainly we need to be requiring or requesting you do or recommending you do something.
The recommendations are really for the state to do something, not for the individual landowner to do something. For example, the permanent wall that the state is building right now. I mean, we need landowner permission the state of Texas is not going to go in and take over a landowner's piece of property at all, and they're not going to put a state developed or constructed fence unless they got the permission of the landowner. Similarly, if the answer was a cyclone fence with concertina wire on top, if that's the solution, the landowner's going to have to be able to give that authority or permission to be able to do that, and those things are in substitution of a more permanent wall and then concertina wire. Before someone lays strands of concertina wire, okay, along the Salt Cedar and Carrizo Cane, along the river, the landowner has to give us permission for that to do it and request that it be done.
All right. I just think moving forward, we need to do.
Yes, sir.
There has to be some shared responsibility and some shared resources back and forth. I mean, we're spending a lot of taxpayer dollars.
Yes, sir.
Down in the valley, just trying to make sure that we keep these migrants out. Again, how the property owner can share in that, because even as a homeowner myself, I have to share in the responsibility of protecting my home by doing certain things, by putting certain measures in place that, again, it's a cost to me, but at the end of the day, it also lowers the cost of law enforcement, because I have taken certain measures to do certain things that will help you. So that's just simply my question.
Yes, sir. I mean, the challenges that many of the landowners have, as I think you're probably aware of, that IBWC, is that really we're talking about the river and an international border, and it's and really who pays for it, the share costing, really ought to be the federal government. In fact, they ought to be paying all of it. It's it's their sovereign responsibility to secure the international border with Mexico, not the state, not the landowner, not the local citizen. And to the extent they do so, is far better for us, obviously, from a security posture, a public safety posture, and homeland security posture. So the sooner they do that, okay, the better it's going to be for Texas and certainly the landowners that live along the Rio Grande River.
So the federal government has abdicated their responsibility, so we have stepped in and taken over that responsibility since 1970, during the time in which we had good border relations, but unfortunately, somewhere along the way, policies stripped away that type of cooperative agreement to go back and forth. So then we feel the need to now build walls. So at one point, we had a great relationship, but policies in itself from states along the border have prohibited a lot of what you're saying. So this whole federal government should do, the state should do, it kind of gets a little old and confusing, because
yes,
I've always been told, we want to keep the federal government out of our business as much as we possibly can, but then I keep hearing, oh, well, let's go ahead and blame everything on the federal government. So, that
I don't want to blame anybody, but it certainly is it is the sovereign responsibility of the federal government, and there is no state immigration. There's no such thing as a state immigration.
But we have created a budget to do such as that.
No, sir. The budget is is specifically, as I understand it, is to detect and interdict transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry from a DPS standpoint. But you're correct. In that budget is also infrastructure and technology, so it goes to the fencing that you're talking about is in the budget. Not in our budget, but certainly in the state OLS budget.
So as we continue to talk about, again, Operation Lone Star, that's not the responsibility of the state, but for the federal government. Tell me kind of what your matrix is for what success looks like.
Well, success in our profession is the absence of crime and disorder. So when there's an absence of transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry and disorder at the border, then that's what success looks like.
So who do we look at to blame for a lot of talk, again, about not only migrants coming, but they're criminals and bringing, drugs and fentanyl and all these other things. So when we look at the statistics on, is it migrants that are bringing the fentanyl in, or is it American citizens that are going down into Mexico and then coming back? Because when you look at the numbers, 77 to 80% of those that are bringing it in are American citizens and not migrants. So how do we put our emphasis on, do we want to stop migrants or do we want to stop drugs? So at the end of the day, we're placing emphasis where? And that's why I'm asking what would success looks like, because I keep hearing about fentanyl, I keep hearing about, you know, the amount of drugs, and then, of course, the fentanyl coming in is a direct result of those that are obviously dying from it, and we're killing Texans and killing Americans. But are we stopping the fentanyl, or are we stopping migrants?
Well, what we hope to do is stop the Mexican cartels. It's the Mexican cartels that are moving the migrants and the drugs. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, heroin, okay, and certainly fentanyl is being moved by, you know, Mexican cartels through various different networks, various different ways, over the bridges, between the ports of entry, okay, into our communities, into transshipment centers, into the retail distribution market, and cash going back into Mexico to support the Mexican cartels. So the answer is, oh, by the way, and unfortunately, is that the Mexican cartels figured out that the win-win for them is they can reap billions of dollars in human smuggling and trafficking, okay, by moving people into the United States, at the same time overwhelm and understaff or overwhelm the United States Border Patrol and make it more difficult to detect transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry, on the ports of entry, and certainly it's what Border Patrol has been levied to do and are unable to do it at this point in time. Now, there's the state is having to step in.
So again, I'm when I look at the matrix and I look at what we're, because I keep hearing different numbers. So I hear the number of migrants that are coming, and we tout that number. We've stopped this many migrants from coming into this, or we turned them away, or we've shipped them to Chicago, New York, or wherever. But then on the other side, then I hear we captured, you know, this much in drugs. So again, when you look at Operation Lone Star, I'm just trying to get a real understanding, because I like to get, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are stopping drugs, and we want people to come into this country legally. But I don't want numbers to be skewed, or I don't want numbers to be toyed with as we are conflating, oh, it's drugs or it's migrants. Or so again, our success is built on the number of migrants we stop or the amount of drugs we stop, or you tell me what.
Well, like I said before, ultimately in our professional success is the absence of all transnational criminal activity between the ports of entry. And that means Mexican cartels in particular. And of course, to that end, just to illustrate your point in talking about drugs, you know, the Department of Public Safety alone, and I just mean just DPS, since March of 2021, just DPS officers, you know, seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States. So yes, I mean, capturing this, taking it off the streets, important. Is that an important measure? Yeah, it's important to capture. One of the best measures is that none of it's coming in to begin with. And that's ultimately, you know, with a secured international border, you know, and intensified efforts on the Mexican cartels in Mexico, and as well as their supporting infrastructure along the border and throughout our communities, specifically the gangs and cartel networks. Texas, there's 6 of the Mexican cartels have networks, command and control networks inside Texas operating with the gangs. Those, you know, eliminating that threat is clearly a priority of priorities. And to the extent that we continue to seize $42 million in cash and Mexican cartels going back since March of 2020. Just DPS statistics alone. Yeah, the numbers are high, but, you know, ideally, we want the numbers low. And right now, you know, frankly, I've never seen, as long as we've been involved in this particular public safety business, is that the fentanyl threat is what's changed in that dynamic is now you have the Mexican cartels for years, you know, pushing and taking over the methamphetamine business. But now, and certainly the fentanyl and polydrug mixtures in terms with fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin, we get all that. But now what they're doing is producing counterfeit drugs, lookalikes, like oxycodone, Percocet, Oxycontin, even Adderall. They'll look exactly like the same pill. And the only active ingredient in it is fentanyl. And it takes just 2 milligrams of fentanyl to be able to kill somebody. And sadly, and that's what you were talking about, the deaths that we're seeing, unlike the overdoses that we've seen in methamphetamine over the years, these people taking it, they don't know what they're taking. They think they're taking a legitimate particular pill, and they're not.
And they're getting this drug from where?
They're getting it from Mexico.
No, when they're They drive down to Mexico and then bring it back?
No, it's Mexican cartels are bringing it in. They're getting the precursor chemicals from China and India. They're manufacturing it in there, and they're either the powder or the drug, counterfeit drug itself is being
Who
imported
are the
into Texas.
drug dealers here?
Principally, there's drug trafficking organizations, but the gangs provide most of the retail distribution, Mark.
I mean, it's befuddling to me because I've never heard of a fentanyl drug dealer being busted, or I haven't seen the war on drugs like we've seen in the past. Like, there aren't any, like, the amount of fentanyl that are killing people, the amount of people that are dying from fentanyl is pretty amazing.
Yes, sir.
But yet there aren't any local drug dealers being busted for it. I mean, when you think about the numbers of drug dealers that were busted for crack cocaine, I mean, doesn't even compare to the number of drug dealers that are being busted for fentanyl. And fentanyl has killed probably, 100 times more people than crack cocaine. I haven't even seen them go to jail. So where do they get this drug from?
We're making arrests. We're routinely making arrests. Like I told you, when we seized the drugs, we've seized over 350 million lethal doses of fentanyl. We've made arrests every time we seize it. Whether it's the polydrug mixture or whether it's the counterfeit pills itself. So, yeah, arrests are happening all the time.
But people are still dying.
Absolutely.
Every day, and in large numbers.
Absolutely.
And so that...
And what's even, like we talked about before, it's almost a poisoning. And you've heard the families describe it as such because they think they're taking one thing, they're getting something else.
So why don't you, we will counsel a little later, if you would make sure you have the numbers for me
Sure.
on what, again, those arrest numbers are.
Sure.
The migrant numbers, how many we've turned in away.
Sure.
And again, all the details that go along with that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I have a couple more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
When we originally enabled Operation Lone Star through funding in HB 9, on the floor we discussed that only men would be arrested, and you probably weren't watching that debate, so you wouldn't know that was said, but I know historically for the first few years of Operation Lone Star, only men were arrested. I saw a report that 24 women were now arrested starting in the fall. My question is we know that these women, and a lot of times children, are sexually abused, raped, etc., assaulted. What type of training do your DPS officers have, specifically the ones who are operating in Operation Lone Star? Do they have training when it comes to survivor support? Now that I guess the agency has decided to start arresting women, and I'm going to ask, are you arresting children? What type of support systems or trainings are you giving these officers?
Well, first of all, we've always arrested women, even in Operation Lone Star for smuggling. So any woman that's down there involved in drug or human smuggling, they're arrested. They've always been arrested.
Trespassing?
That's different. That's for smuggling. For human smuggling and for drug smuggling, we've arrested women through Operation Lone Star. Criminal trespassing, there was a period of time, and we can argue because of jail space, but I would argue that the females were more likely to be a victim, okay, than in fact the subject anytime they're with coyotes and anytime they're with a particular group moving across that are trying to avoid detection. They're not there to seek asylum. They're trying to avoid being captured. And more often than not, we know from our sex trafficking investigations that they're more likely to become a victim, and sometimes don't even know they're going to be a victim when they arrive at their final destination. So we're very mindful of that. And one of the things that the department instituted years ago, in fact, in 2009 we started, and we recognized that we don't do a very good job of, we interdict drugs and criminals, okay, we seize cash, but we don't identify victims of human trafficking, particularly children. If it's really happening, why are we missing it? And of course, we started a program called the Interdiction or Protection of Children, looking at suspicious activities that would indicate that someone is being trafficked and sex trafficked when they're during a particular stop on the side of the road. And of course, as a result of that, we've been able to not just educate our own troopers and special agents, and certainly Texas Rangers in terms of that. So anytime we have an interaction, that's always a consideration. Is that person a possible victim, okay, and in that regard, and certainly of sex trafficking. And whether it's a child or a female, we're always in a position to look at those particular factors. Now, I'll say that we are now arresting women for criminal trespass, okay, in certain areas, and when we're allowed to be able to do so. In other words, a complaint that that the Department of Public Safety specifically and Operation Lone Star in general was not enforcing the law equitably across genders, because we weren't arresting females in that regard for criminal trespass, okay? So I know it was a complaint, and I think that complaint has been resolved. In fact, I know that we are arresting, if we come across a female for criminal trespass, we are doing that now.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question.
Okay?
So you now are arresting women.
Okay?
Are you arresting children?
No.
Okay, and going back to my question, what type of training do our officers have? Again, because even if these women, because now that you are arresting women, we know, I think I saw a report that 90% or more of women who are migrants are raped along the way. Like, are these officers trained? Like, what type of training are they getting? I mean, for the past 2 years, you haven't been arresting women. Now you're arresting women, and I would hope that the officers are getting a different type of training. And I'd like to know what that training is.
Well, unfortunately, the training I just talked about, the interdiction of protecting children, okay, extends to females and beyond, and it's something that we've used and have identified victims of sex trafficking, okay, not just in terms of underage, but overage as well. So it's the same training, the same indicators of whether they've been a victim, okay, of sexual abuse, they have that particular training.
I hear you. I think what I would like to invite the agency to think about is that there might be a difference between sex trafficking and being a survivor of rape. And I just want to make sure that if y'all are going to expand your duties, which I have lots of questions about that I would like to talk about later.
Starting route to 13,087 north.
Sorry.
It's okay. And if you want to go to Houston, I just think it's a whole different layer now that the agency is expanding their work. And I have very real concerns about taking care of women and children in this regard.
Well said. We'll look into it, and we'll get back to you.
Okay. Representative Dayala.
Just one quick one. Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked a lot about Operation Lone Star.
Yes, sir.
Just on a big picture, these border counties wouldn't be able to handle the volume of migrants with respect to law enforcement, criminality, detainment, prosecution, without Operation Lone Star. Fair?
No, sir. They're the ones that requested it.
Fast forward a little bit. My district is in West Harris County,
Yes, sir.
but I get more calls from folks in LaSalle, Dimmitt, Webb County about property damage, and not just one-offs, but repeated property damage on these high-speed chases and so forth. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. It's one of those things when it happens once, when it looks like there's no end in sight, those concerns. And I don't know how to resolve that issue. I don't know if there's some sort of fund associated with this kind of a victim expense or cost. But I just bring that to your attention. Has anything been discussed about that?
Yeah, it's been for many years. We've heard complaints from ranchers and farmers about, with bailouts. Certainly, when there's been vandalism on their particular ranch property, and they've lost cattle or exotics or other things in terms of that they use to support their business. So we're certainly aware of it. It's been more problematic traditionally in places like Brooks County, where you have something like a Border Patrol checkpoint where people are trying to end run and go around it and then catch back up again. But it happens along the entire corridor, as you know, not just border counties, but certainly the corridor along those counties. And most recently with the numbers, because when we talked about, the smuggling, what's changed, one of the things that have changed is that there's been so many that have been brought in that is just totally overwhelmed these communities. But not only have they been brought in, but they've had to export, import individuals from other cities using TikTok or other social media platforms to be able to recruit drivers from Dallas, the point Representative Jarvis talked about in terms of you're seeing U.S. Individuals involved in the driving of people and drugs, because they ran out of people to be able to keep up with the numbers, and so they're being lured back down into South Texas or West Texas, or certainly the RGV, to be able to work for the cartels by moving people and sometimes drugs into different locations.
Okay,
Thanks.
Members, any other questions? Colonel, thank you so much for your patience and answering all of our
Madam
questions.
Chair, thank you very much.
I know
Appreciate
that
you.
there was lots of requests for follow-up, so I trust that you all will do that, and we're here for you to continue having the conversation.
We look forward to
Thank
it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you. And thank you for what you do for our people. You always provide the support, and we always know that, and our men and women appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll continue on with our agenda. The chair calls Land Bolting Manager, the Data Analysis Reporting Team, and Eric Schroeder, Analyst of the Legislative Budget Board. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Eric, I love your tie.
Good morning. My name is Land Bolding, the Legislative Budget Board. So I'll be presenting on a presentation, the overview of adult and juvenile correctional population projections, the red cover there. And I'll be starting with the adult population. And this information is based on our July 22 projections report. And these numbers were used for funding decisions within the introduced bill. We're currently finalizing this report, an update of this report, as well as our uniform cost report and a report on recidivism and revocation rates, and hope to provide those to the committee within the coming days. Starting on page 2 of the presentation, this is our adult misdemeanor community supervision placements. Placements decreased steadily by about 5% on average each year through fiscal year 2019, and then decreased significantly in fiscal year 2020. That significant decrease is due to modified practices within the criminal justice system related to the COVID-19 pandemic. You're going to see that similar decrease throughout all of these population projections, so I'm going to not necessarily repeat that every time. We projected placements to return to near where it would have been had it continued its pre-pandemic downward trend, and then to gradually decrease, kind of continue that trend going forward. I should note that misdemeanor placements is the one population where we project placements instead of like an average population, and that's due to the funding mechanism, how misdemeanor placements are funded.
Can you go over that one more time?
Sure.
What you said misdemeanor placements are?
So we project misdemeanor placements instead of like an average daily population, and that's because misdemeanor placements are funded at a maximum by statute and rider at 182 days, so it's kind of, there's a cap on the funding there. Turning to page 3, this is adult felony direct community supervision. The average monthly population for this decreased significantly in fiscal years 20 and 21 due to reduced placements. And we projected it increasing starting in fiscal year 23, going through fiscal year 26 before stabilizing. I should note that our monthly reports, which are published every month and are on our website, did indicate that this population increased more than expected through the remainder of fiscal year 2020, and our updated projections account for that data and reflect that trend as well. Turning to page 4, this is the incarceration population. This includes prison, state jail, and substance abuse felony punishment facilities. They're also known as SAFEPs. Population also saw a significant decrease in 20 and 21. We projected it increasing from fiscal year 21 through the upcoming biennium before stabilizing. And in no time through the projection period is it expected to exceed internal operating capacity. Turning to page 5, this is our adult active parole supervision population. The pandemic, I did say that it would affect every population, but the pandemic effect is a little unique on this one in the fact that over the course of the pandemic, individuals continue to be reviewed, approved, and subsequently released on parole. So you didn't have that steep drop off in fiscal years 20 and 21 like others. So it stayed fairly steady. We projected it going up a little bit starting in fiscal year 23 through 27 as the incarceration population increased as well. And that concludes the adult population. I'm happy to answer questions now. We'll turn it over to Eric to continue on with juvenile.
Members, may we continue? Go ahead, Eric.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Eric Schroeder with the Legislative Budget Board. I'll be discussing juvenile correctional population projections. Starting on page 6. Page 6 shows actual and projected total formal referrals to local juvenile probation departments. Formal referrals are limited to youth who have allegedly engaged in delinquent conduct, conduct indicating a need for supervision, or conduct violating a condition of probation. Referrals were stable prior to the pandemic and decreased during fiscal years 2020 and 21. We projected an increase in referrals in 22 and 23, and then stabilizing at pre-pandemic levels through fiscal 27. Please turn to page 7. This shows actual and projected average daily populations of youth on juvenile probation supervision. At the top, you see the total supervision, and then the 3 lines underneath that are subsets of that. Similar to the trend in formal referrals, the total probation supervision population was stable before the pandemic and decreased in 2020 and 21. We projected an increase in 22 and 23, corresponding to the increase in referrals, followed by a gradual decrease through fiscal year 2027. Please turn to page 8. This shows actual and projected average daily populations of youth committed to state residential facilities, as well as the budgeted operating capacities of those facilities. These include the 5 state secure facilities with the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, as well as their halfway houses and private contract facilities. The state residential population has been decreasing steadily for several years, going back well before the pandemic. We projected an increase through fiscal 24 due to the backlog in judicial caseloads and pending admissions into TJJD facilities before decreasing again as these issues are resolved. According to recent conversations with the Office of Court Administration, there is no longer a judicial backlog in cases, but there are still pending admissions into JJD facilities. And in June of last year, JJD limited admissions to its facilities due to staff retention issues, and that caused the population to continue decreasing. So as a result, the fiscal 22 population came in below the projection you see here. Turning to page 9. This shows actual and projected average daily populations of TJJD's youth on parole supervision. Like the state residential population, the parole population has been decreasing for several years. We projected a stable population through fiscal 24 before decreasing in 25. However, as with the state residential population, monthly reporting has shown that the 2022 population for parole supervision came in below the projection. This concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Members' questions? Vice Chair Spiller?
Yes, can we go back to the adult? I may have missed my chance.
No,
Let's
fine.
go back.
He hasn't left the table yet.
All right, on page 2, when it talks about the adult misdemeanor community supervision, when we're talking about placements, are we talking about literally placing people in the system, placing them on probation, misdemeanor probation?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm not sure that I understand why that number is forecasted to continually decrease. And you said it was a result of what are we doing alternatively to instead of placing people on misdemeanor probation? I'm not sure why that number would be going down.
Sure. A little background, it's been going down since about 2012. That average that I mentioned of 5% year decrease from 2012 to 2019. So that's one part of it when we're projecting using historical and forecasting that forward. In addition, in those conversations with the Office of Court Administration, misdemeanor cases filed have been the lowest that they've been in some time. I don't remember the exact last record, but it's been down as well. So as far as what's happening to the individuals, there's a myriad of things. Misdemeanors, not being placed on supervision, you might be just a fine only. It might be some kind of pre-supervision. There's a kind of a myriad of options that could happen for an individual.
Pretrial diversion or
That's what
whatever
I
it may
meant.
be. Right. Okay, and on page 4, we're talking about adult incarceration populations. Is there, and I know, I see here the note at the bottom says that internal capacity includes temporary offline beds. So there's a staffing shortage, and is the staffing shortage calculated into that operating capacity for purposes of this graph? I mean, my understanding is that we have a huge staffing shortage. The facilities, state facilities, may be operating somewhere between 60, 65% capacity. That may be way off. I'm not sure. You can tell me. But is that calculated into this? When we look at this graph, is that when we look at the capacity here or the projected capacity, is that number of beds or is that number of staff beds?
This is number of beds. So it does include those temporary offline, which the number that's reported from the agency does indicate that they do go offline for staffing situations as well, staffing shortages, excuse me. That's not necessarily the only reason for temporary offline beds, but those beds are included. As far as the staffing shortages and how it affects different units, I would defer to the agency for a lot more information on that.
Okay. And do you know, as far as facilities, adult facilities, either through private state jails or private facilities that have been closed over the past several years, is there a reason that we're doing that? Is it just not, is it the demand is not there? We just don't have the numbers to put folks in that facility, or what's going on?
I think, again, that I would defer to the agency for specifics. We have some information that I can come back to you with about, different reasons when capacity does change. They report that to us. Could be agency staffing, could be maintenance or a construction project. There's a few different reasons, but they would be much more specific.
Okay, all right, fair enough. If I can, let me change over to juvenile. The same kind of question that on page 8 when we're talking about average daily population, and you've got forecasted where it would be significantly less than what the capacity is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does that calculate into that graph that's presented? Is that calculated into that? Is staffing shortage or anything of that?
No, sir. It's not exactly the same as what my colleague just described for the adult population, but it's similar. This is it's physical beds that either are available for placement or would be available if JJD had the staff to staff them up. We receive some information from the agency on staffable capacity, but I would defer to them. They would have the most recent information about those numbers.
So I'm assuming that if you had on the graph here, when we have the residential population projected, that number may actually go up. I'm assuming we're not running out of juveniles to be referred to detainment or residential facilities. So I'm assuming that number may go up if you actually through appropriations and you have monies and you have available funds to be able to hire additional staff. That number may go up relative to the actual capacity or actual number of beds that are available.
It's possible. I would note that there are currently about 100 youth on the wait list. If JJD had the staff to allow all 100 of those in right now, we still wouldn't come close to the numbers you see projected.
Okay. And when it talks about the state residential facilities here on this graph on page 8,
yes, sir,
are we talking about all the, whether it's a state-operated secure facility, whether it's a halfway house, or whether it's a contract residential facility? This graph includes all three of those categories. All right. So, but you don't have necessarily, or you don't show here a breakdown of which, whether there's more availability at these other contract residential facilities or versus DD.
We don't project at that level because the decision of what type of facility to place the youth at is within JJD. So we don't really have a way to project where the youth will end up in terms of what type of facility. We do have historical data on that kind of breakout for where youth have been placed in the past. So be happy to provide that for you.
And I'm assuming that there are private residential facilities, not state-operated, state-run, but private residential facilities that are not necessarily included in any of these calculations. Is that?
Not for all youth committed to JJD custody, they're all included.
Right, okay. But for those that go through when you have, after you have a adjudication disposition hearing at the juvenile level, and many times counties on a countywide basis would contract with some other residential placement, in which those folks may receive funding or may get reimbursement from the state, but they're not necessarily considered a state-operated or run facility.
You would see those, they would not, you're correct, those would not be on this slide. Those would come up, if they're adjudicated into probation, those would show up on slide 7 under the probation supervision. So if you're adjudicated or on deferred prosecution or on conditional predisposition supervision, you'd show up on those projections.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps me understand. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Members, do you have any other questions? Thank you so much for all. Oh, I'll ask one question. The numbers you are providing, while still have some, building on what Vice Chair Spiller was saying, while still have some variances based on staffing, these numbers help inform the budget as far as how much appropriations we make, yes? So the staffing component is something for us to address, and probably not a question I should ask y'all, but just hypothetically, the staffing component is something we should address if we want to actualize the numbers in which you're saying we should have. Does that feel accurate?
I think the numbers that we put forward are not, we're not factoring in we're not putting a cap saying that they can't bring in this many, so we're, I guess, artificially bringing the number down. That the projected capacity is just the current capacity pushed forward. That's why it's even across all the years. But it would be, for instance, if staffing wasn't an issue and more people came in, that would be baked into our projections as placements historically had gone up. So we'll project that going forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
We're saying that this number is the projected number based on a historical placement, a historical length of stay, how long they're going to be there. We simulate them going through the system. So we don't necessarily take staffing into account as a separate variable and apply it somehow.
But regardless, the agencies are dealing with the staffing.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Kelsey Vela, analyst of the Legislative Budget Board. Good morning, Kelsey.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning. My name is Kelsey Vela, and I'll be presenting today on the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, or JJD, and I'm with the Legislative Budget Board. Recommendations for the upcoming biennium total $1 billion in all funds, which represents a $361.5 million increase, or 56% from the 22-23 funding level. Please turn to page 2. Section 2 provides detail on base funding changes. Appendix A on page 15 will show these changes by strategy. Please turn the page to Section 3, page 4. Item 1, recommendations for the strategies listed at the top of the page are based on the LBB July projections as discussed in the previous presentation. I'll discuss strategy A12 later as item 2. Recommendations for institutional facilities and food service are funded at LBB projections, resulting in an $8.1 million increase. Recommendations for halfway houses, contract residential placements, and parole are funded at the agency's base request. Item 2, recommendations provide $133.7 million to strategy A12 basic probation services in order to fund local juvenile probation departments or JPDs based on formal referrals rather than basic supervision populations. The chart below shows the historical and projected basic supervision populations compared to the total formal referrals. This represents a $60.4 million increase over the agency's base request. In addition, recommendations include $51.4 million to provide salary increases to JPD employees commensurate with the statewide salary adjustment. Please turn with me to page 5. Item 3, JJD has struggled with staff retention in the past, and the trend has worsened over the last few years, as shown in the chart below. In fiscal year 22, the turnover rate was 46% agency-wide and 70% for juvenile correctional officers or JCOs. While the agency has implemented staff retention initiatives, high turnover rates compound other issues the agency is facing, such as the intake waitlist. Please turn the page. The table at the top of page 6 shows the JCO staffing strength of the agency's secure facilities and halfway houses. In July 22, JJD increased salaries for direct care staff by 15% for a total cost of $3.6 million, which increased the starting salary for correctional officers to $42,000. Recommendations include $6.3 million to biannualize these increases. JJD is also requesting 5 exceptional items related to retention and salary increases as shown in the middle of the page. Item 4, recommendations include $22 million to provide funding for 40 additional pre-adjudication beds and 70 post-adjudication beds for youth to remain under local custody, which is in line with Sunset Commission decisions to increase county capacity and incentivize diversion initiatives. Please turn the page. JJD is requesting 5 additional items to increase local county resources and capacity for JPDs as listed at the top of page 7. These include reentry liaisons, additional probation support staff, and grants for prevention and intervention and regional diversion initiatives, which totaling $52.6 million. Item 5, JJD is requesting $3 million to host and maintain a statutorily required risk and needs assessment tool, which is used to assess every youth referred to a JPD as exceptional item 8. Although JJD is currently providing training and maintenance funding for this assessment tool, the agency has not received appropriated funds for this purpose. Item 6, JJD is requesting $7 million to upgrade and replace 2 IT systems that track and monitor youth involved in the juvenile justice system as part of exceptional item 13. The juvenile case management system tracks youth at the local level, is prone to system outages, and cannot integrate with Connect, which is used to track youth at the state level. Also a part of exceptional item 13 is $500,000 for cybersecurity enhancements due to increased remote work. Please turn to page 8. Item 7, recommendations include $200 million for the construction of new state facilities with a minimum of 200 beds in partnership with the Facilities Commission, which also aligns with the Sunset Commission decisions. JJD is requesting an additional $4 million for maintenance projects such as generator upgrades and lock systems as part of exceptional item 13. This would be in addition to the $3.5 million for deferred maintenance included in the base. Items 8 and 9 on the next page. JJD and the Office of the Independent Ombudsman are under Strategic Fiscal Review and Sunset Commission Review. Please turn to page 10. Recommendations include the deletion of 2 riders and the modification of 3 riders. Recommendations also add 4 new riders related to a human resources management plan, sunset contingency, the construction of new facilities, and salary increases for local JPDs. Please turn with me to page 11. Section 5 lists JJD's 14 exceptional items that were not included in the recommendations, totaling $115.5 million. Agency rider requests are listed on page 13. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? No questions at this time. Thanks, Kelsey. The chair calls Rachel Gandy, policy analyst with the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning. Let's see. There are too many things I'm carrying. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members, and John. Of course, y'all have the best one here.
We do have the best.
You really do. It's nice to see
they're
you
all great
again.
because John's the best.
I have a bias. This is true. I'm Rachel Gandy. I'm the project manager for Sunset's review of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and Office of the Independent Ombudsman. As background, the legislature created TJJD in 2011 after previous agencies were abolished following abuse scandals and operational problems. This was the first sunset review of the agency since its creation. Overall, we found the agency's functions are still necessary, but TJJD does struggle with some of the same issues that plagued its predecessors. For over a decade, TJJD has been trapped in a cycle of instability marked by repeat crises and frequent leadership changes. Sunset aimed to target some of the root causes of that cycle and to prioritize recommendations that encourage stability. LBB mentioned some of this turnover data I'm about to go through, but I do think it's worth repeating. The review found TJJD's turnover rate, which reached 46% in fiscal year 2022, has been the highest among large state agencies for some time and is the key driver of TJJD's current problems. Juvenile correctional officers who supervise youth day and night had a 70% turnover rate last fiscal year. This is the highest rate among all state job classifications with 100 or more employees. Without enough staff to safely supervise youth, turnover has forced lockdowns, decreased access to treatment, and increased suicidal and aggressive behaviors, all while putting overworked staff in harm's way. Now, as a result, TJJD has not been able to focus on maximizing the benefits of legislative reforms that were designed to keep youth out of the state facilities in the first place. The Sunset Commission's recommendations touch on a variety of topics, but I'm just going to highlight the 2 that would require additional appropriations. And I should also note, Commission members knew that appropriators were committed to addressing this staffing crisis through pay raises, which have already had clear positive impacts on the agency's operations, and I'd be happy to walk through some of that. So for their first funding recommendation, Sunset members instead chose to highlight a different problem. That is, the facility locations themselves also fuel vacancies. The Commission recommends increased funding for the construction of new state secure facilities located near population centers, and HB 1 includes $200 million for that purpose. Throughout session and likely throughout today, you'll hear about a few possible options for that new construction if that is the direction you choose to go. I'd be happy to walk through what those models look like. And then second, Sunset recommended enhancing efforts to divert more youth from state care by housing and treating them at the county level of the system, where both costs and recidivism are lower. I should note, though, counties already handle 98% of all juvenile referrals solely at the local level, so they don't currently have the capacity to take on more of the system without the state's help. Sunset recommends increased funding for TJJD so the agency can direct state grant dollars toward the operation of county level beds. And HB 1 includes $22 million for this purpose. Additionally, the budget makes unprecedented investments in county level staff salaries and other probation supports. This concludes my prepared remarks, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Members, do you have any questions?
I think.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Vice Chair Spiller, and then Representative Jarvis Johnson, and then I have questions. So we'll go in that order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'd said that counties handle 90% of all juvenile issues locally, or explain to me how that works, or what?
Absolutely. When a youth comes into the system, 98% of those referrals are just handled at the county level, meaning maybe the county is doing what they can to divert that youth as shallow in the system as possible, or it could go all the way up to they're actually housing and treating these youth in a post-adjudication facility. But it's a tiny, tiny percentage of youth who make it all the way up to TJJD commitment.
Okay. So,
but those are the highest level need youth.
So the most are those juveniles that are handled through just, all right, so they're not detained, they're not sent to a detention center, they're not done, temporarily or as part of the disposition. Mm-hmm. They're placed on juvenile probation, or they're handled in that way. Mm-hmm. There are certain percentages that are handled that way, but you say there are some others that the county, I'm assuming if it's a large enough county, will have its own juvenile detention center, and yes, those are included in that percentage.
Yes, and so all of kind of the options you just laid out could happen with the youth. Just to break down numbers for fiscal year 2021, and these are a little bit artificially low because of COVID, right. But there were about 30,000 referrals to the system, and then of that, there are about 13,500 youth who were actually being supervised at the county level, only about 3,000 of whom were in a facility. Again, those are artificially low numbers, though, because of COVID.
Okay. Well, what I'm running into in my county, is because I represent a number of rural counties, is that if they don't have, and we'll get into this more later, but if they don't have their own juvenile detention facility, or some place that they have a certain number of designated beds allocated for them for that purpose, they're in a world of hurt, because every now and then, it's fine when you just handle them locally, as you say, but if and to the extent that you can't, they don't have a place to send them. Mm-hmm. I mean, and it's extremely cost prohibitive to do that. So we can talk. That's not really your issue, but I wondered how you, when you say that large percentage is handled locally, and I assume that it involves the same thing that others would have, where the vast majority of juvenile cases are not. Mm-hmm. You're not dealing necessarily with violent offenders and those type of things where it requires a detention. Mm-hmm. They're handled locally, I get that, but some of the others, what calculates into that number is the fact that those counties, larger counties, urban counties, have their own juvenile detention facilities that they can staff and operate and have the beds available for those individuals. All right, thank you.
Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned about the construction of new facility, and you were anticipating that would help alleviate some of the staffing issues that you currently have. Kind of explain that a little bit further, because when I look at something in Harris County, and they're having hard times with jailers now. Is it truly just new facilities in particular areas, because you're looking at moving them to a very competitive market where the private industry is going to pay more. I understand transportation may be there, but is it just the facility and location, or is it leadership and how people are being managed, if you will? Because we're looking at a high turnover. We're looking at, we're looking at just kind of no direction, kind of what am I here for? I used to work for a youth program when I was very young. It was a good program. Pay was horrible.
Yeah.
But it was a good program. And I saw, we saw progress. So, again, is it locale or is it leadership? And how do we make sure we get a handle on those so that we don't have this high turnover?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, because we want to make sure in 5-10 years we're not having the same conversation, which has happened with this agency. I think the way that we have talked about this as a sunset team is trying to develop recommendations so that the dominoes fall at the right times, because there are a lot of different factors that are leading to the issues the agency has been facing. And so step one is what y'all have done in the budget, and that is making sure that the agency is able to offer more competitive pay so that that their retention is able to decrease and they can recruit more. And they have already started to see success in that way. I think the percentage of folks who are leaving within just 60 days has dropped by more than half. So that's sort of step one.
Currently, where they are currently.
So that was because of the raise that with y'all's help and support, they were able to put in place last summer, and that's made permanent in this budget on top of some other raises as well. So that's sort of step one, is have some stabilization in the facilities so that they're able to bring in that county level wait list that Kelsey had just mentioned in her presentation. Step two is some of the regionalization recommendations that we make, making sure that we are figuring out where are those gaps in resources at the county level so we can start to plug those intentionally and more youth can then stay at the local level. That would mean then staffing pressures at the state level go down. There are more cost savings, we can funnel that right back to the county system. That's sort of how it was envisioned and supposed to operate. The facility piece is one that Sunset Commission members wanted to bring forward because it's a solution that would help in a couple of years. And it again comes to do we have the facilities in the right place and designed in the right way so that we're adequately treating youth and we are near population centers that we can actually attract folks. I think the ability to do so, and it's absolutely a fair concern, it's one that we've talked about quite a bit. If you're going to be building the new facilities, you need to be able to staff them, and that's going to depend on their exact location and their pay. And those two decisions depend entirely upon the model that the legislature chooses. There are 3 that are out there right now that y'all could go through. I'd be happy to walk through them. But that's really what will end up influencing how these facilities get staffed. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Okay.
Because we keep talking about staffing, and then you said rehabilitating.
Yes.
So I'm looking through the numbers and I'm going, where's the rehabilitation? Because the children have the redemptive quality that we certainly, want everybody to have because they're children. When you're a child, the Bible says, when I was a child, I acted as a child, I talked as a child, I acted. When I became a man, I put away childish things. So these are children, so they're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna make mistakes. But where is the money that says we're going to help you stop making those mistakes? So here's the prevention, here's the intervention, here are the dollars that are needed as opposed to just warehousing. Because what I'm seeing more times than not is the warehousing. And I go back to the numbers that were the projections. It kind of befuddles me because, when I'm in business, my projections are always going to be great. Like I'm projecting to be great.
Yeah.
Like these numbers are projecting, some of the numbers are going up. Like some of our numbers are going up when it comes to children and, in certain scenarios. And I'm a little confused. Why are these numbers going up and why are they not going down? Because if we are a state of redemption and rehabilitation, then why are we not saying through these programs where we're going to place a lot of prevention, intervention, blah, 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 those numbers should go down because we know through this the kids will not be back. If we're not putting that money into there to make those numbers go down, then of course you're going to have that high turnover again in terms of staff because staff are going to be totally, no matter how much money you throw them. I think the New Jersey Nets had James Harden and Kevin Durant and Kyrie, all of them made $40 million a year. They had the highest payroll and they had the worst record because there was no direction.
Right.
They had Steve Nash trying to be a coach. Steve Nash doesn't know anything about coaching.
Now, I'm a Mavericks fan, so I take a little bit,
Well, I get it. Listen, Kyrie Irving and Luka Duka, whatever his name is, they're going to do some good things. But, again, if Jason Kidd does not have a good plan, then how you're going to have people jumping ship? Like, this not working. And this is what I see is that, again, we're not putting enough emphasis into the leadership and stopping that turnover, number one, with administration, and then giving a good plan and say, we're going to put money here. Because again, I'm totally confused by these projections of, we're not projecting well. Like, we know kids are going to still act up. Mm-hmm. When I was running my youth program, every single day I went to work saying I'm going to work myself out of a job. Like, I will be useless to these kids because I've done all that I could. And they're all making straight A's now. They're all on the right track. You know, I'm working with the teachers. I'm working with the parents. I know that I've given this kid everything because the kid is a child. And I know they're going to get better. As long as we give them the resources, that hope that they need, that opportunity to show us. Because if I help him, then he's not going to act up in class. You get my point.
Absolutely. So there are a couple of points there. I jotted down a few, but if there's anything I don't answer, feel free to stop me. And I'm going to try to look past comments about Steve Nash. I'm going to try my best, but it is a challenge. I grew up in his Dirk and Steve era. Okay, so first of all, the projections are for a couple of different reasons. LBB would be able to probably speak to this more eloquently than I can. But what we were hearing throughout the review is that there's the projection is going upward for a couple of reasons. So one is going back to sort of business as usual post-COVID. Another is something that you mentioned. There was a lapse in prevention and intervention funding. And so there's the anticipation then of ripple effects throughout the system. And then the last big piece, too, is there's an increased cost of placements. And so it means it's for an individual county and for the state, too, but individual county, it is more and more expensive then to find a local placement that they can send a youth. And it's less expensive for them to send the child to the state, for the juvenile court to commit them to the state. That's more expensive for the system overall, but with these placement costs, it just becomes more and more challenging for counties with strapped budgets. TJJD will talk in their presentation about some additional exceptional items to help deal with that increase in cost, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But that's why you're seeing some of the projection go up. What I will say, though, is the projections from 2020, 2021, so last session, were actually a lot higher. And so I do think there's been some work, concerted effort on the part of counties, and they're partnering with TJGD to do this to keep youth shallow in the system. Another piece that you had mentioned is where's the money for treatment? And it's really embedded within this budget in a few different places, but also there are choices for y'all to make. I think first and foremost, whatever treatment modality we're talking about, you have to have enough staff to actually implement it. And so what we saw with the agency is they do have these plans for particularly trauma-informed care and the state secure facilities, and then training counties on it as well. There are a couple of counties doing it really, really well right now. But if you don't have enough people to even get kids out of their room, how can you do any level of treatment? And so having those pay raises last summer, along with some operational changes that have to do with leadership, they've been able to decrease some of that turnover. Not out of the woods yet. I think the last data I saw from last week, they were operating their facilities at about 140% capacity. And that's not even taking into account the 100 kid wait list that's at the county level. I think another place that I would say this is more of a decision point for y'all, if you do end up going forward with facilities, part of the issue that we heard from stakeholders is not only the location, but also they weren't necessarily built for, I shouldn't say for youth, because I think only one facility was built for adults and then converted, but they were, built for large milieus. And so the decision point that you have for a state level facility would be going that route, which is a larger facility, looks kind of similar to what we have now, or TJGD has exceptional items for 3 smaller facilities that would give specialized treatment, particularly for mental health and for youth who have violent behavior treatment needs. So that's sort of the treatment section. I'm sure that I missed some things there. And then leadership, it's so important. And that's, I think in the handout we provided, it may talk about this. And if not, I can give you another handout too. We have too many. The cycle we saw is this agency was created and just has been an agency of churn since 2011. And that's not just line staff, but that's also executive leadership. And so when some sort of scandal breaks, the move has been, let's bring in some different folks at that executive level. And then I mean, understandably, they're trying to put in place reforms really quickly. That means you always have these shifting priorities, shifting policies. So that line level staff is tired. They've seen it all. What we kept hearing is we're just experiencing whiplash, and we're not sure if this change is going to, make it past the next upheaval. I think the agency has made a concerted effort to maintain that stability with their new executive director. And beyond that, too, we've seen massive gains in their relationship with counties. So I do think a lot of that is leveling off, but it's so hard to do quickly because you have to earn your people's trust and you have to have people. And that is where for years they've really struggled just keeping people. So it's like, it's a problem that just cycles, but I do think a lot of what's in the budget right now will help them to break that cycle. That was a lot. I apologize.
When I was young, I had a hard time keeping a girlfriend just because I didn't know how to keep a girlfriend. Okay. So it was me. It wasn't them. So, again, I'm just trying to figure out. We can keep saying it's about the staffing when it's truly internal. So, secondly, what happens to those facilities? Where do we anticipate building this new facility?
So TJGD entered an MOU with TFC at the end of last year. And so they came up with some possibilities. Again, it's based on the model that you choose, though, for the facility. If you're doing larger facilities, they'd have to be outside of major population centers because of land costs. If they're the smaller facilities, they could likely be inside, but you'd have to keep salaries in play. But what I would point out, though, is that feasibility study, there were certain assumptions that would need to be changed. And one of the main ones is y'all's budget includes quite a bit more money for JCOs, and so that will open up other opportunities. But they do have a feasibility study.
Have we picked those metropolitan areas?
So no, because the feasibility study will have to be done again. I could go through what the last one found, but it'll be updated.
We can meet offline
And
in
I think
my
that
office.
the agency will also be able to answer that question.
Oh, well, let me stop talking then.
No. I'm not trying to get you to talk about it. But the agency, I can see the agency they're like, yeah, we know the answer to this.
I have the list, but it's going to change, and so that's the only reason I get iffy about it, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rachel, first and foremost, like the way you said John's a rock star, I think that the Sunset Commission is a rock star. I think as the issues with TJJD started to emerge, I mean, obviously it's existed for a long time, but as it came to a head during the interim, the initial response of folks was like, maybe we should merge it, maybe we should completely, and I think the commission report helped us say, the first thing is recognizing that this agency has a necessary function. And its failures are predominantly the failures of the legislature. And you didn't say this, y'all didn't say this, but if you read the report, that we haven't funded what it's necessarily needed. And so the good thing is the report has demonstrated that the staffing issues were a thing. We addressed it a little bit. But to also blend their exceptional item, we still need to do more. Does that feel accurate based on if we want to do the mental health work, if we want to do the other things you're talking about, there's still a little bit of a gap to address?
Yes, and TJGD will walk through that in their slides specifically.
I guess I just have one question about issue 2, recommendation 2.2 in your report. Mm-hmm. I really felt connected to this one, especially as we're going to thinking about Article 3 and thinking about all the investments we want to make in community colleges. Mm-hmm. Can you walk me through a little bit why the agency placed this this recommendation in the report and why you feel it's important?
Sure. So recommendation 2.2 is broad authority for the agency to create advisory committees, which is a pretty standard sunset recommendation. And then the commission also modified it to include a specific committee on youth, career, and technical education. So as some background, a similar committee used to exist when it was necessary for the state to get certain federal funding. But when that was no longer a requirement, then the committee was no longer used. So this sort of revitalizes that committee to make sure that when youth are inside, and again, when we have the staffing to safely supervise them, there's a concerted effort to make sure that we're preparing them for reentry, whether that be through, when they reenter the community, they go on to higher education, to vocational training, and so that's really where this recommendation came from. Yeah.
I appreciate this recommendation. And so you submitted, so just for clarification, the Sunset Commission presented these recommendations to the Sunset Committee, and
Yes.
they've reviewed this for potential implementation in the Sunset Bill.
Correct. So 2.2 will be in the Sunset Bill.
Okay, wonderful. I appreciate you. Members, Representative Ayala.
Very quick, brief. Talked about recidivism. Because of the age, right, there is a time frame, unlike TDCJ where, it's for all adults.
Sure.
Is there some metric where we see if folks that have completed and finished, been reentry later on in life, become guests of ours at TDCJ?
So LBB publishes a recidivism and cost study every session, and so they're looking at a 3-year reincarceration rate, and so that would include youth who they've aged out of TJJD's system and then moved into TDCJ's. And so the last data was from a couple of years ago, but it showed, I believe, for youth in TJJD facilities, a 42-43% reincarceration rate within 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's, by the way, that's not good, right?
It's rough. It means that youth are going back into the system.
Members, any other questions? Rachel, thank you for all your hard work, and
course.
thank the Sunset Commission staff for their hard work as well.
Thank you.
The chair calls Chandra Carter, Executive Director, and Emily Anderson, Chief Financial and Operating Officer for the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or, we're still morning.
Yes. Well, that is not off to a good start. You order those. Thank you. All right. So good morning, Chair Gonzalez and Vice Chair Spiller and members. My name is Chandra Carter. I'm the Executive Director for Texas Juvenile Justice. First, I want to start with thanking you. The initial commitment in HB1 is the most significant investment in the juvenile in TJJD since its development. And we are very excited about these opportunities. Today, I'm going to take my time and I'm going to walk through our exceptional items and just help explain how those meet our charge of increasing public safety through youth rehabilitation. So our very first exceptional item is fully funding our Office of Inspector General. They are critical in keeping our facilities safe. They're critical in holding youth and staff accountable. This last budget session, we had to move $875,000 from our budget to their budget just to keep them in sort of basic service. So what we're asking for is for their positions to be fully funded and for them to be able to move into Schedule C salaries, which I understand most other law enforcement, like TDCJ law enforcement, is in Schedule C. I also understand that there's a rider in Perry's office that is proposing to move this forward. The next section we're asking for is salary adjustments for our professional staff, and I think this speaks to some of the questions that Rachel was answering. We are asking for an additional 25% for our mental health providers. That is the key for rehabilitation for us. We have to have licensed clinical providers to provide specialized treatment. The rate of increased mental health needs you will see in Appendix A for our youth is really concerning. And it feels like in a pretty short time, the kids are more chronically and mentally ill. They are more intellectually disabled, and they are requiring higher specialized treatments. So it does require us to have incredibly skilled staff to meet their needs. We're also asking for an increase for some of our other support staff, our professional staff, like our lawyers and our technology department. We are asking to be in parity with other state agencies. So, for example, we lost an attorney 3 to another agency at an attorney 3 level, and they got a $20,000 increase. So our competition are other state agencies. So that sort of 10% that everybody gets still doesn't allow us to be competitive. We are asking for an increase in our UTMB nursing salaries. So all of our medical care is contracted through UTMB, and it is the same as TDCJ. Currently, our UTMB nurses start at about $60,000. We are asking, we have been given them a 9.9 sort of differential, and we are asking for that to be permanent, as well as a 15% increase, and that will put our salaries the same as the TDCJ UTMB nurses at 75. We are aware, though, that we have other competition in state agencies like HHSC, who I understand is proposing a $90,000 starting salary plus that additional 10%. So that will be a pretty significant gap for us to compete with. I think number 4 is really critical in understanding the implications for this. So our counties, as Rachel said, they divert and keep as many kids out of the system as they possibly can, and they really go above and beyond expectations. So we have a diversion goal of 245 youth, and as you can see, they've exceeded that goal at times, and that means they're keeping kids out of state secure facilities. But the costs for diversion have increased like everything else has increased, and so if we don't get this particular exceptional item, it will reduce their ability to maintain the existing 245 youth in diversion. And so we calculate that would be about 60 youth that we would not be able to serve. And we already know that there's nothing in the counties to serve them. So we would have to anticipate those 60 youth coming to TJJD. Ultimately, what we would likely do is the $22 million that you have in the bill, we would have to use some of that just to fund what already exists. And then what would be left would allow us to expand. Number 5 is very similar to the diversion. It really is just this increased cost for pre and post adjudication. It's the same 25%, and so we're kind of calculating numbers. If this does not occur, we would anticipate the counties being able to serve 50 fewer youth post adjudication. So again, we would have to intake those youth and anticipate serving those youth. The pre-adjudication is a little tricky, but it really is a public safety issue. Their ability to serve youth and detain youth is necessary, and this is just for them to maintain, not aiming to expand. Slide 7, exceptional item number 6 is focusing on new community-based programs. So this was the first time that we actually collaborated with our county partners to develop our LAR. Our first part of our LAR was really just, can we stabilize the secure facilities, the house is on fire, let's get that settled. The second part was, how do we invest further upstream and invest in the counties? They're already doing an amazing job. What else can we do? And we brought them to the table, and they told us what they could do. And so what they're asking for feels very realistic. They've given you some examples of what they would actually do with this. And this is separate from the $60 million that y'all put in the bill. This is very targeted. This would be grant-based funding that we would do competitive grant requests for this. Page 8, exceptional item number 7. And this is expanding the TJJD probation team. So we have a small, incredibly talented, very dedicated team, but we do really need to try and expand those administrators so that there's an administrator per region. We have had one mental health provider on that probation team to serve the entire state. We have brought on another one, and we are wanting to continue to expand that. And this is statutorily required for us. It's the adequate staff. And so what we're putting in this exceptional item is what we think is adequate. Page 9, exceptional item 8 is the validated risk and need assessment, which was brought up earlier. This is statutorily mandated. It's an unfunded mandate for the counties, and we end up ultimately pulling it somewhere else out of our budget to fund it. Page 10, exceptional item 9. We recognize that funding alone and raises alone are not the only solution. We think it's the first step, it's the base step. And so we really wanted to come up with, how do we invest in facility leadership? How do we invest in our team? How do we become a place that you feel valued as an employee? And so these initiatives are really about us trying to grow and develop our team. Number 10, page 11, is expanding reentry service. This has sort of been a dream of mine since I started with the agency. My first session, they said, well, what do you want? I said, I want services to be in parallel for whomever that guardian is that's going to be taking care of that youth. It makes sense to me that we would be ensuring that the guardians are understanding the process that the youth is going through in rehabilitation and being able to replicate that in the home, in the community, getting resources. I think that bringing a kid to a juvenile justice system and having them do all kinds of great rehabilitative work, but putting them back in the exact same scenario that they came from is it's a significant challenge and often unrealistic to think that youth is able to change on their own. So we have not been able to receive funding with this, but we have been able to move forward and create positions. And we have 3 positions currently serving our really most acute youth who are transferring into the communities, and we would love to expand that. Page 12, exceptional item 11. This is just prevention and intervention. This is the furthest upstream investment that we can think of. Like, how far up can we go in keeping kids out of the system? And so these are very targeted grant funds as well. And the services that we propose that they would offer is on that slide for you. Number 12 on page 13 is a new regional post-adjudication facility. And you have a map there, and there's a larger one that is Appendix B, and it shows our adjudication facilities. So we have 164 county probation departments. We have 45 county detention centers that would serve pre-adjudication. We only have 33 detention centers that serve post-adjudication. So if you look at this desert in that Permian Basin, those chiefs are telling us they're driving up to 8 and 9 hours to bring a kid to another detention center, and then driving back and picking them up for hearings. It is incredibly difficult and cumbersome for them. And so we're asking for a state match. I do understand we have some partners in Ector County and Midland County that are interested, have some existing funds and land. And so that would be a great opportunity to provide services in this literal desert. Page 14, number 13, fully funding our deferred maintenance and IT projects. Rachel mentioned, there's a case management system for the counties, and there's a case management system for our secure facilities. We have been working to update our case management system and secure. We're still tethered between the two and in transition. But the county facility system does not talk to the state secure facility system, and there's incredible risk with this. So say, for example, a county has a youth who is suicidal, and they're bringing that youth to our intake facility. The process has been that information is put on a piece of paper and given to the transporter, and the transporter then brings that to the facility intake staff. And so vital information we just are not able to access in real time. So this does feel pretty critical for safety. Another point I think I want to make is our body-worn cameras are critical for our safety. We review them consistently. All of our auditing aspects access that information, and they're not fully funded. And so we will have to figure out how to fully fund them. They are essential for us. I think that is all of our appropriative requests. Appendix A does talk through the treatment needs and the increase in mental health needs of our youth, and then you have your county map, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Vice Chair Spiller, then Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my district, I represent 12 counties. My previous district, I had 22 counties, all rural. We have kind of a juvenile justice crisis going on because we don't, in my counties, when I talk to them, we just don't have the beds. We don't have beds, and it's not so much post-adjudication, it's pre-adjudication. And the problem is, unlike the adult system, I mean, you have, we have another issue there with mental health, and to the extent that affects folks. I mean, on adults, you've got probably 30% at any given time, 35% of the folks that are in that jail are mental health related issues. We can't get beds. We don't have any place to send them. They back up, they stack up. And in the meantime, we can't move people out. At least, even though that's costly and it's frustrating and it's everything else, at least there you actually have a place where you can detain someone. In the juvenile system, we don't have that because you can't do that if you don't have a pre-adjudication detention facility in the event, and most, as we've already talked about, most don't require that, but every now and then you have some that do. And if they do, we don't have a place to send them. There are about 3 that in the area that we contract with: Grayson County, Hood County, Denton County, but there are no beds. I've got one county, for example. We had recently had 3 juveniles go on a crime spree and stole vehicles, did other things, created a huge amount of damage. There was no place to put them in detention at all, and they had to send them home with a pinky promise that they'll promise they won't do it again and just behave themselves. That night, they not only stole 1 vehicle, the following night, they stole 2 and went on about the same thing that they'd done before. And the problem is, for the county has the option. They said, well, we've got 1 bed at one of these facilities, but at the reimbursement rate of $220 a day, it will cost the county $80,300 for 1 bed. If you want to reserve 1 bed for 1 juvenile, that's what the county's cost is, much less 3. So you've got to pick out, and since then the county went ahead and bit the bullet and said, look, we don't have a choice. We've got to do something. But that's for 1 juvenile, not 3, and they'll reserve it. But it's practically impossible for some of these rural counties, and I'm just not really sure what the answer is. Hopefully some of it's addressed here with what we're trying to do, but I mean, do you have any ideas or thoughts on what we could do to combat that?
Yeah, yes, sir. I think we call it a county detention and staffing crisis, and really this crisis has made it clear this is a one system issue. Our county probation chiefs are in town for a summit right now, and we're all talking about this sort of shared inability. We have physical open beds, but none of us have enough staff to operate them, and the base is the salary. I think that the increased salaries that are in the base bill for JPOs and JSOs, I think really are going to have an incredible impact on their ability to recruit and retain staff. But simultaneously, our youth on the wait list puts strain on the very system you're talking about. If I could absorb my 100 to 125 youth, that frees up space for those counties to work with each other. And the counties that do contract out really do, I feel like they're faced with just incredibly tough decisions about having to say no to their partners who they want to help, knowing that this increases risk to the community. I think the more that we absorb, and I think that the additional 5% this year and then the 5% next year, I do think that that is a salary that will allow us to be competitive as an agency and take the youth that are supposed to be in our care and custody and relieve some of that pressure.
Even locally, we're trying to do some things. In fact, so much so that we had, in my county, my home county, had an old jail that had been closed down. It's in the top floor of the courthouse. And we built years ago a new jail facility, but we're trying to retrofit that existing abandoned jail just to make it compatible and make it work for a juvenile detention facility, even on just pre-adjudication only, just to try to work something. And we're trying to partner with some other counties to make that happen. So we're trying to look outside the box to try to solve some of those problems. But let's see, what else was I going to add? Okay, and on number 4 about maintain diversions from TJJD commitment on page 5, and it talks about the placement costs are increasing. Is that primarily salary related, or is it just everything else associated with inflation and cost and expense?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. And I have counties that will tell me that this increased cost of $234 is not even their actual cost per day. Like their costs are actually in some places higher than that.
All right. On the new, on number 6, on the new targeted community-based programming, is that is that something similar to services and type things that like a child would get under CPS or I know it's mainly for parents in that setting, but that children, I mean, there are certain things that they would get. Is that the same type of thing that we're talking about here?
It is very similar, and I think that mental health professional shortage map shows sort of what a desperate place Texas is for mental health providers. So currently, there is nothing that our counties can go, and how I say is they can't just buy something off the shelf. This money is going to have to help them build out what they need, and what we recognized is that the small does not need the same thing as the median, does not need the same thing as the urban, so there's got to be flexibility in here. For example, I have one area that they cannot find a licensed sex offender treatment provider across multiple counties. So we really do want to help find those targeted services that are really focused on the population there.
Right, and I know this is not Article 2, but so much of this, just like with the adult system, the juvenile system, schools in general, we're dealing with a mental health crisis, and I'm assuming through some of this program, would that, as far as the psychologist or any LPCs or whomever, whatever you have available, that would that be handled through in rural counties through telehealth, telemedicine, those type things? Tell us what was originally telepsych, the same type of process.
It's not ideal, but I do think some of our more rural counties are not going to have an option for anything other than telehealth.
Sure. Well, and I think they're happy to do it. They just don't have access to that.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I'm moving along. And number 8 about maintaining validated risk needs assessments. Is that something, and of course, as you said, that's an unfunded mandate from the others that I guess are juvenile probation departments locally now required to do that, and are they doing that? Let me back up. Is it something similar to like in the adult system where you have like a pre-sentence report, a pre-sentence investigation report before, just like you would there before sentencing to help the judge make a decision? You're doing the same type thing here in the juvenile system for after your adjudication, but prior to the disposition hearing, to give the judge some recommendation about what treatment or what program would be recommended.
Yes, sir. So this really does help identify the level of risk that youth has, as well as what are the appropriate needs and where in the continuum should they be. And it really does allow us to ensure that they're as shallow or as deep in the system as they need to be based on criminogenic risk.
All right. And is that coordinated kind of with what was at least in the, I haven't looked at it in a while, on the Juvenile Justice Code as far as like a progressive sanctions model about what you do, or is that something slightly
I believe that's something different. The progressive sanctions gives us the 9-month floor, and what I understand is that as commitments are coming through, they are supposed to be identified that they're under progressive sanctions, but that's not happening. So I can certainly get you more information about what that looks like for us.
So right now, you think that the funding under 8 of the $3 million is basically provide resources to these counties at the local juvenile probation departments where they can do that, and they're not having to eat the cost of that right now because, as you said, it's an unfunded mandate.
Correct. If we don't pay for it, I wouldn't anticipate most of them continue to do it. Yes.
Right. All right. And on the reentry, on number 10, on the expand reentry services, is that primary? Because I'm assuming a lot of these services, to the extent that juvenile justice is focused on rehabilitation, I'm assuming if they're in detention, post adjudication, or any facilities that they're in, they're receiving services, some of which would be addressed in here, whether it be anger management, substance abuse, those type things. Is this number 10 primarily focused, as you said, guardians, but primarily focused on parents, conservatives, guardians, folks that would have primary custody over these youth when they exit the detention? Is it focused primarily on those people, or is it focused on the juvenile?
It's focused on those guardians being able to access the services that the youth need to maintain, a lot of aftercare services, and just as much robust support that we can put around that family to help them.
Okay. And I would say, you know, and I appreciate the idea about a new regional post-adjudication facility, but I've said before, my folks are used to driving however many hours. I drive quite a few hours just to get from one end of my district to the other. But most of them, if they told me, they'd say, look, we don't care where it is. We don't care we don't care how far away it is. We just need the beds. We'll get them there. It may be, you know, obviously one at a time when we do it, but that's not the big issue. The big issue for us is just having it constructed. So, I've got one other question. On your Appendix A, you had, when it talks about mental health, let's go back to mental health, that in it says in 2015 that 19% of, I guess, juveniles in the program were classified or identified as needing mental health treatment. That's just a few years ago at 19%. We're now at 84%.
Yes, sir. We
That's
feel this.
shocking.
It is.
So do you have an opinion as to why that is, why we've had such a dramatic increase? Is any of it based on the identification process that you go through to say maybe back in 2015 we missed some, we didn't really identify them, and we have a better identification instrument or document or process to go through, or is it just that we just have more mental health related issues?
I think our capacity to serve the mental health related issues really was just compromised through COVID and, the intervention components of being in school. And what has happened is the youth are so chronically and acutely mentally ill, and there are not resources in the counties, that counties are left with no choice but to commit them. We have youth that are too violent and aggressive for the state hospital system, but their mental health needs would make them appropriate for that. So like in the last 2 years, the local mental health authorities have made 36 referrals to the state hospital, but we've only been able to get 9 of those youth in. So by default, we're just having to develop the treatment that is needed for them.
Okay, and likewise, I'm assuming kind of goes hand in hand with that. Those that are requiring mental health treatment in a much greater percentage may explain why we have now, for the first time ever, more than half of your admitted youth have violent offender treatment needs.
Correct.
So, yes. And when you look at that graph, it looks like in 2014 and 2015, it was a relatively small percentage that were classified as violent, and now over half of those that you have in, I guess, in your system that are currently being detained or in residential treatment meet that criteria. That's
correct? We have the highest number of youth convicted of murder in our system than agency history. It is a bit shocking for us when we look at those numbers.
Which I'm also assuming, therefore, creates an additional cost as far as your training, your salary, and your other type things, and body camera, all these other type things, because all of a sudden those folks, instead of primarily focused on giving treatment, which they are, but they have to be concerned for the juvenile safety, their own safety, and it's kind of gone, I would assume, in some of those locations more to a maximum security type setting, just simply because of the nature of the juvenile the typical juvenile that's in there.
Yes, sir. We've had to develop 2 separate programs. One we call our mental health treatment program, and then we have what we call our violence intervention continuum. And our ratios ideally are 1 to 8, but those programs are 1 to 6, 1 to 4, 1 to 2, because there is such an intense need for supervision.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Spiller. Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pertaining to the questions that I asked the other young lady in respect to the staffing, because you mentioned staffing quite often, and I know you have mentioned this before in another meeting that we had in regards to staffing. How do we make sure that staff turnover? While we know it's money, that's what we keep saying. It's money. It's money. It's money. I think one of the questions I asked before was, have we done an exit poll to find out is it money? Is it leadership? Is it kind of distance? Kind of what are those things that have contributed to? Have you guys done that
Yes,
that
sir.
survey already?
We do annual surveys, and we look at what the trends our staff are saying. And absolutely, funding and money and salaries is sort of the first step and very critical. The other component of that staff are very vocal about is they want safe facilities. It's very difficult to have safe facilities when I don't have enough juvenile corrections officers. And so if we can create safety, and this comes through the Office of Inspector General, this comes through appropriate ratios, this comes through an accountability system with our level hearings and appropriately moving our determinate sentence offenders through, we have the ability to influence safety in that way. It is as the staffing sort of slowly increases, I anticipate that the experience of safety will increase. But when we got to that incredibly devastating level with those catastrophic losses, even some of our most dedicated staff who are committed to this are like, I can't come to work because it's not safe. And ultimately that led to our lockdowns, which we did not want to do, but felt like we had no choice. At one point we were at 200% capacity.
When you look at it's the chicken or the egg kind of thing. What is it, prevention or is it intervention? Which one would you pick?
Related to staff turnover?
Related to just children. I mean, obviously, if we reduce the number of children, we don't have to worry about the staff.
Correct.
So,
I'm tasked with this piece of the puzzle, so I stay really focused on this. I want my county to be able to do as much prevention as they possibly can, and I want to do what I'm supposed to with the kids that are in my care and custody. I would love for us to be able to have it. I don't want to say that prevention is a luxury, but we were all in such survival mode that it was difficult to think about things like prevention. And I feel like we're just starting to get our head above water with that is on the table.
yeah. And I think obviously prevention is so very important to a lot of these children. I mean, to all the children. If we can
Yes, sir.
provide them with, that little ray of hope.
Yes, sir.
To put them on the right track, because there are so many children that are in so many different facilities and homes that we're paying for, but when they leave from us, it's only a short period of time before they re-enter the system. And what I'm seeing is that lack of preparation to move into society. Have we put the emphasis on doing vocational ed? Have we put the emphasis on doing those things that the children could use later on in life, as opposed to just simply holding on to them until they turn 18 and, we send them out the door. And we'll see them again if that's the case. So that's why I think prevention is so very important. I had asked the other young lady in regards to the facility, and I think she answered it. What are some of the ideas of what they're going to do with some of the other facilities that may close if we move in that direction?
Are you talking about new builds?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yes, sir. So when we put our LAR together, we did ask for builds, and we contracted with TFC to do a feasibility study. We knew we needed a place to start. That feasibility study did not bring in all the necessary assumptions to get an accurate location list. They did come up with some places for a general population facility. They came up with some places for a mental health facility. That would be my priority. If I only got to choose one, it would be to serve mental health youth. We realized we weren't very clear. So, for example, the places where they identified a general pop facility was not the same as the mental health. It made sense. They're choosing areas where I can access mental health providers, but in those areas, I don't have a salary that is competitive to maintain the juvenile correctional officer staff. So we really are right now getting the assumptions together to put forth a new feasibility study.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my staff will get with you, and we'll have some follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Ayala?
Not even a question, just a thank you for a very informative presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. I think it's been really critical. I think all of us are committed to making sure youth are taken care of. I think all of us want kids to not be in our system. And as we heard from Sunset staff, there is a lot of turnover. That once they get in the system, it's really hard to get them out. And so whatever we can do in the preventative side, to Representative Jarvis Johnson's comments, will be helpful to us. And I think that your leadership and your team's leadership has been extremely helpful in thinking through how can we do that. So I want to applaud you. And I also want to applaud you all for starting to stop the bleed, if I want to say, when it comes to staff retention. You have 14 exceptional items. I think it's hard to say, but is there, if you know, obviously all 14 are critically important. Are those like in order of your priorities based on kind of like what you need is urgent? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. When we saw what was in the House bill, we really did intentionally go through and restructure and reorganize those exceptional items based on what we thought was the most important and priority.
And so we heard from Sunset staff that the pay has been really helpful, but the pay has only been for
juvenile correctional officers and case managers.
So the additional exceptional item that you have for pay, that's for like our mental health service providers and nurses.
Yes, ma'am.
And other. So we want to make sure we're doing holistic supports. Looking at that line item would be critical.
Yes, that's essential for the rehabilitation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, what am I doing?
Read that.
Oh. Members, the independent ombudsman for TJJD was unfortunately able to not be here with us today. So before we go to the next agency, I wanted to point out that their written testimony is in your hearing materials. And so I'll go to the next agency. The chair calls Gary Sharp, the analyst of the Legislative Budget Board.
Corey Sharp.
Sorry, Corey. I've had 3 cups of coffee and I'm still, it's a day, it's a Monday. I'm feeling it.
I understand.
Sorry, Corey.
Not a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Corey Sharp with the LBB, and I'll be running through our summary of recommendations for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Section 1 offers a high-level overview of these recommendations, which provide $8 billion in all funds, an $877.2 million increase over the 2022-23 biennium. Turning to page 2. Section 2 offers a summary of funding changes and recommendations. Items A through F I'll cover in greater detail in Section 3. I just wanted to draw your attention to item G. That includes $761.4 million in CRF GR swaps, and item H adds $300.1 million for the statewide salary increase. If you'll turn with me now to page 4, selected fiscal and policy issues. Item 1, recommendations provide $374.8 million in GR to biennialize the 15% pay increase provided to correctional officers to address a historic staffing shortage in April of last year. The figure to the left shows the number of correctional officer vacancies leading up to and since that pay increase went into effect. The figure on the right compares statewide, agency-wide, and correctional officer-specific turnover rates over the past several years. Item 2 discusses Community Supervision and Corrections Departments, or CSCDs, recommendations for which provide $607.7 million in general revenue, an increase of $118.8 million over 2022-23 spending levels. This increase includes $64.8 million to fund salary increases for CFCD staff commensurate with the statewide pay raise, and $47.8 million to provide additional funding for basic operations and programming. Recommendations also replace $13 million in appropriated receipts throughout Goal A with GR. These appropriated receipts reflected anticipated refund collections from CSCDs from the prior biennium, which are now anticipated to be zero. Item 3 discusses correctional managed healthcare, recommendations for which provide $1,394.4 million. The agency is requesting an additional $309.8 million in their first priority exceptional item. Turning to page 5. Recommendations include funding to biennialize the 9.9% pay raise that was provided to nursing staff in April of last year
to address similar staffing shortage that they were having. Funding to provide non-nursing staff pay increase commensurate with the statewide pay raise. And funding to establish a sheltered housing facility at the Montford unit. Item 4 discusses privately operated facilities and programs. Recommendations include $48.7 million to fund per diem rate increases for operations currently under contract. And the agency is also requesting $76.7 million in their second priority exceptional item to fund new competitive contracts which expire at the end of fiscal year 23. Item 5, recommendations conform funding with LBB's population projections, which my colleague Lan Bolding discussed with you earlier. Item 6, recommendations for HB1 add Rider 65, which expresses the intent of the legislature to fund the installation of climate control equipment in state correctional facilities. This graph illustrates the 4-phase implementation plan that TDCJ developed to complete this work, which totals $1.1 billion. Turning to page 6. Item number 7, recommendations include $105.4 million for deferred maintenance, and the agency is requesting an additional $127.2 million. This figure below shows the types of projects that the agency has indicated would be completed with this funding. I would also like to point out that recommendations for the supplemental bill include an additional $23.8 million in security-related projects funding. Item 8, recommendations include $24 million to operate 2 units in connection with Operation Lone Star. This funding allows the agency to operate these 2 units in compliance with county jail standards. Item 9, recommendations also include $200,000 to allow the Board of Pardons and Paroles to relocate their institutional parole office in San Antonio. Turning to page 7. This section provides an overview of the estimated federal funds the agency expects to receive in the next biennium. Turning to page 8. Rider highlights. Recommendations include the modification of Rider 32, which is the CSCD refund rider I mentioned earlier. They also add 4 new riders and delete 4 informational riders that have been implemented. Turning to page 9. Section 5 lists 15 exceptional items in agency priority order and 2 rider requests that were not included in recommendations. These total $717.8 million and include requests for 99 additional FTEs. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. The chair calls Brian Collier, Executive Director for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I'm Brian Collier, the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. This morning, I will briefly walk you through this document that covers our remaining exceptional items, but I will want to begin with just saying thank you for where we began in the introduced bill. The funding that you provided, TDCJ, in the introduced bill carries forth the 15% salary increase. Also included our correctional officers in the 5% each year in the biennium. That will go a long way, not only to help the agency, but to help our employees that work hard each and every day. So thank you very much for the starting spot that we got. Just as an update, Madam Chair, on correctional officer staffing, that's been our number one and still remains our number one operational challenge. As you know, we came to leadership offices in the legislature in April of this year. We had over 8,000 correctional officer vacancies. You authorized the 15% pay increase that we implemented in April, and we've been able to gain about 1,500 positions since that time. So our current number is more like 6,500 correctional officers, and we continue to gain every month since we implemented the 15%. So we again thank you for that consideration. I'll start on slide 2 with our very first item, and that is on correctional managed health care. And that item, it's obviously a large item, but it's $309 million. It is in 4 components. The first component being cost to maintain in the biennium. So currently, the universities have a $141 million shortfall. Based on that shortfall, projecting it into the biennium, knowing if they just do current level services, 245 is the estimate of what they would need in addition to their current funding to be able to maintain existing services as we move forward, looking at trends of inmate aging and inmate growth potential and looking at the increased cost of medical. B, and although the universities are very appreciative of the 5 and the 5%, as well as carrying forth the nurses' 9.9% increases, they have asked for a 15% pay increase across the board. They've had significant challenges filling all medical positions in each of universities. We've had to actually reduce clinic hours on many of our prison units because they can't staff those clinics. C would be new positions for mental health. So post-COVID, we saw a spike in suicides within TDCJ, not only in 21, in 21, but also in 22. In response to that, we've looked at that issue for a long, long time, but started really taking a clean new look at the entire issue of suicide prevention. And we created 18 self-harm offices on the units that have the highest propensity for suicide in our system. We also created, through our research staff, a daily algorithm that runs and identifies the inmates that are the highest risk on those specific locations. And basically, from running that list and the staff that we put in those offices, they work to try to ensure that we're engaging with those inmates that have the higher propensity for potential self-harm. This would actually add mental health staff to those offices. It would be 18 employees that would be staffed from the universities to help us with that endeavor. The last piece is capital equipment. That's everything from dental equipment to pharmacy equipment, but also radiology equipment to include mobile MRI equipment, dialysis equipment. As you know, we do our own dialysis inside, but it would be replacing much of that capital equipment that is not only outdone its shelf life, but many of it has significant challenges. On the next slide, those 3 items are all cost to maintain. In other words, this is not an increase in services, but services we already contract for, and we're looking for just the cost that we see that those costs are going to go to. The first one is per diem for contracted facilities. We have 10 private prisons in Texas, and we also have private treatment beds in Texas. We have negotiated those contracts. We have signed some of those contracts, and you actually provided the funding in the introduced bill for those initial contracts. We still have contracts that we will have to close out or sign by the end of the fiscal year. This would be the amount of money we need to carry those contracts forward, keeping the current level of services that we have. 3 is food, fuel, and utilities. So we've seen a 20% increase in overall food cost, a 41% increase in fuel cost, and a 29% increase in utilities. We did not project any increase to that number. We just carried it forward into the biennium, but knowing what we're paying now, we projected that number into the biennium, and that's the 109.6 that you see there. On number 4, Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments, or TACUMI. That is funding that we provide to local mental health authorities. We have 39 contracts around the state with local mental health authorities to provide case management services to people on adult and juvenile probation, parole, as well as those coming out of prison who may need services in the community. They actually serve over 40,000 people a year through these contracts. To keep those contracts in place at the current levels, this $8.6 million would be the requested amount to continue those contracts, which represents about a 15% increase in that contract. On slide 4, capital equipment replacements, $38.6 million, replaces over 800 pieces of capital equipment within our infrastructure and within our facilities. For example, that's over 100 washers, over 100 dryers, cannery equipment for our cannery processing, as ovens, ice machines, partial scanners, but it would be over 800 pieces of equipment throughout the system, some of which includes agricultural equipment that we purchased in the 50s. Number 6 is computer replacement program. Within TDCJ, we currently have about 14,000 computers in our agency. Right now, we're on about a 10-year replacement cycle. This would roughly replace half of those at 7,000 computers and put us on about a 6-year replacement cycle within TDCJ. Number 7 is video system updates. You have provided funding, significant funding to TDCJ over the last several bienniums to help do comprehensive video installs on our maximum security prisons. And we have done that with that funding that you've provided. And that's a phenomenal tool and really has been a game changer for us. Those systems require a refresh about every 6 to 7 years. And this funding would not only provide a refresh for 6 to 7 of those facilities, but it would also provide for a maintenance contract so that when those systems go down, we can actually have a vendor in place in that area of the state to actually go and respond to those and get the cameras up quickly. We've been trying to do that internally and frankly not keeping up. On slide 5, those are both law enforcement related. So within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and within our Inspector General's office, they report to our Board of Criminal Justice. They have law enforcement officers on our prison facilities who investigate crimes on prisons. Over the last several years, we have seen a substantial increase in the amount of contraband we deal with within TDCJ. Matter of fact, over the last 5 years, there's been over 100% increase in contraband in general. But if you go to dangerous drugs, it's 492% increase in the last 5 years. And to give you an example, it's routine to find K2, methamphetamine, and now we're beginning to see with some regularity fentanyl. There have been over 170 times over the last 12 months that we've had to use Narcan, which all of our staff, we have access to now in the system, including in our mail rooms where some of the drugs come in. The contraband's always been an issue it'll always be an issue, frankly, with prisons, but at the same time, the level of complexity to the outside people that are bringing it in and the organization of that has grown significantly. This would add 24 investigators to actually help do further investigation and not only deal with the contraband itself, but more go upriver and try to cut off the supply and deal with the folks in the free world who are sending it in. Number 9 would be parole absconder investigators. This would provide funding, and this was an item that the governor's office asked us to please include, for parolees who cut their ankle monitor today. You have some parolees, it happens about 600 times a year, that will cut the monitor and typically abscond until they're arrested by law enforcement. We can issue a warrant, but they're only subject to administrative violations. There is a bill that has been filed that would make that potentially a felony. But in addition to that, this would give you 12 investigators strategically located around the state who could go and apprehend specifically those individuals who had cut that monitor loose. And that would be their sole function, is to try to apprehend those as quickly as possible. On slide 6, 10 is radio inoperability. So within TDCJ, we have a little over about 11,500 radios total. And we have been replacing our analog radios with digital for the last several years. This would essentially finish that. So we still have about 5,000 radios that are analog, which are the radios that can't communicate with other jurisdictions. This would replace 5,500 of those radios and basically give us a complete digital format. It would also purchase 140 repeaters and 2 portable repeaters that would be trailer mounted, so you could take them into the field if you had to go on an on-site command in the field. 11 is body scanners and metal detectors. This is to increase the security on our maximum security facilities, much like what you go through in the airport, a wave millimeter or X-ray type body imaging equipment. On the 23 maximum security facilities in Texas, we would like to put one at the front of the unit for staff and staff and visitors, and at the back of the unit for our inmates before we load them on transport and before we do major movement, to give us an additional layer of security protection. Excuse me. We would also purchase 100 metal detectors walk through with this funding as well. We do have metal detectors within the system and partial scanners, but this would add 100 to our current supply. On slide 7, 12 is repair and restoration of facilities. So that is all our major repair funding for all of our major infrastructure projects. We are extremely grateful for what you provided in the introduced bill, which was essentially half of our overall request of $256 million. This is the remaining portion of that. It would cover several roof replacements, emergency power, but also many other infrastructure. We have on some facilities we do our own water and wastewater, but this would cover those major repairs to do that. It would also cover the air conditioning cost for 4 of our geriatric facilities. And as you remember, last biennium we funded through this item, we funded about 6,000 beds that we were able to air condition over the last biennium. On slide 8, these are related to information technology. The first one is cybersecurity and legacy modernization. But if you remember last legislative session, you gave us funding to replace we have an old COBOL-based green screen mainframe. Old school doesn't say it, but it's an old system nonetheless. You gave us funding to replace that system, and we've actually gone through that process and are in the process of replacing it with a Microsoft product. 2 things that we needed. One is that will increase our cybersecurity risk, so we're asking for 10 cybersecurity staff to be included in this item. Currently, TDCJ, we have 10. which is a low number, but with that old of a system, it frankly kind of works. But it won't work with a newer system that has many more gates and opportunities for people to get into the system. The remaining employees would help us not only with the lift of our system to that new technology, but also the use and the abilities of that new technology will require or give us many more opportunities, and those staff would be able to help us do that. 14 is actually the CAP system. So most agencies in the state have gone through CAPs. TDCJ had not yet, so this would be our going through the payroll, human resources, timekeeping system that the comptroller has. Based on talking with other agencies and the comptroller, this would be the amount of staffing we feel we would need to be able to successfully lift that project. Madam Chair, that concludes my testimony and certainly available for all your questions.
I'm sure there'll be questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any questions? Oh, Representative Jarvis Johnson.
I wasn't going to let him get away.
I mean, I have questions, but I always like to ask at the end to give you all space.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
Good to see you again. Thank you for coming to my office, as we talked a little bit about this before.
Yes, sir.
When we had a chance to talk, one of the things that we had mentioned was the elderly population that's growing inside the prisons. While there's been a move to reduce the overall population of all prisoners, we see that there's a trend in the aging population going up.
Yes, sir.
How does that relate? I mean, we're trying to reduce them.
Yes, sir.
I mean, those that are costing us more money, I would suspect that. Well, let me let you answer.
Yes, sir. Well, you're right. The number is definitely going up. Right now, we have a little, and I count it, or not I, but we count it and we track it of over 55. And 55, trust me, is not old. But at the same time, we track that because sometimes someone in the prison systems tends to have a medical age that's beyond their chronologic age. So a 55-year-old may exhibit many of the medical signs a 65-year-old in the community would. So 55 and older, that number continues to climb. It's over 20,000 now. That number overall system, 125,000 inmates, 20,000 of those are 55 and older. They cost more. They require more medical.
So just for clarity purposes,
yes, sir.
Are these new 55-year-olds, or are these they're just aging while in prison versus a new?
It's a little bit of both, but more of the latter. More of the aging up in the system. So you have people who have been convicted of crimes. Many of them are serious crimes. Many of them have a long sentence, and they're aging up in the system. That's definitely a portion of it. But there is, and I can get a breakdown if you'd like, a portion of those that have been actually convicted of crimes at post 55 years of age and have come into the system. But clearly, those aging up is the bigger number.
And because we know health care costs are rising astronomically, obviously that's going to impact your department as well. I mean, we have seen just, since 2019, that number has gone way up versus the last 7 years where that number didn't even compare to 2019's number.
Yes, sir.
So what is the move in order to, number one, reduce that healthcare cost so that we're not putting as much simply into healthcare versus just, let's just keep paying it?
Yes, sir. What we've done, and you actually funded in the introduced bill a newer portion of it. So in the last session, we did what's called sheltered housing, because as this population ages up, we see more and more inmates that I wouldn't say would meet, say, a nursing home need, but are more, they can't really be in general population because they can be preyed upon. They don't move as quickly, so they need to be housed differently than our regular inmate population. So you helped us with funding for sheltered housing, and you did it again this legislative session at the Texas Tech facility or the Montfort unit in Lubbock, where Texas Tech will operate one. That has been how we've dealt with some of that population. But in reality, what we've had to do is adjust, and you see it in that increased cost on the health care, is we essentially have to deal with that population and what their needs may be. That, in fact, impacts everything from heat vulnerability to their medical needs on the unit. So it truly has a huge impact on the system from almost every angle.
So what is your role, and I'll ask this of parole as well, but what is your role as we look at many of these prisoners that are going before the parole board? What is your role to give, whether there's input on, hey, yay, nay, been doing, followed their treatment plan, did everything they can, getting older,
The parole board has officers that actually compile that information, so they will take the institutional record to the parole board as the information along with the other information they gather on a particular inmate. But TDCJ really has no role in that process.
So again, everything written on paper is one thing, but it just, I look different on paper than I do in person.
Yes, sir.
And so, how do you look at, maybe having a little more input? Because again, I look at the prison system as supposed to be a rehabilitative one.
Yes,
I don't. Yes, it's a punishment.
Yes, sir.
But it's a punishment that says, okay, once you did your crime, you're going to do your time. I want you to leave, and when you leave, I don't want you to come back.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to do all that I can to make sure you don't come back. So I'm looking at, again, this elderly population that I don't, again, each case is different. But if you have an elderly person, 70 years old, that has a debilitating ailment, I don't see this person no longer a threat to society. I do understand the nature of making sure that the victims receive full just under the law. But again, our system says you have the ability to go on parole. So we're going to let you go before parole. So, if we're going to let people go before parole, then let's be fair and honest with them, as opposed to you'll never be able to go parole. We're not going to waste your time. We're not going to even play with you.
Yes, sir.
So you follow what I'm saying? I'm literally trying to figure out how do we get that elderly population that is attributing to the $750 million healthcare cost that we're having to eat every single day for individuals that no longer are a threat to society.
Yes, sir. Totally understand what you're asking, and it's a hard one to weigh in on because I really don't sit. I have great respect for the parole board and their processes, and I understand what they look at when they do it. And you're right, there's always two sides to every issue, and sometimes many more than that. So it's a complicated issue. I will say that's probably the best way I would describe it. Is it's complicated. When there are regularly people that are over 55 that get out of the system, but at the same time, answering for the huge number, it really is complicated because it depends on what many of them have severe crimes. There still may be, their offenses are the full gamut of some of the violent offenses that they've done. And again, can't answer for that. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not I don't want you to force anything. I'm just trying to make sure that there is some input that someone could say, look, this person is doing everything they're supposed to do.
Yes, sir.
Not just paper, not just on paper.
No,
but somebody is saying something that says, look, no longer a threat, been a good whatever the case may be, that they can potentially get out. Because I'm looking at, again, cost savings to the state.
Yes, sir.
That could be greater than, simply people looking at a piece of paper and going, okay, no, and go back.
Yes, sir.
And then they're sitting there, again, almost, bedridden or, unable to see or, heart failure to a point where they're hooked up. So again,
yes,
I don't understand why we're actually keeping people. So again, I'm just trying to figure out if the two are talking.
Yes, sir.
To have more communication.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Vice Chair Spiller.
Yes, and just, thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up on that, I'm assuming that in the scenario that was given, if you have an aging population or you have a certain percentage of your population is somewhat older, those decisions, either by the parole board or otherwise, are made on an individual basis. In other words, if there could very well be someone that is not a threat to society, continuing threat to society, but those folks, if they're there for a nonviolent offense, a non-3G offense, they still have a 25% parole eligibility date and calculating their good time as far as when they would be released, correct?
Yes, sir. You're right.
And those that have committed a violent crime or those with a use or exhibit a deadly weapon fall within the category of what we call a 3G offense, where they have a 50% parole eligibility. As I've said, it sounds like those type of things are made on an individual basis per inmate, correct?
Yes, sir. And I would say, again, I'm not the parole board, but I've worked around them for years, and I know that they do individually look at those. They look at the records, and I certainly understand where Representative Johnson's coming from as well. But yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Representative Day. I didn't see you. I apologize. I don't see your button when it's on, so.
I'm mysterious that way. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Collier.
Yes, sir.
knowing that this was a part-time college job that's taking you here, I'm going to go ahead and throw that out so the whole room can hear. Be careful of the part-time college job that you take. It may bring you here. And having gone through, those things that so many agencies and folks around the state have, COVID, Harvey, freeze during the storm, and the folks that your leadership team had to make sure we're taken care of. You seem to bring up some things that become, when you see an increase in an activity and something that is bad, you bring it out. And here you talked about today suicides within the system.
Yes, sir.
There's been an uptick in that. And like your board chair used to say, we don't tread water, we need to get better. How are you trying to get better in preventing suicides?
Wide variety. So one is and we've always paid attention to suicides, so there's never an acceptable number of suicides in the system. We saw a significant increase after COVID, and obviously as that's occurring, you're looking into each one. I personally review them all myself. Medical team, our medical partners do. Much of the things we had in place we continued, but then we brought in a new team to come in and help us look at that and look deeper to see if there's things we're missing with a potential vulnerability within our population. Who are we not paying attention to that we need to be paying attention to? This all happens as you come out of COVID, as you're also dealing with the biggest staffing shortages we've ever had. So all that juggling, nonetheless, suicide's not okay. We need to eliminate as much as we possibly can. So we did a wide spectrum of training with our staff. We also began a new process for wellness with our staff to actually go out when that happens and work with our employees who had to deal with that. Because when I grew up in the system, it was more of a pat on the back and see you tomorrow, even after you've been through some traumatic event like that. And actually working with that, working for behavioral health training for our staff so that we can train more of our employees on what to watch for, what to understand, and how to interact in a better way, in a more positive way, looking at how we can change the atmosphere inside the system. Part of that is through the tablet initiative that we have. We've introduced tablets into the system, and by introducing the tablets, you're providing something for our population, and almost every inmate in the system will get one. It's no cost, but it has reading material, religious material, education material on it, music, some level of movies, things like that to help occupy and keep those inmates active. And then training staff as well as peer inmates. We have several peer programs where we've actually trained inmates not only as ministers, but we're training them as cognitive coaches and just peer life coaches who can help us as well with those populations to help engage, because they can bring a credibility to another inmate that I can't, nor can our staff, or nor can a volunteer. So really the algorithm came from our researcher and team. They were able to identify, several factors, 13 additional factors that we wanted to pay attention to specifically. So every day on the units where we have the highest propensity for that, you'll get a risk. You'll get those. It'll tell you which inmates are at the highest risk. And then our staff know to try to help be more engaged with those inmates that day. That can change day to day as people move around in the system. But again, trying to do that, and we're certainly not done. We're not at a point where I would say, that's, we're good and we'll move on. We're not. We continue to work on that as a key issue we have to address.
How about, for example, monitoring calls, inmate calls?
Yes, sir.
Have we had any experience with that?
We do. We currently have and the tablet actually is a way they can make phone calls. We traditionally have had a phone system in Texas, inmate phone system for the last several years. Ours is one, it's 6 cents a minute, so it's very inexpensive as far as phone systems go. But it's I'll get it in a second, operated by Securus, which is the vendor that operates it. They are actually also the tablet provider. Inmates can now make calls on their tablets. They do monitor the activity that goes on that phone system. We're actually currently piloting a LEOS technology that actually comes in more like an umbrella and actually can look for keywords and other things, because there's a lot of information and intel that goes on that inmate phone system. So we're piloting a tool that's been very helpful and very successful in actually picking up certain phrases and keys when you're looking. You might have someone who could spend a month listening to calls to try to find one thing that you can do in a matter of a few minutes.
What are the kind of things that you can pick up in these calls? I mean, we talked about contraband problems and other gang-related?
The key pieces are narcotics, bringing in narcotics, because obviously that happens on the illegal cell phones, but it also happens on the phone system. Listening to the money transactions, specifically looking at individuals. So if you want to know if certain individuals talking to Brian Collier, and I'm someone out in the free world who's known to be associated with narcotics, you can put my name in with the one we're piloting and find a call that mentioned my name, and then pull those calls up and pay closer attention to that. You can find lots of things like that through those some of that technology.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Ayala. Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Collier, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And I might ask you, TMB, for some follow-up questions. First, on the suicides, a build on Representative Ayala's questioning.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the percentage of people who are in solitary confinement who are the folks who have committed suicide?
I got it because I just looked at it. I want to say, I'm going to say, about 20%.
So
20% of those suicides occurred in restrictive housing. Yes, ma'am. There's about 3,100 inmates right now in restrictive housing.
And what is the percentage of inmates in restrictive housing?
That's 3,100 of the 125,000 is the total number.
I guess I'm trying to say if 20% and they're 2% or 13%, like I want to try to find the parallel of numbers. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just not good at podium math.
I mean, I'm not good at math, period.
So 2% of people are 20% of the suicides.
2% of, no.
2% of all prisoners are in solitary.
Okay, yes.
restricted
So
housing.
2% of all prisoners in Texas are in restrictive housing, but represent 20% of the suicides.
Yes, ma'am. And if you look in that population a little bit further, connected to that would be your mental health number. So roughly of the 3,100 in there, about 1,200 of those are identified as mental health. Suicide doesn't only happen with someone who's already been diagnosed with a mental illness, but nonetheless, about 1,200 of that population do have mental health issues and are seeing the case managers and the mental health staff.
So you're saying a significant portion of people in solitary confinement also have been identified for having mental health issues that we need to address?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is it? I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. Is it? I don't want to use the word problematic because I'm not saying it.
Sure.
That's putting a judgment on it. I'm not trying to put a judgment on it. So please, lack of better words. Is it problematic to have people who have mental health issues in solitary confinement? I just think of people with anxiety or depression. When I read articles, it's like, don't be by yourself, or have someone to kind of talk through some of your issues with.
I would say, for anybody, I would say ideally restrictive housing is not where we would want to be. But for the safety of inmates and staff, that's why we use restrictive housing, because that individual is a risk to either other inmates and or other staff. So I would say it's not ideal by any means to have people that are identified with mental illness in restrictive housing as a solution. That's the solution we have. I don't know that it's the best solution, but I can tell you that's what we work with now and try our best to deal with what we have. We have an increase in the system of mental health inmates. We now have about 32,000 inmates in the system that are identified with a mental illness. And just to give you an example, that's with a population of 125,000. If you go back to 2017, we had 145,000. We had about 28,000 people identified with mental illness. So the number is more concentrated, about 25% of our population now that is identified with a mental illness. So that is an issue for sure in the system, but it's also an issue in restrictive housing. It complicates both. Yes, ma'am.
I hear you, and I hear your compassion where you're saying this is not ideal. What I would love to invite your agency leads to think about is what would be the best case scenario for us to do. Like, I understand you're trying to keep staff and other inmates safe, but if this isn't where we want to be, where do we want to be, and what does that proposal look like?
What we do, we have two programs that are mental health therapeutic diversion programs to try to address that very issue, and that is actually bringing those with mental illness in a specific area, but then bringing in comprehensive mental health care. at those locations with the intent, not only with mental health, but also cognitive, to help them make better decisions as they get out of restrictive housing. The goal being that all those people would eventually come out of restrictive housing, go back into general population. Nobody, in our system, everyone that's coming out of restrictive housing, which is the goal, would go through programming before we put them back in general population. The programming aimed at trying to hopefully prevent a return. With the mental health population, we find maybe half that are actually able to complete that journey. And the remaining half we continue to work with, and the universities continue to help us with that to try to identify additional ways we might be more successful. But I would say we're not as successful there as I wish we had been, but we're also treading new water, so to speak.
Well, I appreciate your humility in this conversation. It shows that you're open to thinking about how to address these very serious issues. So a few months ago, solitary confinement was heavily in the news for the agency. You know, the agency has done some shifts. Can you talk a little bit about the numbers and those shifts?
Sure. If you go back to, well, many, many years ago, and I said many, it's the early 2000s, we had about 9,600 restrictive housing beds in the system. Systematically, we have continued to reduce those beds, and we continue to look at what we can do to reduce the beds we have now. You have two different groups that are typically in restrictive housing. You have those that, based on, it's not a punishment, so it's never something, hey, you did that, you go here. That was the old solitary confinement punishment. We did away with that a few years ago. But it can be, based on your behavior, typically patterns of behavior, you're a danger to other inmates and or the staff. We're going to put you in this setting. You will be reviewed monthly, and then you'll be reviewed at the state level every 6 months, and the goal being hopefully that you will come out of there and go into general population. Another portion of that population, so you have behavior, but then you have those that are in some of our most serious and organized criminal gangs, Aryan Brotherhood, Aryan Circle, Mexican Mafia, and there's a few others as well. So certainly not all gang members in TDCJ become someone who goes to security housing. But there are certain gangs that are involved in direct criminal activities in the free world that are in restrictive housing. We have a program to help them get out of the gang and go through a renunciation process and through a cognitive program. We've had about 6,000 inmates that have gone through that program successfully. But if they won't take that action and won't come out, we do that for the safety of the institution. And those are gangs that are actively involved in the free world, as well as those that are involved inside. And many of them were involved in the hunger strike that you saw some about in the media.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I might have more questions about that later, but meanwhile, I do have questions about you. So your biggest ask is the correctional managed health care. It's a $309 million ask. So I know UTMB is here, and so I might ask them to come up because they. Oh, is that okay, John?
Of course.
Okay.
They just need to register.
You registered? You can. Okay.
They are not.
They're not registered. I might ask them because I know. I don't expect you to be able to answer all these questions, but in fact, can we just bring them up now? So they, yeah.
At your pleasure.
Sorry, but thank you. You're here.
Sure.
But it's a lot of money. So and I'm not saying you shouldn't have that money. I'm just saying I think if we're going to appropriate $309 million, we should understand. So you have it broken down into 245.8 for, this is just to maintain current operations, 53 for a pay increase, 2.5 for mental health, which I'm guessing is intersectional to what we were just talking to, and then 8.6 in capital equipment. If we don't, what is the harm of not appropriating this $309 million? And then whenever you speak, you have to say your name and who you represent.
The first one, and I'll let Dr. Murray follow up, but I will tell you the first one, that cost to maintain, so it's not unusual in a legislative cycle for that cost to maintain to not be fully funded.
Right.
So essentially,
that's why in the supplemental.
We've kicked the can, but that supplemental, if you notice, is growing and growing and growing. So potentially, if the 245 was not built in or some significant portion of that, potentially the can gets too big to kick, if that makes any sense at all. In other words, in the second year of the biennium, in the next biennium, you may have difficulty with payroll and other things because you can't get a supplemental quick enough to resolve it. Sorry.
Name and
Madam Chair.
Name and organization, sorry.
Pardon?
Your name and organization.
Yeah, Dr. Owen Murray. I'm the Vice President for UTMB Correctional Managed Care, and I've been with the university for 28 years, with the program. So as we discussed, the biggest issue, and I think, Director Carter brought this up in her testimony, and that is staff. Historically, we've always competed with the free world and have not done very well. They have some contemporary pay practices, both in terms of what they're actually paying in salaries, but also sign-on bonuses and other things that we cannot do. So our ability to attract nurses, doctors, dentists across the board is significantly impaired. And obviously, the pandemic and everything else with the depletion of the nursing workforce has really affected us significantly. UTMB, and I think Texas Tech is here as well, but we all both run in that kind of mid-20s vacancy rate across the board, which for us is about 700 FTEs, which is significant. Mr. Collier mentioned we've reduced hours of operation at over a dozen facilities. That obviously impacts our ability to deliver care. It also impacts our ability to keep care at the facility and not send patients out to get services in local community hospitals. So the salary issue is really our primary focus. Without a workforce, we can't provide the necessary services, and I am certainly concerned moving forward that without that 15%, and I think, the best example is these state mental health hospitals, which have implemented a 20% pay increase, and they've been successful in actually taking our employees. The Rusk State Hospital sits right below the TDC, Hodge, and Skyview facilities, and over the last 6 weeks, they've taken 4 nurses and 2 administrative people. As I said, great for them, less good for us. And so, as I said, trying to move that 15% doesn't actually make us fully competitive with the state hospitals, but at least it would allow us to be a little bit more competitive, try to fill some of these vacancies, and ultimately get to a place where, historically we've run about a 10% vacancy rate, and we can use secondary labor to fill the rest. But where we're at right now, that's just not a tenable solution.
What I think I'm really concerned about is the ability to deliver care. So not appropriating this impacts your ability to deliver care. And aren't we legally required to deliver care? And if we aren't meeting our legal requirements, what does that mean?
Well, correct. And obviously, our patient group here is the only patient group in the country that has a constitutional right to health care services. So from that standpoint, if we're not delivering adequate care, whether that's medical, dental, mental health, our patients have the right to solicit the federal court to look into, that level of service. Obviously, the federal court has been involved. Arizona, California, Illinois are kind of recent examples of the federal court getting involved and specifically looking at, I think the deficiencies really revolve around the inability to attract and retain staff so that service is going to be provided. So, as I said, a 22% vacancy rate for UTMB, which is, as I said, across the board, we're getting near that level where it is, I think, a true concern that we're not being able to deliver adequate care.
And so you said other states have been dinged, and I guess I'm putting on my Article 3 hat, when we got dinged for not funding special education. And then the feds came down and gave us a corrective action. And that has taken us, we've never been able to dig out of that bucket. So what I'm hearing, and I'm working to understand, is that if we don't fund this appropriation, we risk ourselves staying at the 22% or worse, and could potentially be dinged, and that ding would then put us under federal oversight?
It could, as I said. I mean, that's a lengthy process, not something that would happen overnight. But and as right now we are being able to maintain with a lot of overtime, and as part of that increase in that 245 is just our use of secondary labor. I mean, paying double high needs pay, triple high needs pay to our own staff, which is never a productive solution because ultimately they get burned out. So this cycle that we're in right now, if we can't change the tangent of that and start to be able to retain first, which that 15% will certainly help with, but also allow us to then be a little bit more attractive in the marketplace. Because, for us right now, our ability to most employees stay for the retirement benefits. The university has a very good retirement plan, and most people will stay for that. 15% will help them, and they can look forward down the road to that applying to their retirement. So for us, I said that is why that 15% is so important, because we historically have done a 5 and 5, and remember, we've come off of 4 years of no salary increases for any staff, save the 9.9 that we did in April for that nursing group. Which was certainly helpful on the RN side. It did stabilize our nursing group there. But on the LVN side, which is really the bulk of our nursing workforce, we're still not even competitive in that market.
Okay. When it comes to the $309 million, is there anything else you feel this committee should know?
Well, beyond, as I said, without staff, I mean, and again, it's nice to have the additional, new positions, but if we don't have a pay structure that's going to support us hiring them, then you're really just giving both universities more vacancies. So, and I think as Mr. Collier laid out, I mean, the acuity of our patients has changed dramatically over the last 10 years and continues to change, not just with age, but just with, you look at hepatitis C, HIV, all of the other cancers that we're dealing with. As I said, we have a very sick population that have high demands for care, which, as I said, we've done a very good job. If you really look at, the Pew study that came out in 2017, Texas really gets a very good value for what it's put together in terms of the partnership between the three agencies. We're in the bottom 10 of our total cost of care. We're in the bottom 10, unfortunately, in terms of the number of staff per offender. So, as I said, I think, we have done a very good job with the funding we've received, but we're really at a crisis point. If we can't change, as I said, that tangent on the staffing right now, as I said, we will be back here in 2 years with not a 22%, but something probably much more significant.
Brian, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, ma'am. I mean, it's behind the system. That's what makes the system has to be healthy, not just from this standpoint, but from the condition of our folks inside. That's a huge issue. So it's, to me, I mean, it's bones. It's the core of part of what we have to do.
Appreciate that. Members, are there any questions while we have the UTMB Vice President here? Wonderful. Seeing no more questions, we'll, oh, wait.
Make sure you register.
Oh, make sure you register.
I will.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue. The chair recognizes or calls David Gutierrez, presiding officer for the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. I feel like we're going to power through the rest really fast.
Good morning, Chair Gonzalez, Vice Chair Spiller, and members of this distinguished committee. My name is David Gutierrez. I am the presiding officer of the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. And I appreciate the opportunity to briefly speak with you this morning. The mission of the Board of Pardons and Paroles receives its authority from Article 4, Section 11 of the Texas Constitution. We review those eligible offenders for parole and discretionary mandatory supervision. Additionally, we set conditions of parole. If a rule or condition is violated, then we conduct revocation hearings. We also recommend clemency matters to the governor. The board and I would like to thank the work of this committee and the 88th House Appropriations budget as introduced. We're very grateful for the work that you've done, and I will share with you that this introduced budget will meet the needs for the agency for the next biennium. I'm also extremely grateful for the proposed raises for our staff, including our parole officers. Since the pandemic, our agency, like many other agencies, has had challenges in staffing our agencies, particularly in our metropolitan areas. The proposed raises they just come at a great time. I do have one exceptional item I'd like to bring to this committee. We do have 7 exempt board members that were not included in this pay structure. I'm requesting that the 5% be included, 7 members. I believe in your supplemental, it shows to be about 46,000 for the first year and 95,000 for the second year for both, for the 7 board members. I will tell you and share with you that these 7 exempt board members are working board members. So I appreciate the allocation to our agency, and I can assure you that I will continue to strive and be effective, efficient, and very mindful of the fact that this is taxpayer dollars. That concludes my remarks, and I am open to any questions.
Sorry. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, giving your presentation. You had mentioned the mission of the board. Overall, would you surmise that your responsibility is for the overall public safety of Texas?
Yes, sir. That is first and foremost public safety.
When you look at the blue warrants that oftentimes are placed on parolees or people on probation, has there been a move to put them in line with local jurisdiction?
Representative Johnson, blue warrants falls under the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I couldn't answer that with any accuracy. We, the board, do not issue those blue warrants.
But it's through parole and pardons that this does, because any parolee would, if they're on parole and they get arrested, there's an immediate blue warrant placed on them, correct?
The supervising agency, the parole division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, may issue a blue warrant for administrative violation or a law violation.
Right.
Yes.
So that's not you guys. Who is that?
Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Texas Department of Criminal Justice. It has nothing to do with you guys. Okay. Then the next part would be, as I had talked with Collier, Commissioner Collier, about parole. What are some of the things? I know we all understand this is a very subjective process in terms of how one interacts with the parole board and whether or not they will be released or not. Has there been a move to look at that aging population that we are burdened with in terms of taxpayers to reduce that because of the public safety aspect that we had just mentioned?
That's a good question, Representative Johnson. Now, we're shifting from blue warrants to...
I've totally shifted.
Okay, all right. We, the board, as we consider and review one for parole or mandatory supervision, we look at a variety of factors. So number one, public safety is number one. We look at the 22 voting members that we have on the board, look at these cases independently, and they have their own discretion in making those independent decisions in reviewing these cases. We look at, number one, the nature of the offense that the individual's in prison for, the sentence length on that offense. We look at additionally to see if there are other offenses that they're in prison for and the nature of those offenses and the sentence length of those offenses. We look at additional arrests throughout their entire criminal history. We look at juvenile arrests. We look at all the adult. We look at the number of times they've been to prison. We also look at the number of times they've been in other prisons across the country. We review those times that they've been placed on probation, the number of times they've been placed on probation in their lives. Did they successfully complete that probation, or were they revoked? We additionally look at those offenses that have, if we have paroled them or another state has paroled them, how did they successfully discharge that parole? Did they or did they not? Were they revoked? Were they rearrested for violations, either administratively or other law violations? What were the dispositions of those violations? We look at
But there's no
the age of the offender when he was arrested, at the age of the offender when we review his case. We review his institutional adjustment while he's in prison, good or bad. We look at victim support, support from the family, and we look at the totality of the information that we receive and make an independent decision on those cases.
But none of those are written in statute, if you will, that says that if they do this, then you not may but shall grant parole.
Well, Government Code 508 gives us our direction as how we should review these cases. I will tell you that, and I have a directive that if an individual, an offender has been in prison for over 20 years, that the lead voter is required to interview that individual face-to-face, and subsequent reviews thereafter, not to exceed more, I believe, than 5 years. They should be interviewing these individuals. But we receive our authority from Section 508 of the Government Code.
But again, nothing that says you shall do this if they do this, because you had mentioned something about if someone has been in prison for so many years. Because one of the things that I have learned is that many prisoners that go in, there's a treatment plan that they have to complete while in prison. While many of them don't even know about the treatment plan, they didn't even know. They were not given it to them when they were first been in there, and they've been in there for years and just never gotten it until they got to you guys, and then you say, well, you didn't complete your treatment plan, which could be a determining factor of revoking or denying parole. It's those kind of things that there could be triggers that could deny, but I'm asking those triggers that would automatically, because that's an automatic denial versus that. What can I do to automatically get out beyond just simply every single day? But for the last 20 years, I've done my job. You know, I'm here, I'm quiet, then, stayed myself out of trouble. So again, just looking at those two different ways in which we can ensure, because again, I'm looking at the rehabilitation of these individuals, and it's hard to rehabilitate when you don't know how to rehabilitate, because there's no clear direction or a clear understanding of what I need to do to sit before you in order to be released.
May I respond?
Yes.
I believe it was in the 88th, 87th, 86th legislative session. Representative Romero and I had some discussions, and House Bill 2888 passed, and it required the Board of Pardons and Paroles, I believe it's within 90 days, that we work with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. When an individual is brought into the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, into the prison system, and they do their classification, initial classification, that when they receive their individual treatment plan of what programs they should take, that we, the board, should notify that offender at intake which classes that they should take. And we are following that new law. The second part of that question, we do look at the classes that they take while they're in prison. As a matter of fact, Mr. Collier and I, over the last several years, have worked together to try to have an understanding through their programs in rehabilitation to place some of these shorter sentences and placing them in a treatment program prior to a parole vote. And they have done so with some DWI offenders and as the treatment program spaces are available. So we do, as we look at these individuals for parole review, we do look at the classes they have been taken. and they are taken. We also recognize that TDCJ may not have enough beds to place every one of their all those people in prison in a treatment bed at the time that we review them, each one of them. Many times, a denial reason could be perhaps, I mean, we state the denial reason in every time we make a decision, either approval or denial reason. So the individual will know that perhaps it was the nature of the offense, or perhaps it was his past history of the number of times he's been on parole, probation, he has not done well. The reason is given to the individual for approval or denial.
The reason is given for approval or denial. That I got that, but leading up to that, you're saying again that everyone receives their treatment plan.
Yes.
Within 90 days.
We are required to provide that to them. I believe it's 90 days. Could be 180 days, but there's
of being incarcerated.
Yes, when they come into the prison system.
Okay, I'll need to get that information.
House Bill 2888. We can provide that for you.
Because I've gotten very much conflicting information in regards to that. Okay. So I'll get with you afterwards, and we'll look at, and I can show you the information that have come to me, because I get tons of letters in regards to this all the time. So, but I'll get with you offline, and we'll continue to discuss.
Members, are there any other questions? Oh, Vice Chair Spiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, on your exceptional item that you've asked is a pay increase for the 7 board members, correct?
That's correct.
And looking at it, looks like there are 7 board members and there are 15 parole commissioners. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
Tell me how this works, because I just don't know. Do the board members meet and do these things? How do the 2 roles differ? I know that it appears that the parole commissioners are appointed by you. The board members are appointed by the governor with the confirmation by the Senate. When they meet, how often do you meet? Is it just the 7 of you meet to cover these things, or what are the role duties or delegation between the board and these other folks that are parole commissioners?
That's a very good question. There are 7 gubernatorial appointees. We serve 6-year staggered terms. The board members, by statute, by legislature, we review the exceptional items, those cases, the more heinous cases, the aggravated sexual assaults, capital murder. We review certain offenses that the legislature has allowed only the board members to review. We administratively supervise the agency, set policy together. We meet 4 times a month. It is not like you see on TV where we sit and make decisions. Texas is one of the, if not one of the largest states when it comes to parole review. We have 7 board members. The state is divided into 7 regions. There is a board office in Amarillo with a board member, board office in San Antonio with a board member, Palestine, Austin, Huntsville, Angleton, San Antonio, and Gatesville. Each board member has 2 parole commissioners. And I set the panels, the voting panels for those regions. The prisons in those regions are voted by those board offices. The cases are distributed, prisons are rotated. I set the panels. There's a lead voter for each panel, and I rotate. First vote, second, third vote. You have to have 2 consensus votes. These cases are reviewed independently by each voting member, and it goes to the second voting member. The second voting member then looks at the totality of the information. He could agree or disagree with the lead voter. If he disagrees, then it goes to the third voter. The exceptional items, those cases that only the board members vote, those cases go from board member to board member to board member. So they go through all 7. You must have a majority. 5 approval. If you get 3 denials around the state, they stay for another whatever term they set them off for, 36, months, 60 months, 3, 5, 7, or 10 years.
Okay.
Set off.
And on the parole commissioners, are they compensated for their time and their work?
Yes, they are working members. The reason for the request additionally for the board members is because what we will have is salary compression. The commissioners will be bumping right up to the board members.
Okay. So what you're asking for is clearly only with respect to the board members, and it's a 5% pay increase.
Just like you are with the rest of the agencies.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, each year. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you so much for your service and for your time here today.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. Thank you all.
The chair calls Kelsey Vela, analyst of the Legislative Budget Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Vela with the Legislative Budget Board, and I'll be presenting today on the Texas Military Department. Recommendations for the upcoming biennium total $2.5 billion in all funds, which represents a $645 million increase from the 22-23 funding level. This is predominantly due to an increase in funding for Operation Lone Star. Please turn to page 2. Section 2 provides detail on base funding changes. Appendix A on page 12 will show these changes by strategy. Please turn the page. Item 1, TMD has been involved with Operation Lone Star since March 2021. Deployed members of the Texas National Guard and State Guard conduct patrols, secure checkpoints, and construct temporary fencing along the Texas-Mexico border. Recommendations include $2.3 billion for border security, including $60 million for state active duty pay increases. TMD received several emergency and disaster grants from the Office of the Governor in the 22-23 biennium, which are listed on the left-hand side of the page. Item 2, recommendations include $0.3 million to provide uniforms to newly enlisted State Guard members who are expected to pay for 3 sets of uniforms upon enlistment. Recommendations do not include TMD's requested rider, allowing uniforms to be purchased using existing appropriations. Item 3, TMD is requesting 2 items related to mental health services that would increase the number of mental health professionals available to members of the Texas Military Forces. Exceptional item 2 would provide $1.2 million for 4 clinical social workers to aid in the transition on and off active duty, as well as reduce caseloads for existing social workers. Exceptional item 3 will provide $500,000 for 3 counselors to support TMD's counseling program in 3 cities. Item 4, TMD is requesting 7 exceptional items related to facilities as listed on page 4 for a total of $340.4 million in general revenue and $31 million in estimated federal funds. Projects include funding for State Armory revitalization, deferred maintenance, Camp Bowie upgrades, and the construction of a Beaumont Readiness Center and Holistic Wellness Center at Camp Mabry. Please turn to page 5. Item 5, TMD is requesting $15 million to expand the tuition assistance program for service members as exceptional item 1. This funding would allow the agency to provide wards for up to 15 credit hours and double the number of wards provided. Current funding for this program is $1.6 million. Item 6, recommendations include $73 million to provide a pay increase for service members on state active duty in fiscal years 24 and 25. Also included is $5.8 million in all funds for the statewide salary adjustment. TMD is requesting $1.9 million for targeted salary adjustments for certain administrative positions whose skills translate well to other state agencies. Please turn the page. Section 3A on page 6 provides an overview of TMD's federal funds. Please turn to page 7. Recommendations include the deletion of 2 riders relating to appropriations for border security and competency-based education degree plans, as well as the addition of one rider related to the state active duty pay increases. Please turn with me to page 8. This section lists TMD's 17 exceptional items that were not included in the recommendations, totaling $387 million in general revenue and 15 FTEs. At the bottom of pages 9 and 10 are rider requests that were not included in the recommendations. Please note that TMD has made some revisions to their request. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Members, any questions? Thank you so much. The chair calls Major General Thomas Seltzer, Adjunct General for the Texas Military Department. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
As you've identified, good afternoon. I'm Major General Tom Seltzer, the Adjutant General for the Texas Military Department. Chair Gonzalez, Vice Chair Spiller, and members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate all the support we have received from this Texas legislature. I'm joined today by Ms. Sheila Taylor, the Executive Director of the Office of State Administration, as a resource witness. She is seated behind me. As many of you know, the past few years have been busy for the Texas Military Department. Since the onset of the global pandemic in 2020, TMD has continued to provide a high level of support to communities across Texas. In the past 3 years alone, our agency has rapidly transitioned from supporting a few hundred service members for short missions to long-term support of thousands of service members. While our missions are fully funded, the agency has historically operated on a fiscally conservative budget. It is important to keep in mind that funding for our missions, while crucial, does not provide support for our agency's long-term needs. In our agency priorities, state tuition assistance and mental health care are paramount. TMD has consistently executed 100% of our tuition assistance budget for the past 5 years. Low funding in this program has reduced our ability to support the educational goals of our service members. Our request will enable us to provide education support to more than 1,500 service members annually who need tuition assistance. It is equally important for us to increase access to mental health care, particularly given the challenges that our service members face. We are requesting support for 2 mental health programs. First, our high-risk mental health intervention initiative provides crisis response to ensure access to high-quality care. This request will ensure that we have coverage we need by allowing access for our state-deployed service members and in our high-risk communities. The second program, TMD Counseling, provides education, training, and preventative care with counselors placed in regions across the state. This funding will help fill vacancies and ensure our counselors are paid a competitive wage. Our next priority is our network. We have always relied on the Department of Defense network to meet our state networking requirements. However, the DoD network is becoming more restrictive. TMD already has 5,000 service members with no account at all. We have lost the ability to host SharePoint, and service members will eventually lose access to the TMD portal. These restrictions negatively impact the agency's ability to respond to future disasters and provide the best support to our people and our partners. Our solution to this is the Texas Cloud Network, or TexNet. This will be a robust, modern cloud network built on Microsoft Cloud infrastructure that eliminates these challenges while increasing communication, connectivity, and efficiency. The last item I want to mention is our State of Texas Army Revitalization, or STAR program. This program supports the ongoing maintenance and renovation of our armories across Texas. Armories are used to train service members, maintain and store equipment, and act as staging areas and shelters during emergency response. Our armories are decades behind in maintenance due to low funding, and with the drastic increase of missions are heavily utilized, which degrades them further. We have identified 16 Army projects across Texas in need of these renovations. Deferred maintenance has serious consequences for the health and safety of our service members. These programs and projects are critical to our agency, but they are not all-inclusive. Our remaining exceptional items will ensure our agency can continue to support our personnel and protect our state and nation. Again, we appreciate the extensive support we receive from the legislature. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? I just have a couple of questions, just really quickly.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for your service, and thank you to all the people who are serving in our Texas Military Department. I know that not only do you do a lot for Texas, but really around the world in some of your other capacities. So thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit about the morale of the people who are in our service here in Texas?
Yes. So specifically, I get asked a lot of questions about the morale on the border. So morale has greatly improved on the border. Since February, we've increased the base camps. They've gone from, the initial housing trailers to full base camps. We have Starlink satellite network in the camps, so soldiers and airmen have connectivity to do video games, to interact with people. We've also increased the pay, so things have improved and stabilized there to the point where we have upwards of 80% of our personnel that are on the border are volunteers. So as they come up on their end of tour, they're volunteering to stay, or we're getting people to volunteer to go down on the border. And so overall, that's greatly improved the morale of the whole organization.
From a fiscal perspective, does the agency have enough money to continue its operations for Operation Lone Star? And or if not, where do you think you'll be able to get that funding?
Okay, so our estimate going to FY23 was $1.176 billion was needed. So far, either through money received from the Office of the Governor or money that was carried into the fiscal year, we have $717.16 million received, leaving a balance of $459.32 million that we'll need to carry through the fiscal year. So that's after we get through March, we'll need additional funding.
After you get through, so we're in March. Are we in March?
We're about to be.
We're almost in March.
Yeah.
1 month.
Okay, 1 month from now, you're going to be out of funding.
Correct.
And you'll need another $450 million approximately.
$459 million, yes.
$459 million. And where will that money come from?
So as we get, about a month out, we'll make a request to the Office of the Governor, and they will fund us through various programs.
Okay.
In the past, those have come from the trustee programs within the Office of the Governor, but I don't want to speak for the Office of the Governor.
Right. I just think it's important for us in the appropriations point to understand that there is a gap that the agency is going to experience, and that not only I hear you. I hear that you have been asked to serve in this capacity, and we just need to be able to make sure the people who are serving aren't negatively harmed, and I think that's where that question comes from. But your biggest ask, if I'm correct, is a $15 million for tuition assistance?
That's correct. It's the number one priority.
And tell me, what does that pay for?
So currently, our folks they can sign up for up to 12 semester hours and spread that over 5 years. What we're looking to do is extend that to 15 semester hours. So instead of just offering a spring and fall, you could go in the summer. So
15 semester hours a year.
A year.
Okay.
So currently the benefit, I know that sounds confusing. So currently the benefit is up to 10 semester hours, and you have a 5-year period to execute those benefits. So you could technically do 10 semesters in 5 years.
You technically could do 10 semesters in 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because service members are going to do varying amounts of school based on their life. So.
Okay. And do you have structured relationships with universities in order to encourage our service members to take advantage of tuition assistance?
Yes, we do, and they can use this tuition assistance at any Texas accredited college or university.
Can they just use it, or can also their children use it?
Just the service member.
Just the service members. Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you to the people who are also serving.
Thank you very much.
All right, the chair calls Corey Sharp, analyst of the Legislative Budget Board. Corey's not registered?
Register online. I'll re-register.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. My name is Corey Sharp with the LBB, and I'll be running through our summary of recommendations for the Commission on Fire Protection. Recommendations total $4.1 million in all funds, which represents a $272,000 increase over the 2022-23 spending levels. Turning to page 2. Recommendations provide $260,000 for salary adjustments and include a change to the estimated amount of appropriated receipts in order to reflect past performance more accurately. Turning to section 3, select fiscal and policy issues. To provide you with context for considering the agency's exceptional items, these figures document growth in 2 of the agency's key performance measures. The figure on the left documents the number of exams administered over the last decade, and the figure on the right shows the number of individuals certified by the agency. Turning to page 4, rider highlights. Recommendations, delete the sunset contingency rider. Turning to page 5. The agency has 6 exceptional items not included in recommendations. These total $1.5 million and include a request for 6 new FTEs. I would also like to point out that the agency submitted an exceptional item for vehicles with their LAR. Recommendations for the supplemental bill will include that request. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you so much, Corey. Don't
Thank you.
forget to register.
I won't.
Okay. John will get mad at you.
I know.
Just kidding. John's lovely. He will not get mad at a soul. The chair calls Mike Wisco, Executive Director for the Texas Commission on Fire Protection.
He's also not registered.
Okay, everyone. Mike, you're not registered either.
I'm not.
And I hope both of you
I
get
was following
registered.
Corey. He's registered. He's my presiding officer. I made sure he got registered, and I did not.
Okay, well,
Take care of that as soon as I walk out here.
yes, John will be mad. Just kidding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Appreciate the opportunity this afternoon. As you've already heard, we've asked for some funding. I can tell you the agency is mandated to generate revenue that equals our appropriations plus an additional 1.5 million. That puts us right at 5 million that we're supposed to bring in. We're going to finish this biennium right about 10 million. And that increase, market increase, is due to the sheer growth in Texas and the increase in the number of certified firefighters as well as regulated fire departments and regulated training facilities out there. This growth has created a challenge for the agency. And those challenges exist really in 4 areas. Our outdated technology system. We do online testing now, and we regularly have situations where while a large number of folks are taking an online exam, the system will go down, and that creates a number of challenges for us. We have now insufficient staffing levels. We can't keep up with the growth that's occurring, in particular on the technology side and then the compliance side, but also in the testing side as well. We are struggling and actually falling short with a couple of our performance measures and being able to accomplish the inspections and the training audits that we're required to do. And so the increase in FTEs would help with that. Another area is funding for training for our staff, in particular our technology folks and our compliance officers again. And the last, as you heard mentioned, we requested some vehicles. Currently, the agency does not have any state vehicles. We rely on rentals. That has become increasingly difficult to almost impossible in the last 2 years to rent vehicles for us to be able to get to where we need to go to do our inspections and investigations and things of that nature. Not going to bore you with a lot of details, just trying to outline our 4 biggest areas there. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
First, I would need you to state your name and the organization that you're with, just in a register.
You're supposed to remind me. Mike Wisco, Executive Director of the Texas Commission on Fire Protection.
Thank you so much. Members, are there any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get registered.
All right, here we go. The chair calls Haley Ewing, analyst of the Legislative Budget Board. I don't represent anybody.
Who you represent?
I know.
Our representative.
Go ahead.
Haley Ewing with the Legislative Budget Board. I'll be presenting the summary of budget recommendations for the Commission on Jail Standards. Starting on page 1, Jail Standards is recommended $3.5 million for the 24-25 biennium, with a biennial change of about $400,000. Recommendations to maintain current FTE levels. Turning to page 2, you can see a significant funding change comes from the biennialization of border security funds for Operation Lone Star. Turning to page 3, House Bill 9, 87th Legislature, second called session appropriated $214,000 in GR for border security in fiscal year 22. Recommendations double the appropriation to $429,000 in the 24-25 biennium to maintain border security. Turning to page 4, recommendations include deleting the sunset rider as well as the appropriation for border security rider, as it was informational and funding is already in the bill pattern. Turning to page 5, the Commission on Jail Standards is requesting 3 exceptional items for just under $450,000. The first request is for a complaint inspector. The second item is for a data analyst. And the last item is funding for network and server upgrades. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, good job. Thank you. The chair calls Brandon Wood, Executive Director for the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. Good afternoon, Brandon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Brandon Wood, Executive Director, Texas Commission on Jail Standards. Before I provide you a very brief overview of the agency and its request, I would like to acknowledge and thank our analyst, Haley, with Legislative Budget Board, and also John with your staff. Both of them are always available, responsive, and have an answer, even if it's not necessarily the one that I want to hear at times. So with that, I'll provide you a very brief overview of the agency and its request. We currently operate with 22 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, and are responsible for the inspection of 242 county jails across the state of Texas, holding on average 70,000 inmates on any given day. Over this past biennium, we have implemented the changes required by Sunset, which includes a movement towards a risk-based inspection approach, which did away with the requirement that we inspect each facility once per year. We have worked with Sam Houston State University to develop a validated risk assessment tool, which we have been utilizing and continue to modify and improve, and will be fully on this risk-based inspection approach as of September 1 of 2023. This is also one of the areas in which I'd also like to point out that as we went through Sunset, there were changes that were implemented, risk-based being one of them. The other will directly tie into one of our exceptional item requests, and that is the fact that complaints have increased from an average of 180 per month to approximately 380 to 400 per month. This is primarily driven by the fact that county jails were required to post in common areas how an inmate can file a complaint with the commission, what that complaint can consist of, but also include it in their inmate handbook. Now, there has been almost a doubling of the number of inmate complaints that we do receive, but the number that are investigated and founded remain below 10 per month. However, each one of these complaints requires that staff review them, triage them, enter them, and then provide a response. So we do prioritize and ensure that those that deal with medical, staffing, or life safety are designated as level 1. But again, we have individuals that we have moved over to the complaint section in an attempt to address this increase. However, we have 3 complaint inspectors currently, with 1 serving as an organizer for that section. And with 3 of them doing approximately 100 per month, it's simple math with us having about a backlog of 100 per month and continuing to grow. The agency is very thankful for the increase that has been provided, and we did go back and work with the Legislative Budget Board in amending our exceptional item request. And for these 3 items that we are requesting, first and foremost is an additional complaint inspector at approximately $63,000 per year. The second item is a data analysis type individual that would be able to review all the data that we collect to include historical population trends, compliance trends, and areas in which we might be able to be proactive in providing technical assistance to our county jails as they continue to try to meet the challenges that they have in this current environment. The last exceptional item is for technology increases. We are requesting that we be provided funds to replace one of our servers that has already passed its end of life, and also keep up with the replacement program for laptops to ensure that our field inspectors and staff that is able to work from home and work remotely will maintain that capability throughout this next biennium. With that, Madam Chair, conclude my remarks and be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Members, do you have any questions? Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, so you're going to only have one FTE for complaints, a complaint inspector? For how many?
It is a request for one complaint inspector, which would provide us a total of 4 complaint inspectors.
Oh, this is one
This would be in addition to that, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's 4 altogether for again, how many?
Currently, we're experiencing 400 complaints per month that we are received and are investigating.
Between how many jails?
There are 242 currently under our purview.
And from those complaints, and this being a complaint inspector, what do we hope to gain?
We hope to gain a quicker response time, a more thorough investigation of these complaints, and being able to address the concerns that are brought forward to us in a timely manner.
So are these complaints, they range?
Yes, sir. There's a total range. Inmates will submit a complaint regarding conditions of their confinement, if they have gone through a disciplinary process that they believe is unfair. They complain about the heating, the temperature, food, their lawyer. The list is pretty extensive.
And during that investigation, if something is found to be true, what happens?
If the complaint inspector is able to determine that that complaint is founded, depending upon the severity of the issue, the jail can be placed in noncompliance, or the jail can be required to correct that area, and we provide them technical assistance in doing so. So if it is an egregious violation, for example, if an individual was supposed to receive medications twice per day and they were only receiving it once per day, the individual would be notified that the complaint is founded. The agency would notify the county jail, and with it being a medical issue, we would issue a notice of noncompliance. The county jail would then be required to submit a corrective plan of action and demonstrate that they have put into place all actions necessary to come back in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative De Ayala.
Just real quick, does your oversight include the TDCJ units now converted to jails over in Operation Lone Star?
Yes, sir, it does.
And just out of curiosity, how are they doing?
They've actually done very well after the initial conversion of those units. It was a different environment for all involved, but we actually have reviewed their operations, on-site inspections to include multiple staff members. And after that initial push to have those facilities opened and converted, we actually received fewer complaints from them on a per capita basis than another facility of that size. And the most common complaint, while in the rest of the county jails is medical, most common complaint for those facilities has been correspondence and at times lack of ability to interact with their lawyer.
But those have been corrected?
Yes, sir, they have. Yes, sir.
Brandon, first of all, I'd like to thank the agency in their support of helping us to address the shackling of pregnant women while they're in labor. I think that bringing some more transparency and support to the county jails so they are not practicing this type of practice has been really helpful. So I want to thank your agency for that work.
Yes, ma'am.
I had questions around what you needed for, so your average, just really quickly, the average time it takes for your agency to respond is approximately 45 days.
That is the goal that we shoot for, depending upon the severity of the complaint that we have been receiving. It has crept up around 48 days on some of those. Again, if they are designated a level 1, which is life safety medical, we send those off for an immediate response and begin working those immediately.
Wonderful. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you so much. Good job, Brandon. Just kidding, we're still here. Okay. The chair calls Haley Ewing, analyst with the Legislative Budget Board. I'm so sorry, my coffee is like...
Good afternoon, Haley Ewing with the Legislative Budget Board. I'll be presenting the summary of budget recommendations for the Commission on Law Enforcement. Starting on page 1, TCOL has recommended $16.1 million for the 24-25 biennium with a biennial change of about $50,000. Recommendations to increase the FTE cap by 2 for the school marshal program. Turning to page 2, you can see a significant funding change comes from the one-time purchase of TCLEDs, replacing GRD account 116 with GR, funding for the school marshal program, as well as funding for the peer network, which I'll talk more about in the next section. Turning to page 3, TCOL was under limited strategic fiscal review and sunset review in the 22-23 biennium. Sunset Commission recommendations included continuing TCOL for 12 years and adopted several recommendations to improve effectiveness of law enforcement regulation. The second fiscal and policy issue is the depletion of GRD account 116. Recommendations include $5.8 million in general revenue instead of GRD account 116 to fund TCOL in the 24-25 biennium. The revenue from this account comes from consolidated court costs and professional fees. Revenues have decreased from 2016 to 2022 and is expected to continue to decline because of reductions in court fees. Senate Bill 8 provided $5.8 million in federal funds to the account to address the shortfall. The recommendation to provide GR instead of GRD account 116 would prevent the fund from continuing to deplete. Turning to page 4, we have the third item, which is the purchase of TCLEDs. SFR and Sunset both identified issues with TCOL's licensing database system. House Bill 2 appropriated $3.6 million in GR to purchase TCLEDs from the vendor, and this was finalized in July of 2022. Not included in recommendations is the agency's request of $1.8 million to upgrade the TCLED system. Recommendations do include $500,000 for data center services. Item 4 is the school marshal program, which TCOL administers. Recommendations include $1.3 million in general revenue for the school marshal program in the 24-25 biennium, as well as 2 additional FTEs. Last item included in recommendations is $2.4 million in general revenue for the peer network, which is $1.3 million more than the previous biennium. Turning to page 5. Recommendations include deleting the rider for the study on peace officer salaries, as this has been completed. Turning to page 6, the agency is requesting 5 exceptional items for $7.7 million and a total of 10 FTEs. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Andrew McConnell, policy analyst with the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Matt. Sorry, I'm a little bit hobbled these days.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Good afternoon, Chair Gonzalez and members. My name is Andrew McConnell. I'm the project manager for the Sunset Limited Scope Re-Review of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, TCOL. Sunset reviewed TCOL last biennium, but the TCOL Sunset Bill did not pass. The legislature continued TCOL for 2 more years and required Sunset to conduct a limited scope re-review. In this re-review, Sunset once again found Texas's approach to law enforcement regulation lags behind the needs of the state. TCOL only sets officer licensing and training standards and has almost no authority to ensure Texas's law enforcement agencies can meet the public's expectation for law enforcement services. Each of Texas's nearly 2,800 law enforcement agencies sets its own standards in areas such as professional conduct and vehicle pursuits while determining its own resource needs for things like equipment and facilities. This results in a hodgepodge of inconsistent standards and capabilities, which creates a risk for law enforcement personnel and uncertainty for the public. Based on these findings, the Sunset Commission recommends continuing TCOL for 12 years while requiring TCOL with input from an advisory committee to set and enforce minimum standards for law enforcement agencies. Minimum standards ensure agencies are able to meet the public's expectation for law enforcement services, and an advisory committee provides opportunity for input from all the stakeholders. TCOL already recurringly audits agencies' hiring and training compliance, so this requirement could likely be done with existing resources. Additionally, the Commission recommends explicitly authorizing TCOL to temporarily suspend licenses in cases of imminent threats to public health, safety, or welfare. TCOL already exercises this authority, and the recommendation focuses on clarifying the requirements for suspension and due process for the licensee, and could be done with existing resources. Next, the Commission recommends removing the discharge categories from the F5 separation form. With the background check requirements of SB 24 passed in the 87th session, the discharge categories are redundant and potentially misleading. This will reduce an administrative burden on TCOL and may result in a cost savings. Further, the Commission recommends requiring TCOL to establish a system for law enforcement agencies to report failed fit-for-duty exams or exam refusals, and authorize TCOL to suspend licenses under limited circumstances. Law enforcement professionals are at a high risk for burnout and other mental health conditions that could impair their ability to perform the job safely. Having a process to address these concerns while providing due process is essential for both public safety and officer health. The Commission also recommends requiring TCOL create a public database for peace officer license status. This increases transparency for the law enforcement profession. TCOL already maintains this data, so the cost of the requirement is contingent on TCOL's ability to create the database with existing resources. Other recommendations address TCOL's administrative function and could be done with existing resources. Overall, the Sunset Commission recommendations would not result in significant fiscal impact to the state. This concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Andrew, I do have one question that you raised. You said something about risk for law enforcement, that not addressing the needs of TCOL put law enforcement at risk. Can you expand on what that means to you and why?
Where I was referring to that was in terms of the fit-for-duty exams. Again, law enforcement is a stressful profession. It leads to higher rates of burnout, mental illness, substance dependency, things like that. There is a fit-for-duty process that most departments have that if they observe signs in an officer that the officer needs to get checked out or perhaps get help, they can order an examination. The problem is this is all localized, so there is no way for TCOL to know if that officer refuses to take an exam, quits the department, and moves to a completely another department. The problem's moving, but it's not being addressed. It's not being fixed. This recommendation would require that if that happened, TCOL gets notified and TCOL could take a licensing action. Because it is a licensing action, the officer would get due process, they'd get the hearing and all that, but to determine if that individual should maintain a license or should have to take some type of treatment.
I appreciate that and the clarification for my understanding, and I don't have any further questions. All right, thank you. The chair calls John Beauchamp, Interim Executive Director for the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Did I say it right? John?
It's Beecham, Madam Chair, but
Oh.
I answer to either one. Thank you, though. Thank you for
I was
asking.
going to call you John.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Gonzalez and members. My name is John Beecham, and I'm the Interim Executive Director for the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Joining with me today and available for questions are Chief Financial Officer Brian Roth, who's here with me at the table, and Chief Information Officer Jessica Caprero. Much has happened at TCOL since the last time the agency was before you. Alongside the limited scope by the Sunset Advisory Commission, many agency improvements, particularly IT system upgrades, were made possible with the help of the legislature and the additional resources allocated to TCOL last session. During last session, law enforcement was further professionalized and public safety was increased by the passage of SB 24, which provided for the development of the TCOL Secure Share System. This system allows for the electronic sharing of personnel files during background investigations of TCOL licensees conducted by prospective hiring agencies. Simply put, SB 24 is the most significant improvement to the law enforcement hiring process in recent history. Also, the agency was able to purchase and exert programming control over its licensing database, called the TCLEDS database, for the first time since its creation. Data is the foundation for an effective regulatory structure and provides TCOL an opportunity to better execute its mission, which is ensuring that Texas is served by law enforcement professionals. To continue the improvements which support agency efforts, TCOL's first and highest priority exceptional item addresses further digital transformation and data management. The request would help meet the adopted Sunset Commission recommendation for a public-facing licensee lookup, which will provide high-value data about licensees, including license status and previous appointments. Also, it provides for continuing improvements in maintenance to the TCLEDS database and the Secure Share System. Additional improvements could be made to the licensee self-serve portal to help ensure licensees of specific outstanding training courses and their hours. This ties directly into the agency's ongoing effort called Target 100, which aspires to achieve 100% continuing education compliance for all TCOL licensees for the current period ending August 31st. Exceptional item number 2 is for the recruitment and retention of professionals who are TCOL staff. In a national comparison, TCOL's oversight duties are among the largest in relation to its peer state law enforcement regulatory agencies. The objective of this request, along with the staffing request in exceptional item number 3, is to align TCOL salaries and staffing strength with, at the least, other Texas licensing agencies with similar regulatory scope. Under this request, agency IT professionals and instructional educational designers would be compensated to better reflect their experience, which is in high demand in the public sector, and similar duties in comparison with other state employees. Likewise, TCOL's peace officer staff would reach parity with their state police peers. As discussed during Sunset Review, TCOL's sworn staff represent the state of Texas in upholding and enforcing minimum standards for Texas licensees and law enforcement agencies. This critical role requires experience and pay parity with their Schedule C counterparts, and would go a long way towards recruiting and keeping high-quality officers. You'll see specific staffing requests that would assist with the critical functions of a growing agency in a rapidly moving and changing profession. Overall, TCOL is charged with regulating 115,000 licensees, 2,700 law enforcement agencies, 115 training academies, and over 200 contract training providers. In comparison with its peer national enforcement regulatory agencies, TCOL has more agencies and one of the highest number of licensees subject to its oversight. It does so with 67 full-time employees and an annual budget that is 5% of California's, 16% of Washington State, 1/3 of Florida, and equal to that of North Carolina. Currently, TCOL's budget and FT count is at or near the bottom in comparison with those peer national agencies. Along these lines, the request includes necessary legal staff, including 3 attorneys and legal support personnel, to prosecute and manage the administrative and enforcement matters organic to the agency. It would also provide a dedicated HR specialist and a contract specialist to ensure we continue to meet all contracting and procurement requirements. I want to thank you again for your time today. In the coming months, we're eager to be your source for the policy discussions related to the agency's review and oversight. I look forward to helping answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, questions? Representative Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask just a couple questions about the school marshal program.
Yes.
That essentially provides that y'all put on an 80-hour training program for school employees who might be qualified to be a school marshal and carry a weapon, correct?
That's correct, Representative.
And you're asking for $1.3 million additional funding?
That's correct.
Is that because the numbers are up, the number of candidates?
Well, the numbers are, the demand has remained same. I think we've done one or two more courses than we have in previous years. And we've requested that that money take the place of the grant given from the governor's office.
And one or two more courses, subject-wise or just
Total courses.
total courses?
Yes, Representative.
How would you break this down between rural candidates and urban candidates? Is it more rural?
It would seem to go that way because we have to take in consideration ISD police departments, school resource officers. A lot of the urban and more populated areas have their own police departments, as I mentioned, ISD police departments, but it would skew heavily towards rural, yes.
Okay. Because the resource officers, the ISD police forces wouldn't be applying to be a school marshal.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's for a civilian who has a CHL, is an employee of the school. It would not be a peace officer.
And is this still done on a confidential basis?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
The identities, unless the school district chooses to, in response to a request by the parents, it is confidential information.
Okay. Have you received any feedback about how successful that program is?
Well, the program continues to have high interest, certainly, Representative, and the reviews have been positive, the training. There have been, we have a school training day where the media and members of the legislature can come out. All the feedback has been certainly from around the state been very positive.
Yeah. I think it's a great program. I went and observed the training program
Fantastic.
a year or so ago, and I think it's outstanding, particularly because of the extensive training and the psychological exams that are conducted.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Allison. I have some questions. Surprise, surprise. I really found fascinating the state-by-state comparison. I thought that it's important for us as legislators to know how we are comparable. So tell me again, we rank, or as far as funding, about North Carolina, is that, and only a third of where Florida is?
Correct. And California is, I think we're 5% of California. 5% of California's total budget at even roughly equal with North Carolina, and 16% of, one-third of Florida, sorry.
So, well, and I don't like it when Florida beats us at anything. But even if we were to fund your request, we wouldn't even be anywhere close of comparable to other states. Is that accurate?
I'll give you the raw numbers, Madam Chair. California's FY22 budget is $110 million. They have 263 FTEs. Give you an example. I'll throw Colorado in here as well. It's 5.7 million, which is close to us, but they have 15 FTEs. The Florida Post, which is the Post is their TCOL, 17.5 million with 104 FTEs, and the North Carolina, as I mentioned, they're at 2.8 million with 24.
Wow.
And TCOL is at 5.9 with 67 FTEs.
You're at 5.9 million.
Yes.
Okay. And so for your first exceptional item request, the securing IT delivery, digital transformation, that'll be supporting, helping creating communication or helping other law enforcement agencies of the, how many are there?
2,700 in the state.
So over 2,000, over 2,500, helping them all have the same type of data information so that we can learn from previous mistakes and so we can learn from previous mistakes, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we also give you the additional support that you're asking, I think it's agency operation support, your third exceptional item, this will build on things that we funded last biennium, correct?
Yes, it would, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, it seems pretty straightforward to me. Are there any other questions? Oh, Vice Chair Spiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to comment, I appreciate the work that y'all are doing. It appears that y'all are doing a lot of work with a relatively small budget, and I just appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Spiller.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair calls Darren Albrecht, analyst of the Legislative Budget Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Albrecht with the LBB, and I'll be presenting the recommendations for the Alcoholic Beverage Commission. So recommendations include $106.2 million for the 24-25 biennium. This is an increase of $1.1 million, or 1.1% from the previous biennium. Turn with me to page 2. The significant funding item here I will discuss in the next section. If you'll turn with me to page 3. Item 1. The agency went through the sunset review in the 86th session, and as part of their recommendations, they included reducing the number of licenses, simplifying the license and application process, and also improving their website. As a result, the 86th legislature appropriated $7.4 million for phase 1 of a 3-phase project to create a centralized cloud-based system to consolidate and streamline some outdated processes and make some improvements to their website. The agency contracted with a third-party to develop what is now referred to as the Alcohol Industry Management System, or AIMS. It had previously been referred to as a License and Tax Technology System. Both are the same technology initiative and upgrade. Last session, the legislature appropriated an additional $4.3 for phase 2 of the project in the supplemental bill. The agency reports that they have fully implemented phase 1 and expect to fully implement phase 2 by the end of this biennium. According to the agency, once fully implemented, all 3 phases, it will replace 18 independent technology systems. Recommendations do not include $10 million in general revenue for phase 3 to complete the development of the system, or $2.4 million for ongoing costs for user subscriptions, maintenance, and system support. Turn me to page 4. Recommendations delete 2 informational riders that were added last session. Turn me to page 5. The agency has 5 exceptional items totaling $23.2 million and 3 rider requests. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions?
Thank you.
All right. The chair calls Kevin Lilly, Commission Chairman, and Thomas Graham, Executive Director for Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It is afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Lilly. I'm the chairman of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. I'm joined by Thomas Graham, who is our new executive director, and this is his first appropriations hearing.
We promise not to be too hard on him.
I was going to ask that. You can beat me up all you want, but you know.
I appreciate that.
I'm honored to be here for a couple of reasons. One, I recognize that I know who my bosses are, and the bosses are the people of Texas, and you represent them, and therefore I'm looking at the people that I'm responsible for and I'm accountable to. I was recently reappointed by Governor Abbott to the chair of the TABC for another term, of which I'm very honored to do so, and I'm acutely aware of the responsibility that this agency has to your constituents and the people of Texas. Since I joined this agency, this industry has gone through, in some cases, almost hyperbolic growth in an unprecedented manner. When I first joined the agency, there were 54,000 licensed establishments in the state of Texas. That is an enormous number of businesses. Now that number is nearly 60,000. So those are 6,000 additional businesses that we had to put in business, that we have to monitor, regulate, assist, and protect. In addition, the sector itself is growing at a rapid rate. The manufacturers, many of which serve in your districts, have grown nearly 200% to include distillers, craft brewers, wineries, et cetera. It's a rapidly growing business. And it's also one that I'm proud to say, especially in the craft brewing industry, has been particularly open to veterans coming off active duty and starting a business. And so we're very proud to help those individuals get into business. But the problem is that the industry is growing at a more rapid pace than our agency. And in fact, which is really a startling number and for me, is that we have fewer agents today than we did nearly 10 years ago. So we have an industry that is growing at a rapid pace, and yet we have fewer agents to help protect and monitor this $40 billion industry. So that's part of today's exceptional items discussion. But we have been doing, I think, look, everyone makes mistakes, but I think that this agency is doing our best, and I think we are making great strides to improve servicing the people of Texas. One particular area, when I joined the agency, it took nearly 60 days, 52 days to get a liquor license in the state of Texas. That's nearly 2 months. And for those of you who know restaurants, bars, et cetera, there's a tremendous capital outlay that goes in initially to build out. And then imagine 60 days of sitting idle. You have bankers, you have financiers, you have investors, and you can't pay those bills until you start getting people in the door. We've now reduced that from 52 days to 31 days. Now, that's done because you are generous in giving us technology budgets, which we are asking for additional technology, because I'm not satisfied with 31 days. And I want to improve that process. But those additional 20 days can make the difference between success and failure in what, as you know, is a very fickle industry. Restaurants, bars, et cetera. It's a very delicate industry. And so getting people in business faster is something that I'm very proud of, and we want to continue to do so. The other area that we focus on is protecting these businesses. As you know, illegal businesses have tremendous advantages. And my goal is to reduce the temptation for law-abiding businesses to be tempted into doing things outside the law. Illegal profits are very tempting. And everybody knows the bar in your district that's serving kids, where all the high school kids go. You probably know the bars that are over-serving individuals. And there are indeed, unfortunately, bars that are used as storefronts for human trafficking, narcotics, money laundering. And so if we are able to protect the law-abiding businesses by putting out of business, by either imprisoning and or canceling the licenses, because as everyone knows, the lifeblood of crime is money. And one of the unique aspects of our agency is that we have both auditors, accountants, licensing people who work alongside our enforcement people, so we know where the money is. The other great advantage that we have, as you know, is that TABC agents, unlike any other law enforcement official in the state of Texas, do not require a warrant to go into a licensed establishment. That's enormous leverage. No one else can do that. And so if they are able to go in at any time, the investigative capabilities that they have, both undercover and then uniformed, can absolutely assist in making sure that the legitimate businesses stay legitimate and that we can put out of business those that would use illegal profits to hurt your constituents that are doing everything they can to be law-abiding. I'd also like to talk about, in just protecting communities, a couple of things in our enforcement side that I want to highlight. When I talked about over-serving, serving too much, allowing an intoxicated person to stay on your premises. We have what's called TRACE, the Targeted Responsibility for Alcohol-Connected Emergencies. Anytime there's a violent crime or bodily injury that is alcohol-related, our TRACE team traces back the source of that overservice. And not surprisingly, a third of those cases of violent crimes and or bodily injury, including vehicular manslaughter, as we've seen, sir, in Houston, where a family of 4 was killed by a drunk driver. We, in a third of those cases, have been able to trace those back to a licensed establishment that knowingly and willfully overserved individuals. Our TRACE team is working very closely with law enforcement to prevent that. In fact, last week I had the opportunity to have lunch with Chief Fenner from Houston, as well as Sheriff Gonzalez, who are both doing a magnificent job, and both have worked very closely with us in the TRACE program and are very grateful for what we're doing there. In addition, as you know, the cartels, transatlantic gangs, American gangs, unfortunately use bars for far more nefarious crimes, such as money laundering, narcotics, and, in its worst and most vile case, human trafficking. The Sunset Commission in 2019 tasked the TABC with human trafficking prevention as one of our primary law enforcement missions, primarily because we have access to these establishments. Indeed, of the top 4 venues for human trafficking, 3 of them fall within our jurisdiction: bars, restaurants, and hotels. And so our undercover capabilities and our investigative services have done, since 2019, we have begun to increase our reputation with law enforcement. As you all know, it takes time to develop trust and confidence in the law enforcement community. And so I'm very pleased to tell you that just within the last 60 days, we've had 3 major cases that were TABC-led investigations, one in Houston, one in San Antonio, and one in Mission, Texas, in which all 3 were individuals that were trafficking girls as young as 15. In San Antonio, they were coaxing young girls as young as 16 to serve as exotic dancers in a strip club. In Houston, a woman and a family was using a bar as a cover to recruit young girls from Mexico as young as 14 to come and serve as prostitutes in that bar. And in Mission, Texas, there was also an individual accused of doing the same thing, recruiting young girls to work in these bars. In all 3 cases, we've received convictions for as much as 50 years. One has yet to be convicted. We're hoping for a life sentence. We've shut down these institutions. And again, when we can cut off the funds and we can cut off the money, and when people know that TABC is doing their job, we hope that they're less likely to participate in such nefarious activities. But the problem is, as I said, we've been trying to do more with less. And I know, like, I've sat through and listened to several of these testimonies, and everyone here is asking for money, and everyone here believes that they're underfunded and they need more assistance. And I'm no different. That's why we're asking for 30 additional agents. That's why we're asking for more money for technology. That's why we're asking for more money for pay, because as everyone has said, keeping good people takes money. And when the private sector is paying more, you lose people. And so we very much believe that what we're asking for is justified, and we hope with your forbearance and your generosity that you will favorably look upon our exceptional items. And with that, that concludes my formal comments, and we are open to any questions.
Members, any questions? Representative De Ayala.
To start a little tongue-in-cheek, and thank you, Madam Chair, but I thought that was by design that y'all were at the end of the day, the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission. I didn't know if you were bringing
It was
gifts.
John's brilliance. What are you talking about?
Second is, I'm glad you highlighted this added function, this added work that you all have been doing. I've heard through the grapevine some successes from TABC on human trafficking and sexual exploitation of minors. It's one of those things where when word gets out that you all are looking, that's going to deter a lot of that behavior. So I commend you guys on that work. Question. One of the complaints that I've heard about TABC was the time to get licensing, and you talked about that 62 days to 31 days. How do you shorten that time frame? Because it is a very important thing for new businesses to open.
Well, I will start with just a generic comment, and then I'll turn it over to the executive director. When I first joined, we were largely a paper-driven system, right? I mean, literally carbon copy. And as we have transitioned from a paper system to a digital system, obviously that makes it more efficient. I mean, part of what we can do also is to do essentially self-regulation. I believe in triage. I believe in targeted responsibility and targeted action, such that if an individual has been in business for 20 years, there's been no complaints, then we're not going to spend a lot of time bothering them, literally. Nobody wants a regulator to walk into their business. If we can focus on areas where there are problems, that's where we can be much more efficient. And through the technology that we've received and the technology that we're requesting, sir, we believe Well, that is absolutely the reason, and that could continue to improve the situation. You have anything to add?
Only that as part of our request, and I'm Thomas Graham, for the record. Thank you. As part of that request, we also are asking for money for staff on our licensing side to help hold on to those folks. We are losing them to the private sector, as the chairman stated. So the two of those things together really help us bring those numbers down.
Well, thank you. Thank you both for your service.
Thank you.
Just really quickly on I hear you when you talk. So, fun fact: my family owned a restaurant forever, and I understand that when a restaurant can't do what it needs to do, a lot of if we think about the restaurant and local community, they're family businesses. And so when you think about the $9 million, nearly $10 million you're asking for, do you feel this will help alleviate some of the stresses when it comes to addressing that turnaround time for our small and local businesses who are trying to get licenses?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I do see with that $10 million, one of the things that this does is we've been after sunset 2 sessions ago for us. One of the directions we were given is that we needed to completely overhaul our computer system because the permitting process was overhauled at the time. And so we projected out over a 6-year period that we would build out what we're calling our transformation technology initiative. And this last piece of it would get us through the 6 years, the last 2 years of that 6-year project. And that's going to end up cutting time back because it's going to be more efficient for folks to use. They'll be able to file things online without having any problems. So that's where I see it making it easier for those businesses.
Okay. Members, any other questions? It's pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, members, guess what? That concludes our invited testimony. We will now begin public testimony. We do have a lot of people registered already, so we are going to limit testimony to 3 minutes per testimony, but we will get to everybody.
State your name and who you represent.
As a reminder, everyone who does come, please state your name and who you represent. And we'll go ahead and get started. The chair calls Roberto Lopez.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay here.
No problem.
Okay. Am I good to go? Okay. Good afternoon, members. Thank you so much. My name is Roberto Lopez, and I am a Rio Grande Valley native and senior advocacy manager at the Texas Civil Rights Project. I've had the chance to work with border Texans in Kinney County, Valverde, Maverick, Uvalde, and Webb counties. Because of this, I strongly oppose giving Operation Lone Star more funds as a response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis. The proposed funding level for DPS, the Texas Military Department, and other agencies will harm the actual needs on the border. What I'm hearing from locals is this: a border wall is not a real solution to a humanitarian crisis. Surging highway patrol at the border and pumping trooper salaries to $160K plus a year is not a real solution. Locking up thousands of black and brown immigrant men in inhumane prison conditions is not a real solution. In counties like Kinney, traffic tickets have quadrupled and residents have reported being pulled over as many as 8 times in a year. We estimate that last year, DPS ticketing in Kinney alone added nearly $2 million in fines and fees to the county. Worse, DPS's high-speed pursuits have resulted in more migrant deaths in 1 year than all of Border Patrol's combined across the entire U.S.-Mexico border over the same time period. I also keep hearing, this while Kinney residents live in fear of a deadly collision in Bracketville. I also keep hearing about legislators being worried about the fentanyl crisis. Unfortunately, these strategies are not truly meant to stop fentanyl. It's been shown by Customs and Border Protection's own numbers that most fentanyl is seized at U.S. ports of entry and comes through U.S. mail. And most of it is brought in by U.S. citizens, including Border Patrol officers and Customs officers. Operation Lone Star is not a real solution to a humanitarian crisis or a public health crisis. It is a gimmick that's only meant to benefit Governor Abbott's political career. Instead of helping, people living on the border are suffocating under these policies. The border residents I've been meeting with, from those who live in border cities to ranchers on the outskirts, believe that if our state government truly wants to help, we must invest in the heroic efforts that border humanitarian shelters have stepped up to do. Texans have built, without help from the state or the federal government, an incredible humanitarian response. Through fundraising and the sweat of their brow, they have been the ones helping the individuals and moving people through the region after they received their notice to appear from CBP. Imagine if the state government helped their efforts. We should use the money that you are considering appropriating to invest instead in long-term needs, in things like local shelters, transport, and integration services, which will truly address the humanitarian crisis in the region. And I may have a few seconds left, and that's just to say that migration is not going to change. It's only going to continue. Storms are worsening, droughts are worsening, and we're going to continue to see people coming. And I really implore you to consider a humanitarian effort.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Members, do you have any questions of this witness? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next witness is, we have not Gage Brown. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, members. My name is Gage Brown, and I am a lifelong resident of Kinney County. I grew up on a cattle ranch 10 miles outside of Bracketville, the county seat, plus 10 more miles off the highway down a dirt road. My 26-year-old sister runs that ranch now while I manage an art gallery in town. We don't often agree over political issues, but one thing we do agree on is that the handling of the humanitarian crisis on our border is beyond bad and only getting worse. Since OLS launched in 2021, I have witnessed firsthand our local law enforcement's transformation into a pseudo-ICE agency. In these past 2 years, meth use in Kinney County has skyrocketed, and these are drugs that are made and distributed locally. Child and spousal abuse is also a known issue that affects a disturbing portion of local households, yet there are no efforts on behalf of our local law enforcement to investigate these issues. Instead, they are dedicating their every last resource to hunt migrants like wild game, while my community suffers the consequences of neglect. Funding Operation Lone Star fans the flames of this neglect. I have read far too many headlines in my local paper about high-speed chases ending in the deaths of unnamed people. 30 human lives have ended this way. And counting. And for what? The vast majority of apprehended migrants are accused of nothing more than stepping foot on privately owned land. Good luck taking 2 steps in rural Texas without committing the same crime. My question is, by what measure can this initiative be said to be effective? We are spending billions on pressing potential asylum seekers with felony charges, while illegal entry through our county has not slowed down one bit. Plain proof that deterrent strategies do not work and are a huge waste of our already limited resources. I understand that things on the border are bad. What I do not understand is how we expect to solve the problem by dumping billions more into a program that fails year after year to approach a solution. Why waste money on an initiative that puts an even greater strain on border communities and law enforcement? Why not invest in the humanitarian organizations maintaining order along the southern border and ensuring the safety of both migrants and border citizens? We could more efficiently address drug smuggling and bad actors coming across if we devoted resources to streamlining legal entry for asylum seekers rather than draining resources to charge them with criminal trespass. My sister often says that she is in dire need of labor on the ranch, as are many agricultural business owners in this country. We stand to benefit from the influx of people seeking economic opportunity here, but only if we have the proper structures in place to facilitate their integration. One thing is clear, our current method of handling immigration is lethal at worst and lazy at best. No more Band-Aids. Start funding real and humane solutions to this issue instead of externalizing your complacency onto communities like mine. Until then, we can expect more people to die on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of this witness? All right. Thank you very much, Gage. Bob Libal.
Members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bob Leibel. I'm a consultant with Human Rights Watch here in Texas. Human Rights Watch has investigated the impact of Operation Lone Star, Texas's $4.4 billion border program, since its inception in 2021. The program has failed to reach its stated aim to, quote, deny Mexican cartels and other smugglers the ability to move drugs and people into Texas, but has led to numerous injuries and deaths, consistently violated the rights of migrants and U.S. citizens, and suppressed freedom of association and expression. There is not evidence that Operation Lone Star has slowed migration or the use of overdoses related to fentanyl, but has instead strengthened criminal cartels who profit from heightened fears of migrants, more dangerous migration patterns, and reduced opportunity for people to request asylum, which is their right under U.S. and international law. Operation Lone Star uses billions of dollars to fund DPS and the Texas military, provide grants to local law enforcement agencies, and commandeers state prisons from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to jail people arrested and prosecuted under the operation. In just the first 16 months of Operation Lone Star, at least 71 people were injured and at least 30 people died in high-speed vehicle pursuits by state agencies. High-speed vehicle pursuits are contrary to policing best practices adopted by many law enforcement agencies across the country, including Border Patrol. As of October 2022, at least 11 Texas military and DPS personnel have died while deployed under Operation Lone Star, including deaths attributed to suicide, drowning, accidental shootings, a vehicle accident, and a blood clot developed while deployed during a heat wave. Operation Lone Star also violates the right to be free from racial discrimination and to seek asylum by employing a separate and unequal state criminal justice system to target migrants, including asylum seekers and U.S. citizens near the border for arrest, prosecution, and imprisonment. Analysis by civil rights groups of 484 arrests under Operation Lone Star show the arrests involved, quote, severe racial disparities and clear indication of profiling based on race and national origin. As part of Operation Lone Star, Texas launched investigations into non-governmental organizations that operate to protect migrants' basic rights. These investigations pose a serious threat to freedoms of association and expression. Human Rights Watch asks this committee to consider the injuries, deaths, racial discrimination, abusive detention conditions, and the chilling effect on freedom of association caused by Operation Lone Star, and to deny any additional funding to this program, and to consider making significant cuts to this harmful and unproductive program. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? No. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Jaime Puente.
Good evening, members. Thank you very much. My name is Jaime Puente. I represent Every Texan. I'm the Director of Economic Opportunity, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the $4.4 billion boondoggle we call Operation Lone Star. I think that we've heard from several folks today, especially our agency representatives, that Operation Lone Star has failed to do what it said it was going to do, which is deter people from crossing our border. I think if we are going to focus on deterrence-only policies, we are failing the state. We are being neither efficient nor effective with our state budget if we focus on only deterrence policies. If our only focus as a state is to prevent people from ever crossing the border, we have already failed, because I think we've seen that people will continue to come to the shining city on a hill, right? That's who we are. And so they're going to continue to seek opportunity here. So if we continue spending $4+ billion over the next 2 years on deterrence-only policies, we've already wasted that money. Money is just like go up to the rotunda and set it on fire. So you have an opportunity here to, as some folks said, choose a different path on how we spend this money. Let's stop spending it on Operation Lone Star. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Billy Shelton. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the subcommittee. My name is Lieutenant Billy Shelton. I am a commissioned Department of Public Safety officer and an executive board member of the Texas State Troopers Association. First of all, I'm here to tell you that we support the Texas Department of Public Safety's LAR, represented in House Bill 1. We thank you for the proposed pay increase and the funding to make LECOS actuarially sound. However, I want to spend a few minutes to talk about 3 areas of concern. All 3 of these areas impact our ability to recruit and retain officers. First one is corporal pay. Since its inception in 1990, the corporal pay was set at $50 a month. The pay status has remained stagnant for 33 years. Over the years, the duties and responsibility for this position have increased. You have a corporal that assumes the sergeant's responsibilities when they're gone, when they're deployed, if this sergeant position is vacant, and so forth. And they have to step up to that position and take care of that. So as listed in the department's exceptional items request, we support the increased pay for this position to a minimum of $250 per month. Next item would be on Schedule C stipends. This, just like the corporal pay, was created over 20 years ago at the amounts that they currently are today. Nothing's ever increased. We also advocate increases in these Schedule C stipends for commissioned peace officers who achieve certain levels of skill or certification as approved by the department. The packets you received contain additional information on each of the classifications based off the state auditor's report from November. I'll cite a couple examples. For associate's degree, for example, is currently $50 a month. We would ask that amount be increased to $133 per month. And then another example would be bilingual capabilities. They currently are paid $50 a month. That would be increased to $133 per month. And then the last issue, COLA. This one here's really a big issue for us. And the reason I say that is the cost of living in Austin, for example, has skyrocketed. And it's making it very difficult for us to be able to retain people in this area. As a comptroller has recently stated, the inflation rate alone has risen over 19% in the last biennium. For our DPS officers living in these high-cost areas of Texas, it has become virtually impossible for them to meet the demands for housing, utilities, and supporting their families. They struggle. New troopers that graduate from the academy, they come out, and is that my time?
I think so.
Okay. I'll just try to wrap up this last part. Anyway, so we're asking that if you could look at the, I have an 11-page document in there to provide more information on that. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, y'all have any questions? Representative Alverson.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question about the Schedule C salary stipends.
Yes, sir.
Is there a significant difference between what the state and local municipalities or local law enforcement departments might provide?
Yes, sir, there are. Most of the agencies, that's what has some of our people leaving and going over to them. They don't have to deploy and they can stay home. I'll give you an example. Houston, their T-Cole Master Certification stipend is a little over $8,200 a year. Ours is $1,800. So that is a big difference. And it's like this with Dallas, San Antonio, all the other major cities.
Okay. And then about the COLAs, if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting a COLA difference for major metropolitan areas?
Yes, sir, and that'd be based off the Department of Labor's CPI that they calculate on the third quarter of every year, based off of zip codes. And I'll give you an example. For the federal government, they supply 19.8% COLA for people living in the Austin Round Rock area. Our personnel get nothing. If they live in West Texas in a remote area, they're doing pretty good. Our people that live here, it's tough, very tough on them.
Okay, so you're suggesting a distinction between metropolitan areas and other areas as the amount of COLA that individual officers receive?
Yes, sir. To be reevaluated on a yearly basis based off the CPI.
Okay, and just so I understand, what's the rationale for that?
The rationale is the increase for food, for housing, everything. It's a trooper living here does not live the same as a trooper who's in a rural area or outside these major metropolitan areas.
That the cost of living is much higher in the metropolitan areas?
Yes, sir.
And so you're trying to find that justification to equalize the situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alicia Torres.
She's on multiple items, so
Okay.
she can talk about any of them. Any more markers?
I too need coffee. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alicia Torres. I am a team member of Grassroots Leadership. I am here today to request that you not continue to fund Operation Lone Star at the total requested amount of the $4.6 billion that we have all heard is being requested of our state budget. This coming March will mark the second year that Operation Lone Star will be in practice. And what does our state have to show for it? Well, what we have to show for it is the prosecution of about 7,800 people with a price tag of about $500,000 per person. I'll say that again. What we have to show for the last 2 years that Operation Lone Star has been in practice is the prosecution of about 7,800 people with a price tag of about $500,000 per person. In comparison, in 2022, schools received just over $6,000 per student per year. I want us to sit with that comparison and think about where our investment is going. Into our fears or into our future, our youth. Again, in comparison, in 2022, schools received just over $6,000 per person. I'm sorry, $6,000 per student per year. What we also have to show in the last 2 years that Operation Lone Star has been in practice are countless reports of human rights abuses, a backlog of unanswered complaints from the Segovia and Briscoe prisons that were converted to hold people prosecuted under Operation Lone Star, a formal federal investigation into Operation Lone Star, deadly high-speed patrol chases in front of border community schools, continued inadequate legal representation for those charged under Operation Lone Star, a lack of public accountability and transparency in regards to how Operation Lone Star is carried out. And I could keep going on. However, I want to point out what our state does not have to show for a list after 2 years is how this law enforcement program has made the lives of actual border community residents in Texas at a larger scale safer. We just heard how there is an urgent need for funds for youth mental health resources earlier this morning. Operation Lone Star is a law enforcement program, and the agencies charged with carrying it out are out here today requesting billions of dollars to buy more patrol cars, increase pay for law enforcement, expand border prosecution offices. In short, these agencies seek to expand and strengthen the carceral infrastructure in Texas under the name of Operation Lone Star. I ask that your representatives charged and entrusted by your constituents, like me, to see through the smoke and mirrors of Operation Lone Star and fund our future as Texas and not the fears that fan Operation Lone Star. Fund education, mental health, youth services, our electric grid so that we are not in fear of the next winter storm. Fund actual needs that we as Texas have. Again, I ask for your political courage and your political will as well. To not fund Operation Lone Star at the requested amount of $4.6 billion, invest in us, invest in me, invest in the youth, invest in our future and other fears. Thank you.
Members, any questions of this witness? No. Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate it. Richard Jankowski. I apologize if I butchered that.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Lieutenant Richard Jankowski. I'm a state trooper stationed out of Victoria, and I am president of the Department of Public Safety Officers Association. I am here to speak in support of the House budget recommendations for the Department of Public Safety. On behalf of the men and women of the Texas Department of Public Safety Officers Association, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you for the introduced version of the state budget. We are deeply grateful for the pay raise for both commissioned and non-commissioned employees of the Department of Public Safety, your commitment to fully funding the Law Enforcement and Custodial Officers Supplemental Retirement Fund, and raising the state's payroll contribution from 0.5% to 1.5%. This investment will not only help DPS meet its recruitment and retention goals, but provides a peace of mind that our retirement will be secure. The men and women of our organization go to work every day proud to defend the laws and people of Texas. At a critical moment in time when law enforcement has come under immense scrutiny and the nature of the job has become more dangerous, it is encouraging to see the leaders of Texas standing up for law enforcement. Bolstering funding and support for law enforcement will help to ensure a safer future for all Texans, and we appreciate your efforts and support for House Bill 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate your understanding in advance. I'm dealing with a little laryngitis. So I wanted to name a couple of things because $4 billion in the past 2 years towards Operation Lone Star. When we're dealing with issues such as education, that money could have resulted in $3.9 million per school district. That money could have been 490, we'll just say $500,000 per Texas school. That could have been $11,600 more for each of the teachers that we see making a mass exodus out of the state because of the lack of financial, cultural, and resource support that they receive. With regard to behavioral health, that money could have gone to 11.3 million people, according to HHS Texas, who live with substance use disorder or addiction issues. With regard to more traditional mental health, to serve the, since we deal with county mental health systems, the 254 Texas counties could have received $15 million apiece. And then we often talk about homelessness, and considering the estimated Texas homeless population is 27,229, that could have been $146,000 for each homeless person in Texas. And instead of using these funds wisely, judiciously, and equitably to address issues that we know exist, without question, issues that are not opinion, issues that are not conjecture or bias, but issues that we actually have clear and uncontestable data to support. The state of Texas proves time and time again to not step in the direction of certainty and using funds in ways that can truly build communities so that people want to live there and so that people want to stay there. Instead, the state has leaned into a fear-mongering campaign that conflates asylum seekers with drug trafficking, which, to be honest, is a misstatement considering most of the drugs that are actually being used in Texas right now are manufactured in this country. And I am open to conversation with anyone about the state of these facts after this testimony. But I'm also very concerned about what Operation Lone Star actually is and what they're not telling you when DPS or TMD comes in and requests this money. This $4 billion over the past 2 years has been part not of a safety determinant or a safety providing mechanism for the border or for anyone else. What it truly is, it's a carrot and stick game. Instead of giving counties any of the money that I just ran through to deal with the issues that are plaguing them all, because we talk about the opioid epidemic, right? We talk about the education issues, but those aren't declared disasters. But if we truly look at them, these are the issues that undermine the health and wellness of our communities. These are the issues that fracture our communities and actually cause the divisions when people point fingers at one another, demanding who is at the heart of the problem or who is the reason that this person is not receiving what they need, when truly it's the state that is the cause of this lack of access to resources. What Operation Lone Star actually does is it incentivizes counties to participate in a program, whether they truly believe in it or not, in exchange for financial support. At best, it's a quid pro quo, and at absolute worst, it's knowing and intentional exploitation of the poverty widespread throughout the state of Texas, especially in more rural counties. By manufacturing these crises, what ends up happening is the money funnels in to support the need that is manufactured by Operation Lone Star so that the county carceral systems can support all of the processing and magistration and incarceration. I don't surprise any of you by saying once you build a jail or a prison, it's harder to get rid of it because entire communities develop around it.
Let me go ahead. I didn't set out the time limits Chair Gonzalez did, but I feel like I need to kind of stay with.
May I wrap it up?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Thank you for that. 30 seconds, good?
Sure.
So by creating communities that are built around carceral harm and prison presence and incarceration and prosecution and persecution, by doing that, instead of centering communities around education, health resources of all kinds, housing, three big issues, what we end up doing is that we invest in the future of Texas by buying the cryptocurrency equivalent of social wellness. So if we're truly going to invest the resources of Texas in a way that shows we are committed to the people in Texas instead of the fears of who might come to Texas, then I think we would spend the money much more wisely, and I ask that you very strongly consider pushing back on that $4.6 billion ask for Operation Lone Star. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Oh, if you would, please, for the record, if you'll state your name and...
Absolutely. My name is David Johnson. I'm a resident of Austin, Texas, Travis County, and I am a policy and research organizer for Grassroots Leadership, as well as the co-founder of the Coalition to Abolish Slavery, Texas.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. All right. Ray Hemel.
Mr. Chairman, members, I'm Ray Hemel, representing the Texas Public Employees Association, TPEA. Thank you for your time. Thank you most of all for the significant pay raises you put in for state employees and on the various agencies under your purview. That was not only needed, it's just about desperately needed money. The comptroller, you've heard a cite of the comptroller's inflation numbers for the last biennium being 19%. However, LBB has also done an analysis of the effects of inflation on state employee pay since the last broad pay raise in September of 2014, and that was 27%. The buying power of each dollar a state employee earns is 27%. No surprise that turnover has exceeded 20% across state agencies, and in certain areas and certain positions, it's even greater. In addition to the pay raise, so first, thank you. Secondly, in addition to the pay raises that are in the budget as introduced in the appropriations bill, there are some specific needs. You heard For example, the TABC talking about some very special needs they have to retain staff and to attract staff. Additionally, I think you can say the same for TDCJ and some other agencies where they have some specialized positions that they truly might need a few more dollars to be paid to those employees in order to retain experienced, competent, quality staff. That's kind of what you need to do. You are ultimately their bosses, and you ultimately hold them responsible for carrying out your mandates. So please do consider some of those additional pay raises. But above all, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. All right, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next is Sheena Rodriguez.
I'm a mess this.
You're fine.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Sheena Rodriguez, and I am the president of Alliance for a Safe Texas. I have spent a lot of time over the last 2 years at our southern border from the RGV to the El Paso, speaking to on-the-ground law enforcement, Texas National Guard, and fellow Texans. Whew. Little nervous, sorry.
You're fine.
And fellow Texans living along the border and witnessing for myself the carnage inflicted by the unprecedented border crisis. I would like to focus on the need for continued support for the effective operations of OLS and discuss that which is still sorely needed. First, brush teams. First-hand testimonies by ranchers and LEOs and border communities, along with a review of the data, prove the effectiveness and the necessity of the current presence and expansion of the teams. When brush teams are in place in high-trafficked areas, the teams interdict potentially dangerous illegal aliens on private property, providing much-needed deterrence and protection for Texas families residing in the area. When units are relocated out of a county, it is only a short time before the traffic resumes and local residents immediately feel the negative impacts. Second, joint task forces. For example, Galveston County has aided Kinney County by sending rotating deputies to help protect the citizens and aid with patrolling in the rural highways. This operation has recently expanded with several counties coming in to assist with the increase of smuggling cases in the area. Another example is the joint task force led by Sheriff Boyd in Goliad County, which has been extraordinarily effective in weeding out violent criminal cartel organizations well embedded in our Texas communities. I want to encourage the continuation and expansion of programs such as these. I would like to close by advocating for that which is still sorely needed. First, juvenile and female detention facilities. Due to the shortage of these facilities, state and local law enforcement has been forced to release alleged female and teen smugglers, some of which have attempted to assault law enforcement officials and endangered fellow Texans back into the streets, facing little to no consequences. Many immediately reoffend. Appropriate holding until sentencing for alleged criminal offenses of smuggling, assault against law enforcement officials, and fellow Texans must take priority. Lastly, support and protection of the Texas military agents deployed under Operation Lone Star. Passing legislation to provide similar benefits to active Texas Guardsmen serving under OLS, which they would otherwise receive under national deployments such as disability and death benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members,
Any questions?
Witness. Sheena, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. All right, Rachel Shannon.
Hello. My name is Rachel Shannon, and I'm a resident of Austin, Texas, and a multi-generational Texan. I'm here because I'm a concerned community member, concerned about how billions of dollars of our collective resources are being spent. In October of 2022, I participated in a multi-day delegation to witness firsthand Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star at the border. What I witnessed was devastating and disturbing. The unnecessary targeted and racist harassment, profiling, and criminalization of migrants along our border at the expense of vital resources that would actually make us safer, all being stolen from all over our state. I witnessed a young man who has worked in Austin for years and lived here with his mother endure a virtual magistration from a tent in Del Rio. I saw him endure this magistration without any attorney representation at all in the U.S. in 2023, and an egregious violation of human rights. I heard firsthand testimony about the inhumane conditions within the state facilities that folks are now being funneled into through this criminalization. Racist slurs, moldy food, just completely inhumane conditions. All of this is being done in the name of migrant invasion scare tactics that are robbing communities at the border and across Texas of real material resources for the actual crisis we are facing: healthcare crisis, education crisis, disaster relief crisis, particularly in the wake of COVID and coming out of the pandemic, and as we face numerous natural disasters in Texas. At the Kinney County Sheriff's Office, I witnessed a long line of brand new SUVs emblazoned with Bible verses paid for by bond funds collected from the arrestment and harassment of migrants, setting up a really disturbing reward for this profiling and harassment in underfunded counties, as was mentioned earlier. I saw ambulances and their staff brought from all over the state, in addition to the National Guard being deployed against their will. Many of those folks, obviously resources that we could use all over the state, sitting idle on the border, waiting for something to happen. And I witnessed the sad reality of our Riverside border strewn with an absurd show of ineffective boxcars, place intermittently, and partially finished walls that have, as we've heard today, have shown to be ineffective in doing the job that they're even intended to do. So I implore you to cease wasting billions of dollars of our collective resources on Operation Lone Star and do better for providing that much needed money that we need all over Texas. Thank you very much for your time.
Members, do you have any questions to this witness? All right. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. All right, and Bethany Carson. Go ahead. It's tricky.
All right. Significantly shorter than the last speaker. So, good afternoon. My name is Bethany Carson. I am here as a policy and research manager at Grassroots Leadership, as well as speaking on behalf of myself as a resident of Austin, Texas. So last spring, I had the opportunity to speak with migrant men jailed in the Segovia prison, as well as to watch magistration for more men who had just been arrested on both trespassing and smuggling charges. One was a father who had come only to make enough money to pay for the continued hospitalization of his critically ill son. One was a young U.S. citizen who was a caretaker for his disabled elderly parents. Another was seeking asylum from targeted gang violence, now jailed while mourning the death of his brother and nephew at the hands of that same gang. None of their prosecutions made us safer, and their virtual trailer magistrations, months waiting in jail without access to an attorney, experience being starved and verbally assaulted, and trials by judges actively perpetuating hate speech, all left us further from any vision of justice or rule of law. And it's not only those prosecuted and jailed who are harmed by OLS, Border residents are being racially profiled, harassed, and ticketed at traffic stops. The rhetoric advancing this program is designed to make people who look like me fear and dehumanize people who look like the men I visited. National Guards men and women who have been forced into a permanent mission at the border instead of being with their families, available to respond when our communities face natural disasters. And as more counties hundreds of miles from the border receive funding under OLS for more prosecutors, jails, and police, it threatens to become the largest carceral expansion and criminalization program in Texas's recent history, reversing bipartisan initiatives that have succeeded in safely reducing the prison population and closing unneeded facilities. If spending $4.6 billion to perpetuate this harm still strikes you as a good idea at this point, consider this. It's incredibly inefficient and fiscally irresponsible. As my colleague mentioned, about 7,800 people have been prosecuted under OLS since the beginning of the program, which means since the state spent $4 billion on OLS, we're spending over $500,000 per person arrested and prosecuted. That's just an incredible figure, $500,000 per person arrested and prosecuted, in comparison to just over $6,000 we're spending per student per year in our schools. Imagine what we could do with $4.6 billion if we invested it in the future of our children instead of locking up immigrants for wanting a better future for theirs. If we paid teachers, counselors, and parent support staff for our schools, if we funded community-based programs as an alternative to child incarceration, if we gave all kids a shot at a healthy life by funding Medicaid, if we made sure that all kids grew up with a roof over their heads. So I implore you to stop this wasteful program that's endangering the lives of so many Texans and invest our money in ways that will bear fruit in 10, 20, 50 years from now. Let's invest in our future, not our fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions to this witness? All right. Thank you, Bethany. Benny Hernandez. All right. Benny's not here. We'll move to Krupali Kumar.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and subcommittee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Krupali Kumar. I'm 19 years old, and I will be an incoming student at Harvard University this August. I'm a student organizer testifying on behalf of the Austin Liberation Youth Movement and the Finish the Five campaign. I will be speaking on the issue of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. This is my first time testifying at the Texas legislature, and I have to say it was really strange for me to hear children being discussed as liabilities to the state earlier today as opposed to human beings. I've been a student organizer for 3 years now, and one of the biggest issues I'm passionate about advocating for is juvenile justice reform. Throughout high school, seeing many of my classmates disappear from school only to end up in a juvenile detention facility was particularly painful and also a catalyzing force in sparking my activist efforts. It is disappointing to see that the state of Texas is proposing a $200 million allocation for building new juvenile detention facilities in light of the ongoing crisis at the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. There's no substantive evidence that building new facilities in urban areas would resolve the problems of violence and abuse that TJJD has faced historically and still continues to today. Despite the agency's efforts in the current system under TJJD, kids that are in need of more specialized intervention aren't being helped or reformed, but rather experiencing further trauma from the environments that they are placed in at TJJD facilities. Evidence shows that children, especially those with trauma, cannot benefit from even the best trauma-informed modalities for healing and restoration if they feel physically, emotionally, and mentally unsafe in their environments. We heard earlier today that building new facilities is a good idea to hire more staff. However, current TJJD facilities, as you all know, are experiencing severe staff shortages, and the issues go much farther beyond salaries. Staff have reported that these facilities are inherently traumatic work environments and that they are not receiving the support or guidance needed to work at these facilities and with the youth in them. We should focus on creating better options for people who want to work with underserved kids so that they can work in an environment that is not harmful to them nor to the children they're working with. And if we truly want fewer kids in prison settings and provide youth who are currently incarcerated with the help they need, then we should focus on closing down the existing TJJD facilities and create healthier alternatives to incarceration that help these children understand the harm they've committed, heal from the trauma they've experienced, and become better contributors to society. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions? Krupali, thank you for your testimony. All right. Alicia Castillo.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Castillo. I am Director of Policy and Advocacy at Texas Center for Justice and Equity, which is an organization that was formerly known as Texas Criminal Justice Coalition around this building for the past 23 years. And I'm here to talk about TJJD as well. I also want to share that I am a former special education teacher, so I had the privilege of working with many youth who had co-occurring IDD and behavioral or other mental health challenges. So that work today informs some of the policy and research work that I do. Before I get into our recommendations, though, I just want to kind of recenter us on where we were 5 months ago, just a few months ago, where we had headlines about the 600 kids who are currently in TJJD being held in lockup for 23 and a half hours a day. They were forced to defecate on food trays and pee in water bottles because they weren't being let out of their dry cells. About half of the youth were on suicide watch, and these are also youth who we know have really troubling backgrounds. 91% of the girls in TJJD facilities have been marked as concerns for commercial sexual exploitation, meaning they've likely been sex trafficked at some point. And even before these crises that came up as a result of the extreme staffing shortages that the agency faced, for the past 100 years, we've had similar headlines that have, even when we didn't have the same staffing issues that we have now, that read about sexual assault a lot of headlines said that, the physical abuse that kids endure in the facilities, and then, of course, potential Supreme Court violations. All of that has led to this point where we're at now, where we're also under DOJ investigation at this moment. It's also important to know that Texas used to be briefly a national leader in juvenile justice reform. Back in 2007, we had some legislation, 2007 to 2011, that led to pretty impressive decarceration in Texas. We used to have about 4,800 kids in 14 facilities across the state. And now we only have the 600 in the 5 remaining facilities. Since then, reform efforts have largely stalled, but at the same time, we know that the crises haven't. So our recommendations are outlined in detail in the materials that you've been given, but I want to note that we do support some of the exceptional item asks of TJJD, particularly those that relate to community investment and community programming. But the $200 million that's been mentioned before today, that's being proposed as being allocated to new facilities, is a really devastating proposal to us when we look at the state of the agency as it stands. Your colleague, Chairman Perry, in the Senate just a couple of weeks ago in a Senate finance hearing noted that we do have an unprecedented amount of money this session to solve a lot of problems, but that if we spend that money in the wrong way, we'll solve the wrong problem. So instead, we recommend that the legislature commit to moving away from the failed and harmful practice of imprisoning children and create a plan to move away from those facilities by 2030 rather than investing more money into facilities. And we know that with the $200 million currently proposed for TJJD, the exceptional items are only $115 million. With that same $200 million, we could fund all of the exceptional items that the agency requests and have $100 million left over to invest in prevention and intervention in communities. We do know, through many conversations with community leaders and county probation chiefs, that the counties just don't have what they need. And you mentioned that a lot earlier, especially those rural counties. Instead, we would recommend entrusting those counties with the money and the power to make decisions about what kids in their communities need, rather than shipping them off to state facilities or creating more facilities for those youth. So we do have a historic opportunity with this budget this session, and here we are talking about investing hundreds of millions of dollars into new child prisons when we should be talking about getting kids the tools that they need in their own communities. And so in the session of unprecedented opportunity, we would ask, where are the investments in the kids? Thank you. You're going to take over?
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair Spiller, for taking it over. Members, are there any questions?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jenny Hickson.
The chair calls Jenny Hickson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jenny Hickson. I am a resident of San Antonio, Texas, and I'm here representing the Texas Civil Rights Project Criminal and Justice Program. I wanted to speak to you today as a public health professional who spent my career working on issues of violence and violence prevention in our communities. And I think the through line that I heard in a lot of the testimony today was mental health concerns intersecting with criminal justice solutions, which from a public health perspective makes no sense. That's not how we solve things. I also heard that saying that prevention was a luxury, but I would argue that we actually can't afford anything else. We can't continue to build facilities and build programs to incarcerate people instead of doing things in our community that actually build up families, build up children, and build up people who are struggling. So we have two requests for you today. The first is simple. It's estimated that 13% of the deaths in TDCJ facilities are heat-related. So if we think about civil rights as the floor, not the ceiling, we want to make sure that people that are being held in jails, held in cages, they have no opportunity to seek a better situation, have air conditioning, which is a basic thing. We all live in Texas. We know how hot it gets. The current request is only funds 4 facilities. We would ask that you fund all facilities as soon as possible to make sure that people have humane conditions when they are being held. Our second request is a little more complicated. We really disagree with spending $200 million on another large facility to hold kids. We know that the best way for kids to heal is in community with the people that care about them. There is research that shows us that one of the good predictors of whether or not a child heals from the trauma that they've experienced and goes out and lives a healthy life is whether or not while they're being held in custody, they have regular visits from family and friends. They can't do that if they're being held in a facility that's way far away from where their family and friends live. So we would ask that you invest that funding instead in community-based programming that's both evidence-based and better serves our communities and serves what communities are asking for. What they need is the services like mental health services that can actually make sure that kids get what they need and can become happy, healthy folks, which is what we all want. We also know that locking up kids in these large facilities is actually a trauma for children. We also know that the best predictor for whether or not a child intersects with juvenile justice is themselves experience previous trauma. So instead of making sure that we have the services in our community so that kids get what they need, where they need it, when they need it, we should invest all of those dollars in services for community mental health, for community family rehabilitative services, and all of the services that people need to be happy and healthy. The last thing that I would say is that we strongly support the Finish the 5 campaign that would end the last 5 facilities that are part of OJJDP. Again, there's a lot of good researchers out there that can tell you the best way that we can serve our kids, and we know it's not in cages. That doesn't help any child. thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate all the work y'all are doing.
Thank you, Ginny. Members, any questions?
I do have one.
Sure.
Representative Jarvis Johnson.
When you mentioned something about investing in kids, what are some of those best practices? You had said something, but do you know of any best practices? Because when you say let's just invest in kids, that's kind of broad.
So there's a lot of different best practices that we can look at from different angles. So from a primary prevention level, the best predictor of children's well-being is the overall well-being and stability of their family. So the most basic things like making sure that all kids and families have housing, and making sure that all kids and families have livable wages, these are basic primary prevention, which I know is not usually lumped in public health, but actually the best predictor of health is all of those things. Secondary prevention is when a child is in crisis, when their family is in crisis, making sure that they have timely care, that is the care that they need from a professional who can actually address the totality of that child's experience. So I know that everyone has spoken about the challenge in mental health providers. If you have ever, I've done this work for years working with families in crisis, and I cannot tell you how frustrating it is when you have a kid that you can feel is in crisis and not being able to find treatment for them. But that is something that everyone who does this kind of work faces all the time in Texas. And so fully funding any of our mental health services would do a world of good better than funding more of these facilities that lock kids up.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you so much.
Maggie Stern.
Maggie Stern. The chair calls Maggie Stern. Going once, going twice. If Maggie comes back, please let her know she can.
Adam Haynes.
A chair calls Adam Haynes. And as a reminder, I hate to cut anybody off, so just please try to stay to 3 minutes, because, you know. Hey, Adam.
Madam Chair, Adam Haynes with the Conference of Urban Counties, and I will certainly stick to 3 minutes. Conference of Urban Counties, we represent 34 of the most populous counties, Bexar, Harris, El Paso. And if I can get some folks to move from Parker to Jack, I got the whole gambit covered. Right. But we're working on that, Representative Spiller. Here today, a little bit of a unicorn, not asking for more money. And not telling or not asking y'all to move money around. What we're asking for is the state to do their services. And if the state does their services, I guarantee you every one of your citizens will realize a property tax reduction. What happens when TDCJ, JJD, and in any other alphabet soup don't do their services? Those folks end up in county jails. When they end up in county jails, county taxpayers fund the bills and pay for those services, those medical services, those mental health services, those incarceration services, even though you have done your job last session. Thank you for doing your job last session. You fully funded TDCJ. You fully funded JJD. You fully funded HHS. And the list goes on and on. Yet when they don't take the prisoners, when they don't take the mental health patients, they end up in our jails, and then it's your county taxpayers that pay twice for those same services. What we're asking for, you figure out the funding level for TDCJ, for JJD, for HHSC, whatever funds you come up and you put to those agencies, great, we are for that. But what we're asking for is a rider that says, when we're the ones, when counties are the ones that hold the prisoners or hold the accused in our county jails, when we're the ones that provide the medical services for those that should be in state hospital beds, and when we're the ones that take care of the youths in our county facilities, pay us exactly the same rate that you pay TDCJ for doing those services, that you pay HHSC for doing those services, that you pay JJD for doing those services. Put a rider in that says after 21 days, if you don't take care of your responsibility, you give those same funds to counties, and we'll give every one of your citizens a property tax break. With that, I can answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Really quickly, Adam, I think if I'm correct that we are doing this supplemental at least for TJJD. So,
I hope so, and I hope some of that money comes back to it. Granted, TJJD is in a tough spot. We, just like them, we compete with Buc-ee's and try to hire the right folks. And I hope you're right, and I hope some of that money comes back to counties, because we're the ones that, when they quit taking youths, we're the ones that provide those services to the youths.
thanks, Adam. Members, any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
And we love it in this committee when we talk about unicorns. So,
I love unicorns.
the chair calls Martin Martinez. Hi, Martin.
Hi, how are you? It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you.
So much. Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Martin Martinez. I'm a policy advocate at Texas Appleseed. And first, I want to say thank you to Chair Gonzalez and Vice Chair Spiller for giving me the opportunity to testify today and talk about House Bill 1 and the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. TJJD has a host of responsibilities and functions that the agency does well. These include technical assistance, quality assurance checks, grant disbursement, statewide data tracking, and more. This communication support between the counties and the agency is critical to serving this vulnerable population. And I want to thank the legislature for going above and beyond in funding TJJD's exceptional item for salary stipends for juvenile probation departments at a rate higher than the agency requested. However, there are a few exceptional items that TJJD requested that were not in the filed budget and are critical to ensuring that taxpayer dollars are used to effectively support youth as they rehabilitate in our system. Some of these include exceptional items related to funding diversion intervention programs, maintaining diversion targets, funding to support community-based programs, county probation support systems, and funding to continue to ensure that counties can provide validated risk and needs assessments. Funding these exceptional items will help support kids as they rehabilitate and heal in our juvenile justice system. However, we are cautious about investing more taxpayer dollars in the state-secure facilities that TJJD has consistently struggled to operate since the agency's existence. These large prison-like lockups are not proven to rehabilitate youth and often lead youth to recidivate at a higher rate and with more aggressive offenses. As always, Texas Appleseed supports the staggered closure of these facilities and increased investments in regionalization efforts and community-based programs that are proven to support youth. Thank you for your time.
Members, do you have any questions? Sorry, I need a... Members, do you have any questions? Thank you for all your advocacy, and we're working really hard to make sure we're doing what we need to do with TJJD.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. Thank you.
The chair calls Lizette Galvan. Welcome, Lizette.
Thank you. Very different to be on this side. Good afternoon, Chair Gonzalez and committee members. I'm Lisa Galvan, Public Policy Director of NAMI Texas, which is affiliated with the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We're grateful for the substantial mental health investments proposed in HB1. They will have a positive impact on access to care and quality of life. I'm here today to speak on funding for the Texas Correctional Office on offenders with medical or mental impairments to COMI, housed under TCDJ. Specifically, I encourage you to include HB1 TCDJ Exceptional Item 8, which would provide a little over $8.5 million in funding for Tacoma to maintain current service levels. By recent measures, 34% of people in the criminal justice system have a mental health history. The wait list and wait times for forensic mental health services are exceedingly high. We deeply appreciate the legislature's efforts to address these challenges. Through its contracts with local mental health authorities across the state, Tacoma's vital mental health case management, diversion, and other services are key tools in addressing these challenges. Among adults receiving Tacoma continuity of care programs, the most recent reincarceration rate is 14%, comparing those with studies showing an overall reincarceration rate of 30% or more for individuals with serious mental illness who do not receive specialized services. It becomes clear that Tacoma services are making positive impacts to reduce recidivism and reincarceration. Exceptional item 8 would provide an average 15% increase to contracted LMHAs to maintain current service levels. Tacoma struggles considerably with maintaining an adequate healthcare workforce to meet the needs of its population. We strongly encourage the legislature to intervene by funding Tacoma to shore up its workforce. If exceptional item 8 is not included, LMHAs would reduce services for approximately 17,000 clients over the biennium. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Lizette. Members, any questions? Thank you for what you do. Oh.
Jeff.
Okay. The chair calls Jeff Ormsby. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. And yourself?
Well, very well, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Ormsby. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Correctional Employees Council. I am also a retired correctional officer with 28 years of corrections experience, 3 with the state of Texas and 25 with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Our organization represents all TDCJ employees. I was also one of those Sam Houston students that went full-time with the TDCJ, made a career out of corrections. First, I would like to thank you for the proposed 10% pay raise for all state employees. It is much needed. TDCJ's budget request covers many items needed to enhance the ability to recruit and retain quality staff. But we must continue to be competitive in pay for all TDCJ staff, or we will fall further behind in vacancies. TDCJ has requested $23.9 million for body cams for the 23 maximum security units. While we are not against body cams, funding should be prioritized for safety equipment for staff, such as more thrust vest covers, thrust vest inserts, radios, and puncture-resistant gloves. A body cam will not stop an assault, will not stop a shank, or call for help. Every officer is at risk of being assaulted and deserves to have personal protective equipment. No one should be required to share safety equipment, and all equipment should be provided by the agency. Currently, many staff share thrust vest covers and inserts. The inserts are a piece of body armor that slide into the vest cover to protect staff from being stabbed. These covers and inserts become very sweaty and unsanitary, even have mold growing on them. Many officers are purchasing their own thrust vest covers due to unsanitary conditions and to ensure they have a vest that fits properly. Staff are not provided any gloves to protect themselves from punctures or cuts while searching inmates, inmate cells, or common areas. It's very common for officers to share vests, and it all depends on who you're relieving. If you're a very large man and a small female is relieving you, it's going to hang down to her knees or vice versa. Personal protective gear is meant to fit properly. If not, it does not protect you properly. $4.4 million for radio interoperability. This is critical, but we must ensure appropriate funding is provided to purchase additional radios and batteries. TDCJ currently has around 11,500 radios and is requesting funding to replace 5,500 of these. In addition, to replace the 5,500 of these, in addition to replacing the 5,000 outdated radios, we're also requesting funding to purchase an additional 5,000 radios. This will allow all TDCJ employees who are working in an area with inmates to have a working radio. These radios are sometimes the only lifeline an employee has. We hear stories daily of staff working areas with inmates with no radio to call for help if needed. We'd also like to mention climate control. Staff are subjected to the same or worse heat conditions as inmates. Staff are required to make regular rounds up and down stairs in extreme heat, some while wearing protective vests. We support installing climate control and want to make sure that it includes all areas that staff and inmates spend time, not just the housing units. Staff are exposed just as much or more. Currently, TDCJ security staff can carry compensatory time on the books for 2 years, and non-security staff can carry comp time for 1 year. Because of short staffing, taking time off is difficult, and staff are losing hundreds of hours. We're hopeful we can make some statutory changes to allow for that time to be paid out and ask that this committee provide the necessary funding. We cannot expect these dedicated staff to work for free. I'm hearing stories of some staff losing 500 to 1,000 hours a year. We're losing too many quality staff to county and federal agencies. With your help and proper funding, TCJ can be the leader in corrections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I do have a question on the statutory, on the comp time.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it require statutory change, or is it just?
Right now, it was changed a few years back where correctional officers could carry it for 2 years.
But was it changed in statute, or is it agency rules?
I think it was changed in statute there, and they're requesting to change it now to non-security staff can carry it for 2 years. But after 2 years,
No, I
they
understand.
lose it.
I hear you. The problem. I guess I would invite you to, if you don't mind, coming to my office with the actual statute.
Yes.
Okay, because I hear what you're saying. Okay.
There's a lot of time people are losing.
Okay.
A whole lot.
Yeah, it's just easier if it's not a statute change.
Right, I understand.
Meaning it could be a rule change.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And if it's a rule change, it's easier to address.
We'll find out.
And I would,
sure.
and then there's a different type of process.
Okay, we'll find out for sure.
Yeah. Did you have a question, Representative Ayala?
As far as agencies go, having visited 35 prisons and spent a lot of time on the board and visited a lot with correction officers, I do think Texas is a leader in criminal justice, in corrections. And I hear what you're saying that, hey, this, from boots on the ground, this protective gear is important.
Very much so.
Not saying that the body cams are not, but in your prioritization, this ranks higher.
It ranks a lot higher. We talk to, I have 8 staff in the field every day that conduct a site visit every day. So we're talking to hundreds of officers and staff every day out in the field. And the money has gotten so much better. We're not losing staff because of the money now. We're losing staff because of the working conditions, which include safety equipment. There's not enough money in the world to work somewhere if you're putting your life on the line every day and you don't have the protective equipment to save you.
And it includes the month of August. That doesn't help either, does it?
Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate you advocating for the prison air conditioning assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? All right. Amit Dominic. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience today. Go ahead, Dr. Dominic.
So I am Dr. Dominic. I represent Texas Prisons Community Advocates. I'm the president and founder of that organization. And I want to thank this committee and the members of the House who did manage to really acknowledge the situation of not having air conditioning in the Texas prisons and got that bill past the floor. We just got to do it again and get the Senate to get a clue, right?
Story of our lives in the House.
Right? So he's dying. That's what Joan's cellmate had yelled when he was trying to get the attention of the officers, who came about 20 minutes later. He was gasping for air, and he began vomiting. After about 24 minutes of CPR, he passed away. That's the situation. That's the reality of the situation that we're facing in the Texas prisons regarding the lack of air conditioning. There was a lot of conversation today about medical care and expenditures. And what I want to highlight today is that the air conditioning situation is very closely tied to our medical situation. For example, there is an expert by the name of Jason Key Lee. He's from New Jean Lu Lin School of Medicine, who stated that dying from heat stroke is sometimes better than surviving. Long-term damage happens to your kidneys, your gut is shot, and you may need dialysis for the rest of your life. So in essence, what we are doing during our Texas summers, or we are literally baking people. So within our prison system, it costs about, $1.92 to feed our incarcerated individuals per day. So we're not putting a lot of money towards their health, towards preventative medicine. Having air conditioning in these prisons could act as preventative medicine. I also heard Representative Johnson, you mentioned those who are aging within the system. So now we're baking them in the heat. We're giving them lousy food. We're not getting the medical and mental health care that we need, and they're dying at a rapid rate, and they're committing suicide, which was something else that was discussed during this hearing. Suicide numbers increase every summer. It is like clockwork. Deaths increase every summer. So there are strong correlations between our Texas summers and those other situations. If we want to look at reducing some of those medical costs, then we need to look in terms of preventative medical care. Also in terms of allowing individuals to parole out of the system due to age. There are hundreds of individuals who apply for that program, for the MRAS program, which is a mechanism for release when someone is considered terminally ill. However, the amount of individuals who are actually approved for that program are dismal. So we have a trend where people are aging, we're baking their internal organs, and then they're terminally ill, and we're saying we're not going to let you out. We're going to keep you in the system, and we're going to continue to charge our taxpayers. Also, I just want to, even though my organization tends to represent those who are incarcerated and their family members, I also want to say that the officers are also reaching out to me. They are suffering in these inhumane conditions, and their levels of mortality are actually on decline because of some of the conditions that are existing. If we don't have high levels of officer retention, then those inside are going to suffer as well as the officers are suffering. So we're in kind of this chicken on the egg situation where one thing is leading to another thing. And I want to mention that also in terms of Texas compared to other states, Mississippi's getting air conditioning, finally. Alabama's getting air conditioning. We are behind the curve. So there was a mention of Texas leading the nation in terms of criminal justice reform. Yes, we are leading in terms of COVID deaths. We are leading in terms of heat deaths. We are leading in a number of other atrocities within our prison system. And I just would ask that our committee members invest in those Texas citizens. And I think my 3 minutes are up, but I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Dominic. Members, do you have any questions? I just want to say I really appreciate your advocacy, and we're really glad on the House side that we have done some advancements on the prison's air conditioning system, and hopefully we can convince our Senate counterparts to do the same.
Thank you as well.
Yoon Kim, the chair calls Yoon Kim. Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of this committee. My name is Yoon Kim. I'm the director of the Collin County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, CSCD. I'm also a legislative co-chair for the Texas Probation Association, and I am here on behalf of the Texas Probation Association. I'm here to really just tell you thank you. Thank you so much for the increased funding for all CSCDs in House Bill 1. The monies, we are delighted and elated. The monies will be essential in CSCDs throughout the whole state and continuing to be very successful rehabilitating probationers and keeping our community safe. And so on behalf of Texas Probation Association, we support House Bill 1, including all the riders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions? And thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
David, the chair calls David Almager.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. My name is David Almaguer. I am the Director of the Battery Intervention and Prevention Services at Denton County Friends of the Family. I'm here today to testify in support of funding House Bill 1, Article 5, TDCJ pertaining to Battery Intervention and Prevention Programs, or BIPs, as more commonly called. As a Director of a Battery Intervention and Prevention Program at Denton County Friends of the Family, I am responsible for the day-to-day operation of a CJAD-funded program serving approximately 450 participants yearly. I have worked directly with family violence offenders for over 22 years, having had the opportunity to be a part of 4 state CJAD-funded BIPs in Amarillo, Plano, Dallas, and now in Denton. In each one of these communities, I have witnessed the important role that BIPs serve as part of a community-coordinated response to domestic violence, and more importantly, the critical role that battery intervention providers have played in working with individuals who have caused harm to their partners by assisting them through a group process to learn new non-abusive ways to engage in their intimate relationships. CJAD funding, although limited, has been critical in establishing comprehensive and competent services over the past 20-plus years, impacting both urban and rural communities across Texas. And although for us in Denton County, the numbers of BIP participants dropped slightly due to COVID-19 pandemic-related concerns, programs like mine are currently experiencing a quick increase in the number of referrals being made to BIPs by adult probation, parole, other criminal court systems, in addition to accepting special request referrals from Potter, Wise, and Cook counties. This rapid increase in the number of referrals has required my program to respond by adding 2 additional professional staff to meet the growing demands of BIP services. The alternative would be to place them on a waiting list. We're thankful for the past and current CJAD funding, making up approximately 31% of my program budget. But reality is that recruiting and retaining well-qualified staff, as we've heard a lot today, to provide this specialized treatment requires a financial commitment from my agency to ensure that continuation of services, and more importantly, it was about the safety and well-being of each participant, victim, partner, and children. BIPs are important today more than ever. We monitor batterers referred by BIP probation parole on a weekly basis. We hold participants accountable, and we work hard in partnership with other community advocates to keep victims and children safe. An increase in CJAD funding will be critical as BIP providers continue to support local court community supervision systems. For this reason, we urge support for current funding and respectfully request an increase of $1.5 billion, not currently in the budget. On behalf of Denton County Friends of the Family, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony, for continuing to invest in the needs of survivors and supporting our mission of batterer accountability.
Thank you. And right at 3 minutes. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions? Thank you for all you do. Luis Soberon. Hola, Luis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. My name is Luis Soberon. I'm a policy advisor at Texas 2036. I'm here to speak on 3 different agencies. Instead of triple dipping and coming up 3 separate times, I'll run through in rapid succession some of these items. So if we start on the side of the page with the line graph at the bottom there to comment very briefly on the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. We're in support of an exceptional item that would give funding for the Commission on Jail Standards to have a data analyst position. Not only is this a recommendation that the Sunset Commission itself put forward in the last cycle, but it's also going to alleviate a serious problem at the agency, which is it operates in a data poor environment at the moment. One kind of clear example of this is that if you go to their website right now and look at current population reports, it is dated to August 1st of 2022. Has not updated when it's supposed to be a monthly report. So I'll leave that there and move right on to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. There I want to thank the committee and the budget writers first for the staff pay raises for correctional officers and other TDCJ staff, incredibly important to stem what is a real retention crisis at the agency. I also want to commend the budget writers for including an intent rider for climate control systems in TDCJ facilities. Looking forward to seeing a dollar number there eventually. I won't belabor the point. You heard from the correctional officers about the impact that excessive heat has on them and the hard work that they do. You've heard about it from the incarcerated Texans' perspective on the adverse health consequences that they face. What they currently do in TDCJ facilities, these heat mitigation strategies that they have to do in lieu of air conditioning, those are time, resource, staff-intensive things. They have to escort inmates to cold showers. That takes staff, and we're in a retention crisis. They have to provide coolers with water. They have to put them into, gyms that have air conditioning for brief moments of respite. It takes time, money, and resources to solve the problem that you could solve by investing in climate control systems. So moving to the other side of this page, you've got a couple of bar graphs. Other things that we're in support of have to do with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Texas law enforcement regulation is at this crossroads moment, not only because of Sunset, but because of other critical incidents that have rightly captured the attention of the state and the nation. So things that we're supporting here, one is better pay for TCOL employees to improve staff retention. I have heard stories from individuals at TCOL leaving for jobs that pay at a separate state agency, same office complex, $30,000 more a year. I think you had a back and forth, Madam Chair, with the interim executive director about state-by-state comparisons of how budgets work in their respective TCOLs. That first bar chart will show you kind of funding per agency regulated, funding per officer regulated. We pay less for the oversight of law enforcement than any of these other states, Florida and California. And I'll just kind of comment and elaborate that it's an incredible regulatory burden that TCOL faces. They have to conduct audits of all 2,744 law enforcement agencies on a 5-year basis. And they do that with what I think 65 FTEs. And not all of them are doing the auditing. It's an incredible regulatory burden. Other things that we're in support of, and I think this is going to be a really critical thing as we think about Sunset and the future of law enforcement in Texas, is building up the data and IT infrastructure of TCOL. They are responsible for incredible data operations that we don't really appreciate often. For example, they collect from every law enforcement agency that conducts motor vehicle stops, data on those stops. And there are significant data quality problems that we at 2036 have identified that could be remedied with additional investment in its data infrastructure. I'm happy to elaborate that and answer questions if you have them. The problems are kind of stark, where you see agencies with 13 sworn officers reporting more physical force incidents than Dallas or DPS. So happy to go into detail. I've got a lot of stories, but I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Luis. Members, do you have any questions? Luis, I don't have a question, but maybe a request.
Sure.
Since 2036 has some resources, I really appreciate your analysis of how, and we've heard this from other people, how investing in prison air conditioning is more than air conditioning. It's health, it's work time, it's this, it's that, it's this. It'd be nice to see this investment could help, like some numerical around it that we could use. Does that make sense?
It does. I will be likely working with Dr. Dominique on some of that. I know she's done stuff on it.
I encourage you to, but
Yes.
I think that if you could get those numbers sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, I would love to.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much, Luis.
Thank you very much.
Maria Jose Angeli. Angeli. Perfect. Okay. He was trying to tell me right, and I was like,
Good afternoon. So thank you, Chair Gonzalez and Vice Chair Spieler, and the other esteemed members of the House Finance Committee for your work in support of survivor safety. My name is Maria Jose Angelelli, and I work at the Texas Council on Family Violence, the State Domestic Violence Coalition, as the Director of Support to Service Providers. I'm here to testify in support of the baseline funding in House Bill 1 for TDCJ CJED's Rider 43 in the amount of $3.5 million. I'm also here to request the addition of funds in the amount of $1.5 million excuse me, which is currently not in House Bill 1, to support critical staffing needs for a total of $5 million over the biennium. Sorry. I have dedicated over 40 years of my professional life and work in helping victims of domestic violence, and I can tell you firsthand that BIPs really do work. Texas BIPs are built on the foundation of survivor safety and offender accountability. They have to follow detailed minimum guidelines that are set by TDCJ, CJED as mandated under the law. They must contact victims to make notification when offenders enter and when they exit the program, and they have to refer victims to family violence services. BIPs have to collaborate and work with the referral sources such as probation, parole, and CPS. This coordination increases safety for victims. BIPs have to meet weekly with the offenders for a minimum of 36 hours of group sessions, and these sessions are designed specifically to challenge the abusive behavior and to educate them on healthy parenting and relationships. BIPs are a cost-effective alternative to incarceration. A day of BIP costs about a little bit under $2.50 compared to about $70 for a day in prison. At TCFE, we do recognize that there are offenders who will need to be held accountable by other mechanisms in the criminal legal system. However, for most offenders, they will benefit from the holistic support that the BIPs provide. BIPs really do produce change, and they promote safety, and they reduce recidivism. Nationally, offenders completing at least 3 months of a program were 50% less likely to reassault their partners. And in Texas, the model is even more effective. In one county in Texas, program completers had an overall criminal recidivism rate of just 13%. These services are key to communities all over the state, and the need for BIP services and staff to support them is growing as courts are moving through the dockets that from the pandemic. As a result, we're requesting an additional $1.5 million to support critical needs related to staffing and service provisions. There hasn't been an increase in nearly a decade, and these additional funds are desperately needed. I appreciate TDCJ's commitment in seeking funding for staffing and know that this is also desperately needed in the BIP programs so they can continue to meet the needs and offer the critical services that are so effective. Victims state that what they need most is for their homes to be safe. Then this is exactly what BIPs do. They create a safer home. Thank you again for your commitment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Maria Jose. Members, do you have any questions? Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Kirk Noker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Kirk Noaker. I've spent over 20 years in law enforcement. I was employed as a capital defense team member in death penalty cases only. I served as a county magistrate judge here in the state of Texas, and I currently serve on the Commission of Jail Standards, a subcommittee, and I'm a collaborative council member with the Judicial Commission on Mental Health. I am here testifying before you today as a policy specialist for the ARC of Texas. The ARC of Texas advocates for Texans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. All too often, a person with IDD interactions with law enforcement have unintended consequences. Crises result in unfortunate arrests with flawed intake processes at our jails, resulting in further adverse outcomes. At the ARC, we are concerned about improving how peace officers interact with those with IDD and the abuse and neglect of those with IDD in our jails. We propose the following to the committee: require training on how to effectively communicate with persons with IDD, and require a more robust intake screening process at our jails. As far as training for law enforcement, when law enforcement comes into contact with a person with IDD who is experiencing a crisis, a police officer has limited resources. Officers are not adequately trained or equipped to effectively communicate with those with IDD who may be experiencing a crisis, often resulting in arrest and transport to a local jail. Law enforcement may very well have the best intentions, yet lack the skills to effectively communicate with persons with IDD. This committee may want to consider requiring TCOL with additional funding to develop IDD-specific training for peace officers. And then as far as jail intake is concerned, when a person with IDD is arrested, ideally, they are identified as such during the jail intake process. However, the intake process is woefully unequipped to aid jailers in identifying a person who is intellectually and developmentally disabled, often resulting in harm to the prisoner. Funding to the Commission on Jail Standards should include a requirement to promulgate through rulemaking to better screen for IDD arrestees during the intake process. I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I am available for questions. If I could add, because I believe I have a couple seconds left, that I currently serve, as I mentioned earlier, on a Commission for Jail Standards subcommittee. We are hyper-focused on trying to improve the intake screening process. As you well know, during the 86th legislative session, everything post-Sandra Bland, there was so much focus on mental health. And it's important that we all recognize that mental health does not necessarily include persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So the intake screening process at jails is pretty darn good at identifying an inmate who may be booked into a jail who is experiencing some type of a mental health crisis. However, as I mentioned during my testimony, we are horrible at identifying persons who are IDD. And I would liken it to, let's say we're in Russia and somebody's trying to communicate with us in Russian, and we have no idea what they're telling us, and we're not complying because we have no idea what's happening. But then we get labeled as some type of a behavioral problem. And then we're strapped into some type of a restraint chair, or somehow we are subject to use of force. I would liken that to some of the experiences that persons in our Texas jails who are IDD are experiencing. And I truly feel like we can do better than that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, any questions? I do have a question. So you had two, one for TCOL and one for Texas Commission on Jail Standards. What was the one for TCOL again?
The one for TCOL is, so law enforcement, and I'll be very quick, madam. A family member has an IDD child who is experiencing a co-occurring mental health crisis. There's very limited resources as to what exactly they can do, and understandably so, they will contact law enforcement, hoping that law enforcement can facilitate some type of services to the person that's in crisis. Law enforcement get there, and it's very difficult for law enforcement to communicate when they just don't know necessarily how to effectively communicate with somebody who might be IDD in a mental health crisis. So we are recommending that TCOL create an IDD level coursework for the basic peace officer certification that includes a component in communicating with those in the IDD community.
Okay, I didn't write that down fast enough, but that's okay. Will you come to my office and put the, yes, okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
And can you please register for TCOL? You weren't signed up for them since you spoke on them. Just register.
Yeah, I thought I did, but I will most certainly do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Salandria Johnson Foster.
The chair calls Salandria Johnson Foster. Good afternoon.
Members of the board, my name is Salandria Johnson Foster.
Do me a favor.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm hungry. Again, good afternoon, Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Salandria Johnson Foster. I am speaking on behalf of TPCA as the director of their solitary confinement campaign. I also am speaking as an individual resident of Austin. I want to speak briefly about the programs that Executive Director Collier mentioned earlier. I believe you mentioned something as well. So the problem with the programs is not that TDCJ doesn't have the programs, it's the staffing. So what they don't say is that if they don't have staffing available, then the individuals who are able to have these programs, they can't get it because the staff is not there. And that's been the bone of contention with, during the pandemic, and it's, everybody's trying to keep their head above water. In regards to the heat issue, it's just a lot of things going on in regard to the heat issue. TDCJ has what they call a heat score. So for the individuals who, whatever those numbers are, they may be eligible to get a cooling bed. But what they don't say is that those cooling beds are in a solitary confinement cell. So they're not being placed there for some disciplinary infraction. They're being placed there for better conditions so that they're not being baked alive. You know what I mean? But then they're subject to the conditions and the treatment in solitary confinement. So they get no rec, no phone calls, but they've done nothing wrong. You know what I mean? And that's an issue. So that's all I have.
Thank you so much, members. Do you have any questions? I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Demonstrating all the intersections of what's going on. Jorge Renown.
Last one, and then.
And we have 3 more people left, so if you are, be sure you did sign up outside in the kiosk.
Excuse me. I started to say good morning, but good afternoon, Chair Gonzalez, members of the committee. My name is Jorge Renaud, and I am the National Criminal Justice Director at Latino Justice PROLEF. And I'm here today to urge this committee to closely examine the money that it is allocated or that it is TDCJ will allocate to vendors who are providing pre-release programming to individuals awaiting release on parole. And more specifically, to imagine the millions of dollars it is given to Management Training Corporation, MTC, which Latino Justice has found has not been providing the services it has been contracted to provide, and which has been defrauding Texas taxpayers and not giving incarcerated individuals the tools they need to reintegrate successfully into the communities. To provide a little context, the Texas legislature mandates that the parole board decide if anyone being paroled would be helped by completing programming specifically designed to address behavioral needs that contributed to their antisocial acts. That's a good thing. TDCJ is tasked with providing that programming. The TDCJ is contracted with MTC to operate at least 5 TDCJ units where substance abuse programming is offered. And MTC currently holds 17 contracts with TDCJ worth over $100 million. $100 million, I don't know about y'all, but to me, that's a lot of money. Latino Justice has interviewed individuals who have gone through those programs, along with former MTC employees, and has found that since the pandemic, MTC is not providing anything near to the programming it has been contracted to provide. More specifically, MTC is not providing the group therapy nor the one-on-one therapy it is contracted to do, the minimum standards of which are based in Texas law. Since March 2020, these programs have been almost entirely shut down. Program participants have received almost zero counseling, almost no group therapy, and have been ordered to falsify timesheets at the risk of having their parole revoked. It would take this entire session to detail all the incidents where MTC has been found negligent. I could at least tell you all that night in 2017, the Mississippi Attorney General filed suit against MTC and others for engaging in corrupt practices with the Mississippi Department of Corrections and accused MTC of violating antitrust and public ethics laws, and the state of Mississippi collected $5.2 billion. This state has decided that incarcerated individuals would benefit from completing programming before they are paroled, and that completing that programming would result in enhanced public safety. I urge this committee to task the TDCJ with closely examining the evidence Latino Justice has compiled and to find alternative methods of providing that programming other than contracting with a corporation whose mission is not to provide ethical programming that aligns with best practices, but whose aim seems to be to line its pockets with taxpayer funds and ignore the needs of incarcerated individuals and their communities. Latino Justice has filed a complaint with the State Auditor's Office detailing everything I've said here today with references, and I have copies of that complaint. If anyone here wishes to see it, just let me know and I'll email you. And I have a personal thing to say to the chair. I believe that I mischaracterized in a social media message late last year about your response and actions during a bill that I filed in relation to this. And if so, I just offer my apologies. Anyway, any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Members, do you have any questions? I think we all have the same goal of making sure that the programs we have are effective and efficient. So thank you so much for all that you do. The chair calls I'm just kidding. Justin Martinez. Sorry, Griffin. Don't keep holding on.
Good afternoon, Chair Gonzalez, members of the subcommittee. My name is Justin Martinez. I work as a policy analyst with the Texas Center for Justice and Equity. I am here today to offer recommendations and seek to provide meaningful and long-lasting solutions to TDCJ's skyrocketing healthcare costs and to the ongoing costs related to repairing and maintaining TDCJ's aging facilities. Skyrocketing healthcare costs are not new for Texas or TDCJ. In fact, in fiscal year 2019, the state spent over $750 million on prison healthcare, a 53% increase from 7 years earlier when that was less than $500 million. The primary drivers contributing to the state's ever-increasing prison healthcare costs are an increasing elderly population, extreme sentencing, and low overall parole approval rate, and an extremely poor performing medical early release program known in Texas as the Medically Recommended Intensive Supervision, or MRIS program. Our research has found from 2005 to 2021, those over 50 in TDCJ have grown by 61%. And even more notable is that those over 60 in TDCJ has increased by 173% during the same time period. And these increases are despite the 24% overall reduction in TDCJ's population from 2005 to 2021. And I know TDC talked a lot about that. I've included in the packet a report that was submitted to this subcommittee in 2020 that details more of the aging population as it relates to rising healthcare costs. But our recommendation is that we want to stress that lawmakers take a serious look at the state's poor performing medically recommended intensive supervision program. From 2017 to 2021, an average of just 64 people were approved and released to MRIS. Even more notable is that released to MRIS during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic were at one of their lowest levels compared to other MRIS releases during this same time period. So we urge lawmakers to work on creating a more robust and meaningful MRIS program as one critical solution to addressing the skyrocketing prison healthcare cost. And our last recommendation relating to state dollars spent on repairing and restoring TDCJ facilities. So currently TDCJ has a population of just under 125,000 and operates a prison system of 100 correctional units. 9 of those units are 100 years old, with 4 of those 9 built before the 1900s. So instead of continuing to pour hundreds of millions of dollars into repairing and maintaining TDCJ's aging infrastructure, Texas should begin the process of closing these facilities and reinvesting those monies saved into community care solutions like housing, health, mental health, education, jobs, more robust reentry services. And this is not novel. This is not something that's new. According to TDCJ's website in 2020, 2 units, Garza East in Beeville and Jester 1 in Richmond, closed. And those recent closures of those facilities makes a total of 10 units that have been closed within the last decade. So rather, again, than allocating state dollars into TDCJ aging facilities, we are asking Texas lawmakers to instead look at continuing that process of closing TDCJ facilities through a thoughtful, staggered closure plan, make meaningful efforts to decarcerate facilities and not just disperse people to other units or to privately operated units or to overly burdened county jails, and capture savings from whatever happens from those facility closures to go directly to community care, substantive reentry solutions, while also increasing to work and improve the current conditions of confinement. So thank you, Chair and members. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just have one question. You said 64 people were approved. Do you know how many people applied?
Yeah, so on average, I think there are about 2,500 within that time period, 2007 to 2021. Don't quote me on that number, but it's around that had been referred, and that's actually increased. So from 2009, the number of people being referred to 2021 has increased. However, the level of people being released has been steadily declining.
And they're referred by?
So, generally what happens is that Takumi, there's a referral process in which Takumi first looks at the eligibility. Once they make it through that process, then they go to the board. And there's usually 2 votes that happen. So the board will first vote on whether or not they're even going to just consider the person for release. And then if they make it through that vote, then they'll go to whether or not that person will be released.
Okay. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. Brennan. And there's one more person, Juan Pedraza. You're next. And if you're not Juan and you want to testify, please go register outside.
Hi, thank you to the committee and
the chair for giving me this opportunity today. My name is Brennan Griffin of Texas Appleseed. Our organization is dedicated to changing unjust laws and supporting policies that are data-driven, safe, and efficient. I'm providing testimony today on Article 5 on the need and value for dedicated funds for the use of hiring mental health professionals for emergency 911 response. We're hoping that this will be a grant program targeted to rural communities. Basically, more and more across the state and across the country, there are programs where when you call 911, instead of sending out police, fire, or EMS, you also have the option to send out a mental health team. And these have been extremely successful programs in several places. One of the longest running is in a more rural community in Oregon, a place that's smaller than Amarillo or Lubbock, and they answer up to 15% of calls annually to 911 in that area that would have otherwise gone to the police. So this can really divert away a lot of people who are there are wellness checks being called. There's someone's acting strangely. Sometimes it's criminal trespassing is pretty much what the catch-all that police will go to if someone's not leaving the premises of some business or something. And these are a much more appropriate response can be provided by a mental health trained person than police officers, who at most get maybe a 40-hour course on on crisis intervention in these cases, versus someone who's spent years of their lives both being trained and then carrying out these kinds of interventions. So it saves officer time and allows them to focus on more extreme situations more appropriate to their training, and it allows people to get much more trauma-informed care and reduces the risk of really dangerous interactions between the mentally ill and police. A large percentage of the deaths by police occur with people who are mentally ill. There's the state of Texas recently just received funding from the federal government that could be earmarked for some program like this for their burn funds. And so this is a really great opportunity, especially with the rollout of 988 and other programs that are encouraging this kind of thing. And just one example, in Denver, when this program was started, in their downtown area, they reduced low-level criminal charges by 34% in that area, and during the time of operation, and then that had spillover effects for even when the program was not running. So we think it's a valuable thing, and we hope that the committee and the legislature will support something like this for Texas.
Thank you so much. Members, do you have any questions? Appreciate your testimony and patience.
Thank you.
The chair calls Juan Pedraza. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Juan Pedraza. I am the president of the Association of Texas Liquor Enforcement Agents, also known as ATLIA. ATLIA is the Association for the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission agents. I'm here this afternoon to show you support for House Bill 1. On behalf of our men and women of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, we are incredibly grateful for the proposed pay increase for both our commission and non-commissioned personnel. Our enforcement agents continue their hard work every day, assuring that Texans and visitors of Texas have a safe and enjoyable experience at our licensed locations. In addition to conducting inspections at licensed locations, our agents conduct complex undercover operation and investigations at multiple licensed and unlicensed locations to detect human trafficking, prostitution, narcotics, prohibited hour sale of alcohol, sale of alcohol to minor, sale to obviously intoxicated individuals, and other criminal violations. In 2021, agents conducted 4,329 undercover operations, only with that number rapidly increasing to 6,683 in 2022. TABC has requested 30 additional agents positions this session with their LARD. While we understand that the nation is having a difficult time with recruitment and retention of law enforcement officers, ATLIA firmly believes that 30 agents are needed to help keep Texans and its visitors safe while they are enjoying the continued growth of the alcohol industry. Our treasurer, Joel Barrera, has given you guys our one-pager. So when we talk about the association priorities, it talks about a reclassification. So it's not a secret that obviously in law enforcement, just throughout the whole nation, it's been hard to recruit and retain officers just in general. While Schedule C starts off an agent at $49,484, we look at the bigger cities like Arlington and Houston, where most of our vacancies are. Arlington, just to go to the academy, they're starting off their cadets at $72,000, while Houston is starting them off at $58,000. We recruit the best. Obviously, we have a specific job that we do. The chairman and the executive director have talked about the great cases that we have made, our SIU and our trace investigators. But in order for us to get those high-quality officers, we can't expect them to leave a paying job where they're making $74,000 or more to come back and start off at $49,000. So the only thing that we're asking as far as association priorities is that reclassification with pay parity with other state investigative agencies. You guys have heard that we do conduct a lot of undercover operations and a lot of investigations. Basically, what that means is just moving our agents that have 4 years or more of experience to Schedule C4 instead of C3, where they're starting off of. Other than that, we support, again, House Bill 1 and anything that TABC has submitted within their law. And we thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak with you all today. Have any questions?
Thank you, Juan, so much. Members, do you have any questions? I will say you have the best name, Leah. That's so cool. We really appreciate all of the work that you and Mr. Barrera do for our state and your agency. So thank you.
And just a little bit of history on that, Leah. Obviously, before TABC was called the Texas Liquor Control Board. So that's where they started off with the name for the Association of Texas Liquor Control Agents.
Oh, wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to would like to testify on the agencies we've heard today? All right, seeing none, this concludes the committee hearings on budget recommendations for Articles 1, 4, and 5. We appreciate the assistance of John, our LBB, the Sunset Advisory Commission, and so many others. Members, important. Formal meetings will start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., not in this room. So you'll get a new room designated. Oh, dun, dun, dun. And are there any final questions before we adjourn? Seeing none?
We don't do well with change.
I know. I hate change. I'm a grouchy old cowboy. Having no further business, if there's no objection, the House Committee and Appropriations Subcommittees on Articles 1, 4, and 5 stands adjourned.